Section 23 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Du Bois, Orlando, November 2023. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Benvenuto Cellini, by Professor Chandler, Rathfon, Post. The Italian Renaissance produced many works, such as the polemics of the humanist upon subjects that have long since lost their significance, which are interesting rather as illustrations of cultural conditions than for their intrinsic value. Compositions like the pastoral romance of Sannazaro, or the dramas based upon Senecan or upon Plotine and Terentian models, acquire importance as revivals of ancient literary types and as the seeds from which later great masterpieces were to be evolved. Much smaller is the number of works in which, as in the sonnets of Michelangelo, the absolute value preponderates over the historical. Still fewer, such as the writings of Machiavelli, have the distinction of possessing an equal interest archaeologically and in themselves, and to this class the autobiography of Benvenuto Cellini belongs. No other production of the period embodies more vividly the tendencies of the Renaissance or enjoys a more universal and enduring appeal. We can best appreciate by considering it under these two aspects. Cellini as a type of Renaissance individualism. Its great importance as a document for the study of contemporary Italian life is obvious to the reader, but its temper also is strikingly related to certain spiritual movements of the day. Of the two determinative characteristics of the Renaissance, humanism, or the devotion to antiquity, and individualism, or the devotion to self-development, Benvenuto emphasizes the latter. The very natural transition from a study of self to the study of other personalities gave rise to the genre known as biography, eminent instances of which are Vespiano de Bestici's Lives of Illustrious Men and Giorgio Vasari's more renowned Lives of the Most Excellent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects. Autobiography, however, is an even more pronounced manifestation of individualism, and as the composer of the first great and definite example of this literary form in modern times, Benvenuto stands forth as a brilliant exponent of his age. It is possible, doubtless, for an author to exhibit in an autobiography little of his own individuality, confining himself largely, like Trollope, to a narrative of events and a discussion of his books. But such was not the spirit of the 16th century, and Benvenuto even exceeds his time. He strips to the very soul. Unblushingly, he lays bare alike his virtues and his vices, his public and his most private actions, his loves and hatreds. He seems unconscious of modesty's existence and takes a palpable delight, which by the magic of his style, he causes the reader to share in analyzing his own passions and recounting his own deeds and misdeeds. Typical and widely varying examples are the affair with the Sicilian girl, Angelica, the terrible revenge for his brother's assassination, the celestial visions experienced in his long and gruesome incarceration. The correctness of his estimate of himself. Hand in hand with this attitude struts an exalted opinion of his own charms, prowess, and artistic superiority. In his conceit, for it is only a heroic form of this defect, he embodies not only individualism but also the concurrent phenomenon of humanism, which resurrected from ancient Rome such self-appreciation as appears so disagreeably in Cicero. With his high estimate of his own art, modern criticism does not unqualifiedly agree. Of his labor as goldsmith, so little that is certainly authentic remains that judgment is difficult. The chief extant example, the salt cellar of Francis I, now in the imperial treasury at Vienna, is unpleasant in composition and too ornate. In his few plastic works on a large scale, one of which, the bronze bust of Bendo Altovati, America is fortunate enough to possess in the wonderful collection of Mrs. John L. Gardner, Boston, he is perhaps less affected than most of his rivals by the degeneration into which Italian sculpture lapsed in the second and third quarters of the Cinquecento. But in comparison to the productions of the earlier Renaissance or of his contemporary Michelangelo, his profound affection and admiration for whom form one of his noblest traits, he betrays too close a dependence upon the antique, a tendency to excessive nicety and elaboration derived from his training as a jeweler, but unsuited to the broader manner of monumental statuary, a leaning toward ostentatious and luxuriant decoration, and a fatal predilection for sacrificing aesthetic considerations to the display of virtuosity in composition and in processes. All these characteristics are exemplified in what remains from his work and may also be read between the lines of the autobiography. The inclination to a display of skill is especially evident in the absorbing and famous description of the casting of the Perseus. Over his whole art, as indeed over most of the art of the later 16th century, there broods a certain deadness and a sense of the perfunctory, which are strangely contrasted with the spontaneity that runs from his pen. The somewhat unjustifiable braggadocio about this phase of his activity arouses suspicions as to the veracity of the tales about his courage and other achievements. Some of the details, such as the worm that he vomited forth after his long sickness, or the sight of the demons in the Colosseum, seem hardly credible, but it must be remembered that we're dealing with a man of a high-strung, nervous temperament, whose imagination easily materializes the visions of his mind. Other episodes, like the various brawls and homicides in which he engaged, or the escape from the Castel San Angelo, are improbable from our standpoint, but not in the epic of extravagances like the Renaissance, or for one of those supermen of Cellini's caliber in which the period was so rich. Much of the autobiography receives confirmation from contemporary documents, and its main fabric is certainly trustworthy, though highly colored, doubtless to increase its artistic worth and to set off to advantage the central figure of the writer. I have spoken of Benvenuto as a Superman, and herein, too, he is a result of the astounding development of the individual witnessed by the Renaissance. In his versatility, he is second only to such giants of universal talent as Leon Battista Alberti, Leonardo da Vinci, and Michelangelo. He excels equally as musician, goldsmith, and sculptor. He is adept with the sword and with the musket. His skill as a diplomatist is paralleled only by his merriness as a jester. A languishing lover one day, he is a fierce murderer the next. A part of his imprisonment he spends in devising a miraculous escape, and the rest in mystic religious trances. He can write you passable occasional sonnets and respectable treatises on art, and finally he bequeaths to the world what is probably the most remarkable autobiography in existence. Cellini's morality. Much of his activity is far from Christian. Benvenuto vies with Pietro Artino for notoriety as an exponent of that paganism which was a consequence, on one hand, of the indiscriminate acceptance of all that was ancient, even the license of decadent Rome, and on the other, of the inevitable degeneration of self-development into self-gratification. The loose morals of the Renaissance have been much exaggerated by such writers as John Addington Symonds, who base their assertions too confidently upon the prejudiced Protestant accounts of the North and upon the short stories and novellae of the period, which magnify current abuses for humorous purposes. The ethical condition of Italy had still remained fairly sound in the 15th century, and it was not until now in the 16th that a debased humanism and individualism were developed to the bitter end with an effect that was baneful but not so entirely fatal as is very commonly supposed. Almost every page of the autobiography, however, betrays the absence of any adequate moral standard. Cellini fathers an illegitimate child or cuts down an enemy as lightly as he sallies forth on a hunting expedition. There is little or no realization of sin. Religion he has, but a religion which, however fervent, is divorced from morality and consists chiefly in an emotional mysticism and an observance of lovely and impressive ceremonies. He has shaken off the Christian curb upon the passions and emulating the paganism not of the great days of antiquity, but of the Greek and Roman decline. He gives free rein to self. Value of the autobiography. The historical importance of the work then lies not only in its painting of contemporary life, but also in its lively presentation of the individualism, the versatility, and the paganism of the late Renaissance. Its intrinsic value is proved by an almost unique and widespread popularity from among so much Italian literature of the 16th century that is forgotten or known only to specialists. Benvenuto has succeeded in transfusing it with the magnetism of his own personality. So intimate is the manner which he adopts that we seem to be not readers, but a company of boon companions listening to good tales, half the attraction of which is afforded by the very force and charm of the speaker's genial character. The manner is often such as should be bruited only in this society. The style is distinctly that of an easy conversationalist, full of picturesque Tuscan idioms, colloquial to the last degree, frequently lapsing into the loose grammar that is permitted to the raconteur. Behind this apparent facility, however, is concealed the art of a supreme master of narrative, who knows how to choose the piquant episodes and details and to exclude the irrelevant, who dexterously avoids monotony by contrast of highlights and shadows, who is all the greater because he nowhere reveals the methods of his craft, but appears always the clever and spontaneous entertainer. End of section 23. Section 24 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Du Bois, Orlando, 2023. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Section 4, Franklin and Woolman, by Professor Chester Noyes Greenough. In all the literature of fact, as distinguished from the literature of fiction, hardly any kind of book surpasses a good biography in its power to interest and instruct. It combines the suspense of the novel with the actuality of history. It fills in the detail without which history would be too impersonal, and shows us how people, not at all points unlike ourselves, have ordered their lives, what their guiding principles have been, and how principles have sometimes been modified to meet circumstances. Especially in the case of autobiography is all this true, for here we have the pleasure a feeling that the record is both authentic and intimate. The best of biographers, however learned, vivid, or philosophical, leaves between us and the past an interval which only a good autobiography can span. Such an autobiography may possess great historical value if its author was intimately connected with significant events and had some capacity to perceive their causes and their effects. But if the writer happens to be earnest about his career, free from self-consciousness, and blessed with a good prose style, we have sufficient reasons for valuing the record of his life, even though the historical importance of it may be quite secondary. Such is the basis of our permanent regard for autobiographies like those of Benjamin Franklin, 1706 to 1790, and John Woolman, 1720 to 1772. The breaking down of Puritanism. Neither Franklin nor Woolman would have been at home among the makers of the literature which is most significant of America before their time. The latter as a Quaker, the former as a person whose general attitude may have been indicated by his casually uttered remark that he was usually too busy to go to church, would have been either punished or cast out, if not both, by most New England communities, who acquiesced in the banishment of some and the whipping or execution of others, in order that by uniform obedience to the theocratic ideal, the purpose of the founders might be fulfilled. But in the 18th century, there began to be a change. The growing interest in science, the influence of such writers as John Locke, the rise of other learned professions than the ministry, the advance of the merchant class, the increasing concern about political relations with the mother country, the founding of other churches than the congregational ones which hitherto had virtually constituted an establishment. All of these influences make American life and letters in the 18th century radically different from the century of colonization. Strikingly unlike each other as Franklin and Woolman are in most respects, they agree in representing aspects of the American mind that could hardly flourish in American literature until in the 18th century that literature began to move out of New England and its intolerant church. Franklin's methods in literature and science. The career of Franklin well illustrates these changes. He finds himself cramped in Boston and moves to Philadelphia. He pays the most careful attention to the matter of writing well because he sees that it pays to consult the convenience of the reader. In his writing, he employs the secular arts of humor and irony and takes particular care to forbear all direct contradiction to the sentiments of others and all positive assertions of his own. He seeks the convenience of mankind also by various mechanical improvements and by the better organization of certain departments of the public service. His experiments in pure science mark him as patient, observant, and logical to an unusual degree. But most of his attention in business, science, and public service is given to matters of immediate utility. Franklin in politics. In politics, he was eminently successful, though probably not entirely uncorrupt. He managed delicate affairs of state with conspicuous coolness and skill. He was particularly useful to the colonies in explaining abroad the actual condition and views of the average American. His solid merits and unusual tact made him a great favorite in France, where, as commissioner for the colonies, he attained a personal popularity which was of the greatest advantage to his country. In spite of some loss of reputation from the suspicion that he had not always used his privileges unselfishly, Franklin returned to America to spend his last years in a position of honor, not much below that of Washington himself. Franklin's morals and religion. Such eminence was not achieved without the most careful management. Indeed, the fact that most strongly impresses a reader of Franklin's autobiography is the astonishing degree to which he regulated his acts and developed his character by a system of what, in the language of our day, might almost be termed scientific management. For example, he drew up, as many others have done, a list of virtues and of precepts for attaining them. Then, apparently untroubled by any suspicion that what he was doing was at all funny, he kept a tabular record which showed, week by week, how good a score he was making in the important game of living a moral life. His entire attitude toward life was of this prudential sort. Sins which would have prostrated a Puritan in the fear of eternal torment are to Franklin a matter of regret, because of their expense and their injurious effect upon his health. Virtue he seems to have regarded chiefly as a means to the favor of man. The favor of God, which the Puritan implored in fasts and vigils, Franklin tranquilly expected as the outcome of a life regulated by prudence and virtue. Having experienced the goodness of that being in conducting me prosperously through a long life, he wrote to President Stiles of Yale, I have no doubt of its continuance in the next, though without the smallest conceit of meriting such goodness. John Woolman's religion. Strikingly different in almost every respect are the life and aims of John Woolman. There was a care on my mind, he writes, so to pass my time that nothing might hinder me from the most steady attention to the voice of the true shepherd. This is the guiding principle of a life so inconspicuous in its outward circumstances and immediate rewards that we cannot possibly apply to it that somewhat worldly and dubious word, career, yet so steadily and unconsciously holy as to deserve our most affectionate regard. Even as a young man, Woolman began to be troubled by his own sins and by the dissolute life of many around him. Sometimes he felt moved to speak to others of their manner of life. Oftener he concerned himself only with his own shortcomings and found that although nature was feeble, yet every trial was a fresh incitement to give himself up wholly to the service of God. From the humility of Woolman's utterances, one can hardly doubt that his own sins were less grave than he felt them to be, or that his warnings to others had no touch of the pharisaical about them, but came from a heart that unaffectedly desired the good of all men. Woolman and slavery. Having learned the trade of a tailor and having perceived that large possessions are an unnecessary temptation and trouble, Woolman began to journey about and to pursue worldly business no further than as truth opened his way. He presently began to be much concerned about the evils of slavery, at that time practiced by Quakers as by others, and quietly set his face against an institution which he believed was destined to be grievous to posterity. To act upon his convictions in this matter was not always easy or profitable, as we see from the account of his refusal to write the will of a certain Quaker slaveholder. Woolman felt regret at the loss of the employment and at the necessity of giving offense, but far more deeply he felt that acting contrary to present outward interest from a motive of divine love and in regard to truth and righteousness, and thereby incurring the resentment of people, opens the way to a treasure better than silver and to a friendship exceeding the friendship of men. The tempers shown in this incident is typical of the entire journal, and it inclines one to believe that such beautiful serenity and modesty as Woolman's are perhaps more rare, as they are certainly more lovely, than mere avoidance of sin. Woman's care was not to be seen of men, but to be prompted by the pure spirit which inwardly moves upon the heart. A man taught, as he was, to wait in silence, sometimes many weeks together, until he hears God's voice, is not likely to offend by appearance of self-seeking or self-praise. Yet it would be a mistake to leave these two interesting and instructive autobiographies with the feeling that one is a record of a pure and exalted spirit, the other a story of mere self-seeking. Woolman, though both in deed and in temper far above this world, wrought no small part of a great practical reform. If Franklin's life seems earthy in comparison, it should be remembered that, whatever his motives, he did manage to confer upon his country such benefits in science, in literature, diplomacy, practical arts, and public welfare as should entitle him to a respect which we may well deny to many of his rules for practicing the art of life. We could spare the practical advantages of having had among us a man like Franklin only if it were necessary to do so in order that the inner light which guided John Woolman might not be extinguished. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Chapter 5, John Stuart Mill, by Professor O.M.W. Sprague. The first 3 chapters of the Autobiography of John Stuart Mill, by far the most interesting part of the work, are concerned with the methods and results of his extraordinary education. Under the direct supervision of his father, he began serious study with Greek at the tender age of 3. At 12 he had covered the equivalent of the classical and mathematical requirements for graduation at the English universities, while in history and philosophy he had gone far beyond the requirements of those institutions of learning. Thereafter he continued his studies with unflagging industry, though along more special lines, and in large measure independently, very much after the manner of scholarly graduates of the universities 10 years his senior. Before he was 20, he had edited a ponderous legal treatise in a fashion which would have been highly creditable to any scholar in the full maturity of his powers. He was then, at 20, clearly 5, and perhaps 10 years in advance of that stage of intellectual acquirement which he would presumably have reached if he had received the education then, or indeed now, customary. The supposed advantages of precocity. By Mill himself, this industrious childhood and youth was looked upon as an unmixed blessing. In the opening paragraph of the autobiography, he expresses the opinion that his experience shows that usually the early years of life are little better than wasted. But though no one can doubt that the rigorous mental discipline to which the younger Mill was subjected by his father was highly effective, educational methods, fortunately, have not been influenced by it in the slightest degree. Contrasted with accepted methods, his education was superior in only one respect: it did save time. It enabled Mill to begin work as a mature writer at an unusually early age. But even so, it does not follow that he was consequently able to do more or better work during his life than he would have otherwise accomplished. The addition of 5 or 10 years at the outset of a life of normal length, and the work accomplished during those particular years, are not necessarily a net addition to its total achievement. Before drawing this conclusion, we should need to be sure that physical strength and mental alertness were not prematurely lessened in consequence of the early training. After all, for continuous constructive intellectual work, the keeping of the mind open to new impressions and ideas is the one thing fundamentally important. And while Mill was far superior to many of the world's great thinkers in this respect, this trait does not seem to have been due to the character of his education. The defects of Mill's education. That he was deprived of the ordinary activities and pleasures of childhood and youth does not seem to have been an occasion of regret to Mill. As a philosopher and psychologist, he might have been expected to recognize that his exclusive absorption in study during his early years must have narrowed the range of his knowledge of life and his capacity to act with and to lead other men. Mill's attitude toward life was always, and especially in the earlier years of his career, excessively intellectual. He exaggerated the force of reasoned conclusions as a factor in individual conduct and as a means of bringing about social improvement. One cannot but feel that the few years saved by Mill in the acquiring of knowledge from books involved some sacrifice of knowledge and understanding of the ordinary impulses and motives of men and women. Still another defect in an education such as Mill received remains for consideration, though happily he escaped its threatened consequences. His father was one of the foremost of the utilitarian philosophers. He applied the principles of that school to the various problems of individual and of social improvement earnestly and with no lack of dogmatism. He impressed his views upon the mind of his son when he was far too young to subject them to critical analysis, and to form an independent judgment regarding them through comparison with the opinions of other thinkers, and from experience of life itself. Mill's early writings are, therefore, and quite naturally, little more than the expression of the views of his father, with such acute modifications as might be expected from one gifted with his powerful intellect. The starving of emotion. In the course of time, the utilitarian philosophy, in the form in which it had come to him from his father, ceased to satisfy the distinctly more emotional nature of the son. He became so completely disillusioned with the dry content of this philosophy that he became depressed, lost all joy in work, and therewith the capacity for constructive intellectual effort. Perhaps the most valuable part of the autobiography is the account of this distressed and anxious period, and of the various influences which widened his horizon and humanized his views of life and its significance. Being a man of books, it was largely through a change in the character of his reading that he found solace. The poems of Wordsworth were the most potent single influence. It is altogether likely that a person born with less varied natural endowments would have remained content with and fixed in the cast of thought resulting from premature acquaintance with a single school of philosophy. Mill's contribution to utilitarianism and liberalism. This experience is reflected in the contribution made by Mill to utilitarian ethical theories. While adhering to the position that happiness is simply the sum total of pleasures, he made a distinction between higher and lower qualities of pleasure, regarding the higher as indefinitely more desirable than the lower. The criteria for making an exact classification of pleasures were, however, not fully and adequately worked out by Mill. Various branches of knowledge, in particular psychology and sociology, had not been developed sufficiently far for the purpose. On this, as on many other subjects, the work of Mill has been superseded, owing to fundamental differences in methods of approach, even more than to the accumulation of additional data. Among influences of special far-reaching importance may be mentioned the evolutionary hypothesis and what may be called, in contradistinction to the intellectual analytical psychology of Mill's time, the scientific psychology of the present. The most influential of all Mill's writings has been The Principles of Political Economy, published in 1848. In writing this treatise, Mill had two purposes in view. In the first place, he wished to bring together the many improvements which had been made in the principles of the subject, since the appearance of The Wealth of Nations in 1776, and following the example of Adam Smith to illustrate their practical applications. Here he was conspicuously successful. Many writers in recent years have set themselves the same task, with no such measure of accomplishment. In the second place, he wished to relate economic principles and phenomena to his own social ideals and social philosophy. The character of these social ideals and the nature of his social philosophy are abundantly set forth in the autobiography, where particular attention is given to the influence upon his mind of his wife and of Auguste Comte, the father of the science of sociology. It can hardly be said that Mill was fully successful in this effort. The purely economic part of the treatise and the social philosophy are not fused together, and at times are positively contradictory. Nevertheless, the treatise gained in human interest from the effort thus made, and at all events the way was indicated toward a broader treatment of social and economic questions than had been customary among economists since the time of Adam Smith. The personality revealed in the autobiography is one that cannot fail to command respect and admiration. An ardent desire for social as well as individual progress is conspicuous both in the analysis of the growth of his own mind and in what is said about his own writings. Detailed consideration of the various reforms which he advocated in his writings is impossible within the narrow limits of a single lecture. In a general way, it may be noted that Mill expected greater results from the removal of obstructions to freedom of thought and action, and from education, than in fact have been realized. It is now more clearly evident that the removal of restrictions is often no more than an indispensable preliminary to positive means of improvement, and that opportunities thus provided are by no means certain to be made use of. After making every qualification, however, the liberal movement of the 19th century surely made possible a long step forward in human progress. In this movement, the writings of John Stuart Mill were a potent factor. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Prose Fiction. General Introduction by Professor W. A. Neilson. When the literary historian seeks to assign to each age its favorite form of literature, he finds no difficulty in dealing with our own time. As the Middle Ages delighted in long romantic narrative poems, the Elizabethans in drama, the Englishmen of the reigns of Anne and the early Georges in didactic and satirical verse, so the public of our day is enamored of the novel. Almost all types of literary production continue to appear, but whether we judge from the lists of publishers, the statistics of public libraries, or general conversation, we find abundant evidence of the enormous preponderance of this kind of literary entertainment in popular favor. Early forms of fiction. Though the instinct for a good story, on which the interest in fiction is based, is of immemorial antiquity and may well be as old as human speech, the novel, as we understand it, is comparatively modern. The unsophisticated folk tale, represented by the contents of such collections as that of the Brothers Grimm, lacks the element of lifelikeness both in incident and character, and is too limited in scale to be regarded as anything but a very remote ancestor. The fables ascribed to Aesop are mere anecdotes with a moral. The myths, Both of the Mediterranean and the northern nations are not primarily concerned with human life at all. Epic poetry, besides deriving from its verse a sustained emotional elevation, usually impossible in prose, finds its central interest not in individual personality or the passion of love, but in some great national or racial issue. The romances of the Middle Ages, though usually centering in the fortunes of individuals and often dealing with love, are superficial in treatment, loose in construction, and primarily interesting as marvelous adventure. The fabliaux of the same period, which, with the novelle of the Renaissance, belong to the ancestry of the short story of the modern magazine, are concerned with single situations and do not attempt to display a whole phase of life in its subtlety and complexity. All the forms contain in the imaginative nature of their material an element common to them and the novel, but the negative statements which have been made regarding each show how much they fall short or go beyond our modern conception of prose fiction. The rise of the novel. Yet, though differing in these important and often fundamental respects from the modern novel, these earlier varieties of imaginative narratives contributed in a number of ways to the making of the type dominant today. In the 16th century, for instance, we find appearing first in Spain and then in England the so-called picaresque novel, a story told in the first person by a roguish servant who passes from master to master and exposes both his own rascality and the seamy side of the more fashionable life of his time. Many of the episodes are of the kind narrated in the fabliaux and novelle, but they are strung together by the history of the rogue hero. This type has persisted with variations, especially the loss of the servant element, down to our own time, and reached its highest pitch of art in English in Thackeray's Barry Lyndon. The Elizabethan romance, represented by such a work as Sir Philip Sidney's Arcadia, is in respect of realism much farther from our novel than the picaresque tale. But in its abundance of sentiment and frequency of moral purpose, it has elements which the novel of roguery lacked. Characterization, which so far had rarely been a prominent feature in any form of fiction except the drama, was developed in the 17th century in a peculiar species of writing known as the character, outside of fiction altogether. The character was a short sketch of a typical figure of the time, used largely for the purpose of social satire, apparently general in its application, but not infrequently written with an individual in view. We find this form elaborated in a slight setting of situation and narrative in the De Coverley papers contributed by Addison and Steele to the Spectator. And when the novel in the modern sense arose about a generation later, the practice in the analysis and presentation of typical human beings which the character had afforded proved of considerable service. Novel and drama. Perhaps more contributive than either the older story of romantic adventure or the character sketch was the drama. The 17th century had seen, especially in comedy, the drama descending from heroic themes of kings and princes to pictures of contemporary life in ordinary society. Not highly realistic as we understand the term, yet reproducing many of the types and much of the atmosphere existing around the author. It had cultivated the sense of a well-knit plot, of effective situation, and of the interplay of character and action, all elements transferable to prose narrative. And when, in the middle of the 18th century, we find the novel beginning to take the place of the stage as the dominant kind of imaginative entertainment, it is easy to see how much the younger form owed to the older. There had long been an interchange of material between the two species. In the time of Shakespeare, to go no further back, the playwrights frankly dramatized familiar stories from history, romance, and novella, and occasionally the story of a popular play was retold in prose narrative. Both processes are familiar today. Many successful novels appear later on the stage, and not a few successful plays are novelized. There are, of course, marked differences in the kind of thing that can be best told by narrative or action, respectively, and the failure to recognize these differences accounts for the frequent ill success of this kind of translation. But after all allowance for this has been made, many of the elements of effective storytelling remain common to both novel and play. Defoe and Richardson. The two chief claimants for the credit of founding the modern English novel are Daniel Defoe and Samuel Richardson. Defoe's stories depend for their unity chiefly upon the personality of the leading character. They are usually series of episodes strung along the thread of the hero's or heroine's life. Many of them, from their preoccupation with the criminal classes, approach the picaresque, and even Robinson Crusoe, justly the most popular, is more an adventure tale than a novel. His most notable characteristic is a singular realism, achieved by a skillful selection of matter-of-fact details, which produces a circumstantial effect like that of a modern newspaper report. But realism, clever as it is mainly external, and comparatively little in the way of insight into character or motive is to be found in most of his stories. The great works of Richardson, Pamela, Clarissa Harlowe, and Sir Charles Grandison, are novels without question. Not only does he achieve a large unity of action, building into a shapely structure around his central figure a complex of persons, motives, and social conditions, but he deals in detail with the inner life of his characters, and he gives to passion and sentiment the pervading importance that has now become traditional in this form of literature. Sentiment, indeed, with him often enough degenerated into sentimentality, and he dwelt on the emotional and pathetic elements in his narrative with a deliberation and an emphasis successfully calculated to draw from his readers the greatest possible lachrymose response. Fielding, Smollett, Sterne, Goldsmith. It is largely this exaggeration of the pathetic and the idealizing of the chief character in order to gain an opportunity for the pathetic that led Fielding to begin his first novel, Joseph Andrews, as a parody of Richardson's Pamela. Pamela had been pictured as a virtuous maidservant, chastely resisting the approaches of her young master, and Fielding planned the story of Pamela's brother Joseph, placed in a corresponding position toward his mistress, to ridicule the absurdities of his predecessor's method. But he soon became interested in his hero for his own sake, and in this novel, and still more in his masterpiece Tom Jones, he treated human nature with a robust frankness that earned for him the famous compliment of his disciple Thackeray, that he was the last English novelist who dared to draw a man. Some of Fielding, and perhaps more of Defoe, is to be found in the sordid tales of Tobias Smollett, and in Lawrence Sterne we have the sentimental tendencies of Richardson carried to the last extreme, but mingled in extraordinary fashion with a conscious humor that doubles back on the sentiment, the whole related in a style of remarkable individuality and brilliant wit. In the same period, Oliver Goldsmith produced his one novel, The Vicar of Wakefield, a delicately drawn picture of a phase of contemporary society enriched with a group of characters broadly typical, but delineated with an abundance of tender sympathy and gentle humor. Fiction in the Romantic Movement. Meanwhile, there had begun in England, as elsewhere, that complex reaction against the intellectualism of the 18th century, known as the Romantic Movement. Among its more obvious phases was the revival of interest in remote places and periods, and especially in the Middle Ages. The extent to which this interest was ill-informed and merely sentimental is nowhere better illustrated than in the rise of the so-called Gothic romance. This variety of fiction is usually regarded as beginning with The Castle of Otranto, of Horace Walpole, the son of the great Whig minister Sir Robert Walpole, and the type of the fashionable dilettante of the London of his day. Walpole had no real understanding or sympathy for the spirit of the Middle Ages, but one of his fads was medieval armor, furniture, and architecture, and out of this arose his curious, half-sincere experiment in fiction. The real leader of the production of this sort of thriller, however, was Mrs. Radcliffe, who was followed by Clara Reeves and scores of minor imitators. The novels of these ladies were set in a vaguely remote period of chivalry. Their scenes were ancient castles with concealed panels, subterranean passages, and family ghosts. Their plots turned upon the usurpation of family estates by wicked uncles or villainous neighbors, and on the reparations and sufferings of missing heirs and heroines of sensibility. And their characters were the stereotyped figures of ordinary melodrama. A special development of this type appeared in The School of Terror, headed by M.G. Lewis, whose nickname of Monk Lewis was derived from his novel of Ambrosio or the Monk, in which the terrifying and, it must be said, the licentious possibilities of the Gothic romance were carried to a high pitch. This, on the whole, rather worthless species, which had been accompanied by many feeble attempts at a more definitely historical type of novel, culminated surprisingly in the romances of Sir Walter Scott. Scott, however, had in his training and in his vast reading a basis for historical and romantic fiction all his own. He stripped the Gothic type of romance of its sentimentality and absurdity, strengthened it with his great fund of historical and legendary information, gave it stability with his sanity and humor, and interest by his creation of a great series of vigorous and picturesque creations. The art of fiction has gained in technical dexterity since Scott's day. Stories now begin sooner and move more rapidly. Conversation is reported with a greater life-likeness. The tragedy in human life is more often given its due place. But the entrancing narratives of Scott, with all their deliberation, are likely to retain their charm, and his men and women still have blood in their veins. He created the historical novel not only for Britain but for Europe, and all its writers since have been proud to sit at his feet. Genteel realism, the novel of manners. In the time of Dr. Johnson, Fanny Burdey, the daughter of a noted musician and lady-in-waiting to the Queen, gathered out of her experience of London society materials for her Evelina, a novel of manners shrewdly observed and accurately chronicled. She is the chief predecessor of Scott's contemporary and rival, Jane Austen, the daughter of a provincial clergyman whose knowledge of the world was practically confined to the county in which she lived and the watering places like Bath, where she spent an occasional vacation. But she had tact enough to confine her books to the life she knew, and this life, with its squires, its curates, its old ladies, its managing mothers and eligible daughters, is pictured with a minuteness and fidelity that has scarcely been surpassed. She writes smoothly, with an evasiveness in her characteristic irony that makes her personality hard to grasp, while it prevents that personality from coming between the picture and the spectator. Limited in scope, commonplace in incident, and deliberately ordinary in type of characters, her novels have the exquisite finish and perfection of a miniature. Parallel in some respects to Miss Austen's novels of English provincial life are Miss Edgeworth's, dealing with the Irish, and Miss Ferrier's, with the Scottish field. Together these ladies stand at the head of all that still vigorous branch of fiction which, in America, is mapping the life of the whole country with sectional novels, like those of New England by Miss Jewett, Miss Wilkins, and Mrs. Riggs, of the South by James Lane Allan, George W. Cable, and Thomas Nelson Page, of the Middle West by Meredith Nicholson and Booth Tarkington. the Greater Victorians. 50 years ago, the world of readers was divisible into the partisans of two great novelists, who, despite their limitations, made more obvious by the development of fiction on the continent, still rank among the highest. William Makepeace Thackeray, who went back, as has been said, to the work of Fielding for his models, devoted himself chiefly to the picturing of English society, in the more restricted sense of the word, from Queen Anne to Queen Victoria. Definitely and perhaps restrictedly English in his outlook on life, his view of the human scene is somewhat insular. His natural sentiment was tempered by an acute perception of the meaner elements in human nature to such a degree that his work has a strong satirical element, and some have even been misled into thinking him characteristically a cynic. Gifted with a superb style, with profound sympathy and insight into human emotion, and with a power of rendering the picturesque aspects of a society, Thackeray remains a great master. The work of his contemporary, Charles Dickens, has had an even greater popular success. Dickens's early career gave him a knowledge of a much humbler grade of society than Thackeray pictures, and at the same time left him with a vivid sense of the wrongs under which the more unfortunate members of that society suffered. This led him to devote many of his works to the redress of social grievances, and connects him with the general humanitarian movements of modern times. Powerful as was Dickens's influence for reform in his own time, it seems clear that the very specific nature of the evils he attacked is bound to impair the permanence of his work, as it always impaired the artistic value. But we relish still his buoyant humor and geniality, the binding interest of his complex, though sometimes confusing, plots, and the charm of his immense throng of creations, typical to the point of caricature, but in their setting vital, appealing, and eminently memorable. Science and philosophy in the novel. In spite of the abundant humor in both Thackeray and Dickens, the novel with them had become a very serious form, the vehicle of important moral and social truths. In the hands of its more notable masters, serious it has remained. The prevalence of the scientific point of view, so marked since the promulgation of the theories of Charles Darwin, has left distinct traces on the history of fiction. The philosophical and scientific learning of George Eliot appears in her work in the emphasis on the reign of law in the character of the individual, and although she possesses a rich vein of humor, the charming playfulness in which her immediate predecessors permitted themselves to indulge is replaced by an almost portentous realization of the responsibilities of art and life. In Thomas Hardy, too, the scientific influence is plainly felt, the overwhelming power of environment and circumstance being presented with a force so crushing as to leave the reader depressed with a sense of the helplessness of the individual, without any compensating faith in a benevolence controlling the external forces which overwhelm him. Yet these writers display profound psychological insight and make distinguished contributions to the progress of the art of fiction in its advance toward a more and more complete and penetrating portrayal of the whole of human life. Less somber in tone, but no less brilliant in workmanship, are the novels of George Meredith. Hampered in regard to the greater public by a style at once dazzling and obscure, Meredith has been acclaimed by his fellow craftsmen as a great master. Beginning partly under the influence of Dickens, Meredith gained for himself at length a peculiar and distinguished position as perhaps the most intellectual of the English novelists, or, at least, the novelist who concerns himself most with the intellectual processes of his character. Yet he is far from impoverished on the emotional side, and there are few scenes in fiction more poignant in their tragedy than that which closes The Ordeal of Richard Feverel. Besides the influence of modern science, English fiction has latterly been much affected by foreign models, especially French and Russian. The tracing of these streams, however, would bring us to the consideration of men still writing, and involve us in a mass of production which cannot be characterized here, and on which we cannot hope to have as yet a proper perspective. The great amount of distinguished writing in the field of the English novel, which has been revealed even in this rapid survey of its history, will have suggested to the reader why it was found hopeless to try to represent it in the Harvard Classics. But these writers are easy of access, and this is the side of literature which the modern reader is least apt to ignore. Yet it is also the side which is most likely to be read carelessly, without consideration of purpose or method, so that it may now be worthwhile to try to come to some understanding as to its aim and the conditions of its excellence. 2. The purpose of fiction. In considering the purpose which works of fiction may be supposed to fulfill, it will be of interest and value to note what some of the more prominent writers have said with regard to their reasons for practicing the art. The more selfishly personal motives may be passed over quickly. Money and fame have been desired and welcomed by most authors, as by most men, but they help us little to an understanding of the purpose of literature. Yet there are some who have written with neither of these in view, like Jane Austen, who died leaving a considerable part of her work unpublished, and apparently without having sought to publish it. Since the motives of men are more usually complex than simple, it is a safe assumption that even those who have frankly written for a living, or who have acknowledged the lure of ambition, have had other things in view as well, and have not found profit or honor incompatible with deeper and more altruistic aims. Of these last, the most commonly claimed is the moral improvement of the reader. No one has been more explicit about this than Richardson, whose preface to Pamela is characteristic enough to quote at length. If to divert and entertain, and at the same time to instruct and improve the minds of the youth of both sexes, if to inculcate religion and morality in so easy and agreeable a manner as shall render them equally delightful and profitable, if to set forth in the most exemplary lights the parental, the filial, and the social duties, if to paint vice in its proper colors, to make it deservedly odious, and to set virtue in its own amiable light, and to make it look lovely, if to draw characters with justness and to support them distinctly, if to effect all these good ends in so probable, so natural, so lively a manner as shall engage the passions of every sensible reader and attach their regard to the story, if these be laudable or worthy recommendations, the editor of the following letters ventures to assert that all these ends are obtained here together. In this similar vein, his Clarissa is proposed as an exemplar to her sex, and is made as perfect as is consistent with human frailty, her faults being put in chiefly lest there should be nothing for the divine grace and a purified state to do. Fielding, though less verbose, is no less explicit. He claims for Tom Jones that to recommend goodness and innocence hath been my sincere endeavor in this history, and that he has endeavored to laugh mankind out of their favorite follies and vices. Of Amelia, he says, the following book is sincerely designed to promote the cause of virtue. The frequent satirical tone of Thackeray, as well as the nature of his analysis of human motive, testifies to his sharing Fielding's desire to drive men out of their follies and vices by ridicule and contempt. Dickens characteristically combines the improvement of the individual with the reform of institutions. Of Martin Chuzzlewit, he says, "My main object in this story was to exhibit in a variety of aspects the commonest of all vices, to show how selfishness propagates itself, and to what a grim giant it may grow from small beginnings. Again, I have taken every possible opportunity of showing the want of sanitary improvements in the neglected dwellings of the poor." In contrast to such ethical claims as these, Scott's confession, "I write for general amusement," sounds more than humble, yet he frequently repeats it. He hopes to relieve anxiety of mind, to unwrinkle a brow bent with the furrows of daily toil. At times he approaches the moral aim of his more serious brethren, to fill the place of bad thoughts and suggest better, to induce an idler to study the history of his country. The novel with a purpose. In contrast with these older statements of purpose is the assumption prevailing among the more serious of modern novelists that fiction is primarily concerned with giving a picture of life. This aim is set forth not only in explanation of their own work, but as a test of the value of that of others, irrespective of intention. By it is displayed the peculiar danger of novels with a purpose, whether that purpose is moral or social. They point out that Richardson's method of exemplars, whether of virtue to be imitated or vice to be shunned, is apt to result in creations snow white or pitch black, which fail in truth because human nature, even in the best and worst, is a complex of good and evil, and which fail in effectiveness because the reader finds no corroboration in his experience and remains unconvinced of their reality. Similarly, the novelist with a theory to prove, of stupidity or cruelty, of bad poor laws, foul prisons, red tape, and the law's delays, as in Dickens, of the rights of women, the falsity of Calvinism, the wickedness of commercial marriages, as in more modern writers, is likely to drive his point home by exaggeration, false proportion, some interference with the natural way of the world. The aim to recommend virtuous action by the display of poetic justice is open to the same objections. In both cases, there results loss of both truth and effectiveness. The same may be true of both the satirical and the merely entertaining aims. In the first, the emphasis on the traits held up to ridicule runs the risk of going beyond the bounds of the normal. In the second, the curious, the marvelous, the mysterious, or the amusing may be sought for at the expense of the natural, with the result that the reader's skepticism prevents his submitting himself to the illusion of reality necessary for the enjoyment of the pleasure or the advantages to be derived from imaginative art. Kinds of realism. The zeal for true pictures of life, which thus censures the older theories of instruction and delight, is part of the modern tendency to realism and is connected with the triumph of the scientific point of view. Indeed, its most extreme advocates are at times quite explicit about this. We should work, says Zola, upon characters, passions, human and social facts, as the physicist and chemist work with inorganic bodies, as the physiologist works with living organisms. On this theory he believed himself to have constructed his novels, and though he did not carry it out as rigorously as he supposed he did, the results of it are all too evident in the assembling in his pages of vast masses of almost statistical facts set down without regard to taste, convention, or decency. But not all modern realists interpret their creed in so mechanical a manner. Many have held to the belief in true pictures of life without committing themselves to the extreme view that the record should be untinged with the personality of the writer. And indeed, it is now fairly well agreed that such absolute objectivity is neither possible nor desirable. It is not possible for many reasons. All the facts concerning any human episode, not to say life, cannot be recorded in a book. So infinitely numerous and complex are they, linked to thousands of others which are necessary to a full statement of them, and themselves involving a life history and an immemorial ancestry. Thus, in the most severe realistic work, selection is necessary, the selection of what seems significant to the author, and with this selection the personal element has already entered. Again, the sympathy of the author unconsciously determines questions of relative stress and emphasis, and intimate qualities of temperament and imagination affect the atmosphere in which the most baldly reported incidents take place. Artistic versus literal truth. So we arrive at the important distinction between artistic and literal truth. This is a distinction which everyone is accustomed to recognize in daily intercourse, yet which even professional critics are liable to muddle at times in the discussion of art. We all know how it is possible to report the bare facts of an action or the actual words of a conversation so as to convey to the hearer a totally false impression. On the other hand, an accurate view of what was done and said, with the right implications as to character, motive, and tone, may be conveyed without any reproduction of facts, in the narrow sense, at all. The second method is clearly that at which the artist should aim. His business is with the typical, not the individual, the permanently characteristic, not the temporarily actual, the spirit, not the letter. Most of us have heard discussions of a book in which a critic has urged as an objection that the certain incident is not lifelike, when a friend of the author has triumphantly answered that that precise incident is the thing in the work which actually happened. Supposing that the criticism was just, we see at once that one of two things must have occurred. Either the author did not understand what happened in real life, failed to see its true causes and relations, and so did not himself know the real facts, or else he reported it out of its true relations, and so deprived the reader of the means of knowing the real facts. An apparent third possibility might also be mentioned, that the episode in question was what might be called a freak happening, an abnormal occurrence like the birth of an 8-legged calf, which, while historically actual, is really out of the order of nature, and not in itself fit to be a link in the chain of happenings which a true picture of life represents. Of course, such an abnormality has a cause, but the obscurity of the cause makes this possibility a special case under our first explanation. It is not easily displayed in connection with its true causes. The author's philosophy of life. It is evident, then, that the recording of mere detached facts, untouched by the author's personality, is not only impossible, but may, when attempted, lead to the violation of actual truth. The door is thus open to the exercise of the artistic judgment, both in the selection of material and in its manipulation and presentation. The background of this judgment, as it were, is the general view of human nature and of the world at large which the individual author entertains. This view has been arrived at by the observation and meditation which he has practiced throughout his life. The conclusions which it involves affect the interpretation of everything that comes under his notice, and its first effect on his art is in determining the choice of subjects to be treated. Individual people and events will arrest his attention and suggest artistic treatment according as they are happy illustrations of what he has perceived to be general truths, and in his treatment he will not scruple to modify them to make them more apt. He will choose what Bagehot calls literatesque subjects, subjects fit to be put in a book, as he calls picturesque subjects those fit to be put in a picture. And he defines both as those summing up in a single instance the characteristics that mark the class as a whole to which they belong. Defense of the novel with a purpose. Let us now compare this conclusion to the legitimate purpose of the novel with such a moral aim as that of Richardson. As a matter of fact, the difference lies more in his way of stating his theory than in his practice. So far as his observation of life led him to believe that people of the type of Pamela and Clarissa act in general as these heroines do, and that their fortunes in general are determined by their character and their society in the manner he represents, So far, he is merely using them properly as illustrations of the view of life of which experience has convinced him. So far, however, as he modifies their characters or careers to conform not to the way the world is, but to the way he wants people to believe the world is, he is artistically false. His picture fails in truth, and the modern reader declines to be interested or convinced. The whole question turns on whether the author puts first artistic truth or effect. If he is more concerned with specific effects than with truth, his novel with a purpose will deserve the contempt with which the phrase is usually employed. If his main concern is with truth, his purpose being merely a special illustration of the truth with whatever practical result in mind, will do no harm, but may add greatly to the zest with which he paints his picture. The value of fiction. Assuming the correctness of the view that the novelist's business is to give true pictures of life, we are met by the question of the value of this result. The answer to this is twofold. There is an intellectual value and an emotional value. The amount and range of experience that comes to the ordinary man is of necessity limited. Most of us are tied to a particular locality, move in a society representing only a few of the myriad human types that exist, spend the majority of our waking hours attending to a more or less monotonous series of duties, or enjoying a small variety of recreations. In such a life, there is often no great range of opportunity, and the most adventurous career touches, after all, but a few points in the infinite complex of existence. But we have our imaginations, and it is to these that the artist appeals. The discriminating reader of fiction can enormously enlarge his experience of life through his acquaintance with the new tracts brought within his vision by the novelist, at second hand, it is true, but the vivid writer can often bring before our mental eyes scenes and persons whom we can realize and understand with a greater thoroughness than those we perceive directly through our senses. The materials for the understanding of men and life are thus greatly increased, and at the same time the data for the forming of those generalizations which collectively make up our philosophy. The basis of all sound altruistic activity is sympathy, and sympathy again depends on the imagination. We act tactfully and effectively for the relief of another's suffering when we are able imaginatively to put ourselves in that other's place. Now, familiarity with well-described characters in fiction not only makes us acquainted with a much wider variety of human beings and enables us to understand them, but it provides us with a kind of emotional gymnastic, increasing our capacity for putting ourselves wholeheartedly and clear-mindedly in the other man's place. Thus, such familiarity is a corrective of both provincialism and selfishness, broadening the outlook and enlarging the emotional range through the development of the imagination. Here is an ethical result more effective by far than that indicated by the old formula of exemplars, warnings, and poetic justice, and one that implies no forcing of the truth to bring its lessons home. The methods of fiction. In what has been said about fiction as a picturing of life, something has already been implied as to the methods involved. There remain, however, some other important questions of technique on which we may briefly touch. However true a writer's picture of life, it is of little value if it does not impress itself on the reader. The question of effectiveness is thus of great importance, and with certain classes of authors, it not infrequently absorbs them to the exclusion even of the question of truth. The most comprehensive element of effectiveness is structure. A story that does not hang well together, in which the scenes are mere scattered episodes, which has no palpable thread, no climaxes, and no conclusion, is not likely to be read through, and if it is, it rouses no deep interest, intellectual or emotional, and leaves no definite stamp on the memory. The factors which it lacks are those that give unity of structure. From this point of view, the problem of the novelist is to make as close-knit and thoroughly organized a plot as possible without violating natural probability in appearance or reality. This is the greatest of technical problems for the author, as the critical appreciation of structure is the last power to be acquired by the careless reader. Yet no sound capacity for judging or enjoying fiction is possible to him who cannot thus view the work as a whole. Somewhat similar faculties are required on a smaller scale in the handling of situation and incident. Many writers are able to present these effectively in isolation, but the great writer treats them not as beads on a string, but as stones in a great building. Both plot and incident in turn must be vitally related to character. Not only must the persons stand out clearly described and recognizable as the people we know, but the things that happen and the kind of characters through and to whom they happen must reciprocally explain each other. Much discussion has taken place with regard to the propriety of explicit analysis of character in the novel. Some writers feeling bound to let a character's words and deeds alone explain him as they do in the drama, others feeling free to come forward in their own persons and explain frankly the motives and feelings of their creatures. Much naturally depends on the way it is done. Thackeray's friendly gossip with the reader behind the backs of his dramatis personae is often so charming that we should be loath to lose it, and often the explicit statement of the author saves us much labor and prevents important misunderstanding. On the other hand, there is unquestionably great satisfaction in the drawing of our own inferences, and a considerable gain in the illusion of reality when the actors are allowed to exhibit their quality unaided by a talking showman. The attempt has here been made to outline some of the main principles of the art of fiction without adopting the partisan attitude of any one school. Within the limits of these principles, there is room for a great variety of type, for realism and romance, for chronicles of the commonplace and annals of adventure, for stirring tales of action, and subtle psychological analysis. The endless variety of human life supplies an equally endless variety of themes, and the nature of the theme will properly lead to emphasis now on the external, now on the internal, now on the ordinary, now on the extraordinary, with appropriate variation of the technical methods employed. But with all this variation, the demand holds for truth to the permanent and essential traits of human nature and human life, and for vitality and interest in the presentation of this truth. But what, the reader may ask, of the pleasure from novels? Naturally, since the giving of pleasure is usually assumed as the main end of fiction. Well, pleasure largely depends on who is to be pleased. There are readers who could demand no greater pleasure than the sense of enlargement of personality, of the scope of experience and sympathy, which has been put down as the chief value of the novel. It may be claimed also that in the demand that fiction should impress vividly and hold the interest powerfully, we have provided for the seekers after pleasure. The greatest pleasure is to live broadly and intensely, to feel oneself in a world significant at every point and palpitating in response to our activities, and this the greatest fiction surely tends to give. One of the finest of modern masters of the art, Mr. Henry James, has summed up the matter in an epigram as true as it is brilliant, that we are entertained by the novelist because we live at his expense. End of section 26. Section 27 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. 2. Popular Prose Fiction by Professor F. N. Robinson. The works to be dealt with in the present lecture are widely separated in time and place. They include Aesop's Fables, a collection which bears the name of a Greek slave of the 6th century, but is actually a growth of many generations before and after him, the Arabian Nights, which contains Oriental stories of diverse origin, the sagas of medieval Ireland, as represented by the destruction of Dederga's hostel, and the folk origin, the sagas of medieval Ireland as represented by the Grimms, or imitated by Hans Christian Andersen. In so broad a range of writings, there is naturally great variety of matter and style, and there might seem at first to be few common characteristics. But all the works mentioned, or all except Andersen's tales, are alike in being popular prose fiction, and Andersen's collection is an artistic imitation of similar productions. The meaning of popular. The term popular is here employed, of course, in a technical meaning and does not have reference to vogue or popularity in the ordinary sense. Popular works, in the stricter definition of the term, are anonymous and are held to be the product of many successive authors. They commonly pass through a long period of oral transmission before being committed to writing, and they are consequently cast in a conventional or traditional rather than an individual style and form. The exact nature and extent of popular composition is a matter of dispute. In the case of ballad poetry, with its dancing, singing throng, the process of communal authorship can sometimes be actually observed. But in the case of the prose tales, no such opportunity exists for collective composition. Still, even there, the changes and additions introduced by successive narrators make of a story a common product for which no single author is responsible. Popular works in both prose and verse show various stages of artistry, and just as in the Anglo-Saxon epic of Beowulf, there is evidence of the hand of a single poet of high order, so in the Arabian Nights, for example, one may suspect that the style and structure were largely molded by a single writer or group of writers of skill and literary training. There are many mooted questions as to the history of the whole type, or as to the exact nature of particular works, but there can be no doubt of the existence of a great body of literature which is in a real sense public property, popular somehow in origin and transmission, and thereby determined in its character. Both the verse and the prose of this popular sort are well represented in the Harvard Classics, the former by the traditional ballads, and the latter by the works enumerated above. Modern taste for popular literature. Writings of the kind under consideration would probably have had a less conspicuous place in a literary or educational collection a few generations ago. For interest in popular literature, or at least formal attention to it on the part of the learned and cultivated, is largely a growth of the 18th and 19th centuries. In earlier periods, and especially in those when classical standards prevailed, the study of literature meant primarily the study of great masterpieces of poetry, philosophy, or oratory, and the art of criticism consisted largely in the deduction of rules and standards from such models. The products of the people, if noticed at all by men of letters, were likely to be treated with condescension, or perhaps judged by formal standards, as Addison praised the ballad of Chevy Chase for conforming in great measure to the narrative method of the Aeneid. But in more recent times the spirit of criticism has changed, and writers have even swung to the opposite extreme of adulation of all popular products. The part of the people in composition has been magnified until the Iliad or the Beowulf has been conceived as the actual production of a whole community. With this renewed admiration for popular literature in its highest forms has come an enthusiastic interest in all the minor products of popular or semi-popular composition, and vast numbers of scholars have devoted themselves to the collection and investigation of folk songs and folk tales from every corner of the world. Most interest has doubtless centered in the poetry, as most labor and ingenuity has been spent upon the great epics, such as the Eliot or the Nibelungenlied. But the excellence of much popular prose narrative has also been recognized, and this also has been very extensively studied. Influence of popular upon artistic literature. Though popular fiction has not always occupied a dignified place in the works on literary history, it has long exerted an important influence on the more sophisticated forms of literature. In the ancient world, it is almost too obvious to point out the myths upon which drama and epic turned were at the outset often popular tales of gods and heroes. The fable, as the embodiment of moral wisdom, has been, of course, the constant resource of speakers and writers, and in the hands of such poets as Marie de France in the 12th century or La Fontaine in the 17th, it has received the highest finish of art. Though the Arabian Nights collection as a whole is of recent introduction into European literature, Oriental tales of the sort which compose it circulated extensively in Europe from the time of the Crusades, and supplied much material for the fiction of the Middle Ages. In the last century, too, poets have found a rich storehouse in the tradition of the days of good Harun al-Rashid. The folk tales of northern Europe, again as represented by Celtic and Scandinavian sagas, or by the modern German collection of the Grimms, have been the source of much lofty poetry and romance. Many a great play or poem goes back in substance to some bit of fairy mythology or to a single tale like that of a persecuted Cinderella or of a father and son unwittingly engaged in mortal combat. The splendid romances of King Arthur have derived many of their essential elements from popular sagas, not very different in character from the account of Dodurga, printed in this series. In the hands of court poets or polite romancers, the original stories were, of course, often disguised beyond easy recognition. Their motives were changed, and they were transferred to the setting of a higher civilization. Oftener than not, the authors who treated them were wholly unaware of the history or meaning of the material. Yet a chief result of the critical scholarship of the last 100 years has been to show how the highest products of literary art are derived from simple elements of popular tradition. Characteristics of popular narrative. From the historical point of view, then, popular fiction has an important place in literary education, but in and for itself also, without regard to historical standards, this great body of writings possesses a direct human interest not inferior to that of the literature of art. The works selected for the present series illustrate very well the varieties of the type and the phases of life with which it may be concerned. The collections of Andersen and the Grimms offer, in general, the least complicated of narratives. The tales, or Märchen, as they have come to be called in English as well as in German, deal with simple episodes, localized to be sure, but having for the most part no marked national or personal character. They are universal in appeal and almost universal in actual occurrence wherever folklore has been collected. A very simple stage of narrative is likewise exhibited by the Aesopic fable. The hero tale of Ireland, on the other hand, is a more complex product. Here there is accumulation of episodes with something like epic structure, and definite characters, half historic and half legendary, stand out as the heroes of the action. The localization is significant, and the stories reproduce the life and atmosphere of the Northern heroic age. Both the narrative prose and the numerous poems that are interspersed in the sagas testify to the existence of a distinct literary tradition, still barbaric in many respects, in the old bardic schools. Finally, the Arabian Nights presents a still more elaborate development in a different direction. The fundamental elements again are beast fables, fairy lore, and the popular anecdotes of love, prowess, or intrigue, but they are worked up under the influence of a rich and settled civilization and depict, with something like historic fullness, the life and manners of the Mohammedan Middle Ages. The collection, like the works mentioned earlier, is of unknown authorship and is plainly the product of many men through many generations. But the style gives evidence of a finished literary tradition. The nameless and numerous contributors appear to have been men of books rather than the simple storytellers of an age of oral delivery. Though not in the stage of individual authorship, the Arabian Nights stands yet outside the range of the strictly popular and within the realm of literary composition. Even in its most elaborate development, however, popular fiction remains something quite different from the customary modern novel or narrative poem. It commonly lacks a sustained plot, worked out with close regard to cause and effect. Still more characteristically, it lacks the study of character and the intellectual analysis of such varied problems as occupy the fiction of the present age. The popular romances lay their stress chiefly on incident and adventure or simple intrigue, and set forth only the more familiar and accepted moral teachings. They represent, on the whole, an instinctive or traditional rather than a highly reflective philosophy of life. For all these reasons, they have come to be regarded chiefly as the literature of children, a natural result, perhaps, of the fact that they originated largely in the childhood of civilization, or among the simple peoples in more advanced ages. But it is noteworthy that they were not, in most cases, really intended for the young, and the man or woman who has outgrown them completely has one serious loss to set down against the gains of advancing years. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brandon Brinkley. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Malory by Dr. G. H. Maynadier. Sir Thomas Malory is unique among English writers. His famous Mort d'Arthur, which came from the press of William Caxton, the first English printer, in 1485, he completed probably in 1470. Thus he wrote at a time when the printing press was beginning to make the various European languages less changeable than they had been when a gentleman's library might consist of but a single parchment manuscript. He was near enough to our own day to be the first English author whose work can now be read with enjoyment and yet without special study. Save for an occasional word which one must look up in a glossary, like the obsolete wood, meaning frenzied, a page of Malory, despite its archaisms of grammar and expression, is as intelligible as one of the latest magazines or novels. Nevertheless, when he wrote, the world of European civilization was still narrow, materially and intellectually. The Atlantic was its bound to the west, the Sahara to the south. The Far East was an almost mythical Cathay. The Renaissance had scarcely made itself felt beyond Italy. To all but a few scholars, the old worlds of Greece and Rome and Palestine were known solely through stories from poetry and history so metamorphosed that King David, Julius Caesar, and Alexander the Great wore medieval armor and held splendid court like Capet and Plantagenet kings. In spirit, Malory is as much of the Middle Ages as if he had died 200 instead of 200 years before Columbus set out to solve the mystery of the Western Seas. It is hard to believe that only half a century after his death, Englishmen should be reading Homer at Oxford and Cambridge, and Luther translating the New Testament into German, that a few years more, and the leading countries of Europe should be making plans for colonial empire which have resulted in the world powers of the present. Thanks to his living in just the years that he did, Malory has left us in his Morte d'Arthur a work full of medieval spirit with almost no medieval difficulty of language, though with a very charming suggestion of medievalism in style. Legend and Romance. Even if the Morte d'Arthur had not this charm of style, it would be important in literature as giving the modern world the most easily intelligible medieval version of what Tennyson called the greatest of all poetic subjects. Of the several valuable contributions of the Middle Ages to the general store of European art and thought, none is richer than their mass of legend stories of saints and martyrs, of many local champions of more or less fame, and of a few who, attaining wider fame, became great epic heroes of the world. In nearly every case, poetic fame has a basis of historical fact, but most of the superstructure and all its adornment is popular story. Such a hero is Siegfried, now the typical representative of the Germanic hero age, but at first no better known than half a dozen other warriors, like Dietrich of Verona, whose stories grew out of the unsettling migrations of the Germanic peoples in the 4th, 5th, and 6th centuries. Another is Charlemagne, as colossal a figure in medieval romance as in history, is the monarch who was crowned Holy Roman Emperor on Christmas Day in the year 800. An even greater epic hero of the Middle Ages is Arthur, who is much better known to English readers than the others, largely because of Sir Thomas Malory. The historical and the legendary Arthur. The historical basis of the Arthur legends is the Anglo-Saxon conquest of Britain. In the 3 centuries after the first settlement of the Germanic invaders in that island, the Britons were gradually driven into the mountains of Wales and Cumberland and the peninsula of Cornwall, or they fled across the Channel to turn Armorica into Brittany. Meanwhile, they suffered almost uniform defeat, but for a while, about the year 500, they won victories that for nearly half a century checked the Saxon advance. Their leader was Arthur, a good general, but probably not a king. Now, men much in the public eye attract stories to themselves, as witness the countless anecdotes related of Abraham Lincoln. With peoples of slight civilization, such stories are full of marvels and portents. Thus hero legends are made. Thus the Arthur legend grew up. Probably immediately after Arthur's death, popular story began to increase his fame. In the so-called chronicle of a British monk, Nennius, written 300 years after Arthur's victories, we have our sole literary glimpse of the romantic hero legend in the making, for Nennius associates several supernatural tales with the British leader. Presumably among Britons on both sides of the Channel, for Arthur won his victories before the principal migration to Armorica, similar association of marvel and adventure with the national champion was common. By degrees, these hero tales passed to the neighbors of the Britons. Because of their interest and poetic charm, they came to be known in both France and England, though always purely popular old wives' tales, beneath the notice of serious writers. The Norman conquest, however, had quickened tremendously interest in everything connected with Britain, even its legendary heroes. And so, early in the reign of Stephen, grandson of the Conqueror, the clerk Geoffrey of Monmouth, drawing on the store of British legend and altering it freely, ventured to publish his History of the Kings of Britain, an alleged chronicle in Latin prose. Here we have for the first time in literary form the story of Arthur, King of Britain, of his wide conquests, and of his death at the hands of traitorous Mordred. Soon other authors, mostly Anglo-Norman or subject to Anglo-Norman influence, began to use material similar to Geoffrey's. They celebrated Arthur's Round Table, and various knights whom Geoffrey had not mentioned. By the beginning of the 13th century, the stories of Arthur and his knights had become world literature, for Geoffrey's Chronicle and the first French Arthurian romances had been translated or adapted into every language of Western Europe. Wherever they went, these stories retained certain common traits. In all was poetic wonder. In all was utter geographical confusion and historical inaccuracy. Kings, knights, and ladies were characters contemporary with the authors who wrote about them. Instead of the rough manners of the 6th century, there was the polish of medieval chivalry. And with the exception of Geoffrey's work, the first Arthur stories were in verse, and the adventures of different knights formed the subjects of different romances. In historical inaccuracies, medieval authors did not change, or, for that matter, did post-medieval authors. Arthur and his knights remain for all time typical romantic representatives of the age of chivalry. But early in the 13th century, writers began to turn metrical romances into prose. Then they began to combine the adventures of one knight with another in one romance, till by degrees there grew up vast jumbles of adventure which clumsily tried to give something like comprehensive tales to the adventures of Arthur and all his principal knights. Owing to multiplicity of sources and mistakes of scribes, these composite stories were sometimes contradictory and confusing in the extreme. A late copy of one of them seems to have been Malory's principal source. Probably he modified this source by information from other manuscripts and by independent judgment in putting materials together. However that may be, he has by no means brought order out of chaos. Yet, taken as a whole, Malory's work has some organic structure. It is the best and clearest comprehensive story of King Arthur and of his noble knights of the Round Table that the Middle Ages have left us. The history of the Grail legend. Like the other principal Round Table stories, the story of the Grail came from ancient folk tales, if not from the mythology of the insular Celts. Both British and Gaelic Celts knew tales of life-giving or healing vessels analogous to the Grail, and they frequently associated with such a vessel a spear and sometimes a sword. There is even a tale of Irish fairies who had a cauldron from which no man ever went away unsatisfied, a spear, a sword, and a stone of fate that is perhaps related to the stone hoving on the water from which Galahad draws his fated sword. Explanations of the way in which pagan talismans of old Celtic story changed into objects of Christian significance in medieval story can probably never be more than conjecture. There is no doubt, though, that after the Grail story was incorporated in the Great Arthur cycle, about 1175, the tendency was to make it more and more significant of medieval Christianity, perhaps because the mysterious vessel called Grail suggested the sacred mystery of the sacramental cup. So, Percival, a good worldly knight, the first hero of the Grail, was superseded in the early 13th century by Galahad, invented by an unknown romancer for the sole purpose, apparently, of being an ideally ascetic hero. Already the Grail had become the cup from which Christ drank at the Last Supper, and symbolical of the communion cup. A long account had been written of its journey from Palestine to Britain, which is not included in the Morte d'Arthur. Marvels in the story were explained after the fashion of the scriptural interpretation of dreams. Sir Lancelot, Galahad's father, was made to come but of the 8th degree from our Lord Jesus Christ. And among the many monkish grafts on the old pagan tree was that so-called wonderful tale of King Solomon and his wife, and their 3 spindles, and Solomon's ship, all of which is not so wonderful as senseless. If Malory's version of the Grail legend is characteristic of medieval romance in introducing the superstition and ignorance of medieval Christianity, it introduces also its mystical beauty. Galahad, in his incomprehension of human temptation, may lack human sympathy, but he is a very fair picture of innocent youth, when, led by a good old man and an ancient, clothed all in white, he comes to sit in the Siege Perilous, in red arms himself, and a coat of red sendal, and a mantle upon his shoulders that was furred with ermine. He must be a very hard-headed agnostic or insensitive Puritan, who is not awed by the alighting of the grace of the Holy Ghost on the nights when the Grail appears miraculously at Arthur's court, and impressed by the celebration of the Mass at Carbonic and Sarras. Also, in secular ways, Malory's Grail chapters are typical of medieval romance. The institution of courtly love, that is, a knight's unquestioning obedience to his lady, such as we see in Lancelot's devotion to Guinevere, the obligation to the vows of knighthood, with its ideals of frankness, chastity, courtesy, and service to all who are weak and suffering, and also the forgetting of these vows in the heat of human passion, All this may be found in Malory's chapters of the Grail, as in the rest of his Morte d'Arthur. As Caxton says in the oft-quoted words of his preface to Malory's book, herein may be seen noble chivalry, courtesy, humanity, friendliness, hardihood, love, friendship, cowardice, murder, hate, virtue, and sin. But the general impression of it all is of good rather than evil, of many joyous and pleasant histories, and noble and renowned acts of humanity, gentleness, and chivalry. End of section 28. Read by Brandon Brinkley, Fort Worth, Texas, November 30th, 2023.
Section 29 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Chapter 4, Cervantes, by Professor J.D.M. Ford. Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra was born in the little Spanish university town of Alcalá de Henares in 1547. His father was a poor physician with a large family, and with somewhat nomadic propensities, hauling his offspring about from Alcalá to various other cities, such as Valladolid, Madrid, and Seville. The chances are that Miguel did not receive a university training. It is conjectured on fairly reasonable grounds that he qualified for teaching and became a tutor in a school at Madrid. At all events, by 1569 he was attached to the train of the Italian prelate Acquaviva, who had come to Spain as papal nuncio, and with the latter he went to Rome toward the end of that year. He did not long remain there, for in 1570 he was a gentleman volunteer on one of the vessels which, under Don John of Austria, inflicted a crushing defeat upon the Turk at the Battle of Lepanto. In the engagement, Cervantes was wounded quite seriously in his left hand, which remained forever after somewhat crippled. Still, after a period of convalescence spent in Italy, he played a part in other campaigns. Wearying of warfare, he took ship for Spain in September of 1575, having first provided himself with letters of recommendation from his military superiors and the Viceroy of Naples. These credentials, by means of which he had hoped to obtain preferment at home, proved to be his undoing, for his vessel was captured by Moorish pirates, and he was carried off to Algiers, where, because of the terms of praise in which these letters spoke of him, he was deemed a person of high degree and held for an excessively large ransom. As his family and his friends could not raise the exorbitant sum demanded for his release, he remained 5 years a captive at Algiers, passing through most varied experiences. Finally, as a result of a happy chance, he was liberated and could return to Spain. He has himself adverted to the manner of his life as a slave at Algiers in his play El Trato de Argel, and in the episode of El Cautivo in Don Quixote, and tradition has even more to say respecting it. It would seem that he headed many attempts at escape on the part of the Christian captives, and nevertheless was not subjected to the penalties for such attempts, of which impalement was the most usual. Possibly his captors regarded him as a madman, and therefore, according to Mohammedan ideas, exempt from punishment for his offenses. Literary activity of Cervantes. Back in Spain, he may have engaged again in military service for a brief period, but at all events, by 1584, he had entered seriously upon a literary career, for in this year he had completed his pastoral romance Galatea. This is a work of little merit, being as unnatural and tedious in its treatment of the life of shepherds and shepherdesses as are the many native and foreign works of its kind. Yet occasionally it does betray some real emotion, and it is thought to have brought to a happy termination his courtship of Catalina de Palacios. A man without private means, now facing the exigencies of married life, Cervantes conceived the idea of supplying his needs by providing plays for the Spanish stage, which was already entering upon its age of glory. The idea was a bad one, for of the more than a score of pieces composed by him at this time, not one was either a dramatic or a financial success. Defeated in this purpose, he was fain to fall back upon the meagre salary which he gained as a minor officer of the royal treasurer, for during some years after 1587 he was engaged in collecting provisions for the royal forces, or in extracting taxes from reluctant subjects of the king. The sober facts at our command would incline us to believe that Cervantes was leading a life of misery. No doubt he was, but in spite of this, he was constantly producing lyric effusions in praise of one or another friend, or celebrating this or that event. Once for all be it said that as a lyric poet, Cervantes occupies quite a minor rank. His verses are rarely imaginative or sprightly, and now and then, as when he strikes the solemn note, does he rise to any great poetic height. But Cervantes was not only versifying during all this time that he was meeting with misfortune in carrying out the duties of his humble public office. He was doing something vastly more important for us all. He was contemplating the composition of the Don Quixote. Legend has it that he wrote the Don Quixote in prison, but the legend is based on an unjustifiable interpretation of a passage in the prologue to that novel. Still, the first thought of it may have occurred to him in the enforced leisure of some one of his incarcerations, although the chances are that the actual writing of the first part extended over some years of the last decade of the 16th century, and through the first 3 or 4 years of the 17th. In 1605 the first edition of the first part appeared, and the story met with an acclaim which called forth speedily new editions at home and abroad, and no few translations into foreign languages. The Exemplary Tales. But 11 years more of life remained for Cervantes, and during these, in so far as our knowledge goes, he met with no more worldly prosperity than in the past, although it is possible that his pecuniary distress was alleviated somewhat by modest returns from his books, and by the bounty of his patron, the Conde de Lemos. In one of the chapters of the first part of the Don Quixote, Cervantes mentions by name a little tale of roguish doings, the Rinconete y Cortadillo. This, his own composition, reappears with 11 additional short stories in the collection entitled Novelas Ejemplares, which was issued from the press in 1612. Had he written nothing but the Exemplary Tales, his fame would be secure in the annals of Spanish literature. They were the best framed short stories so far produced in Spanish. They are interesting and realistic, although at times brutally offensive to morality. One of the proofs of the interest that they excited abroad is to be found in the fact that English dramatists like Fletcher, Massinger, Middleton, and Rowley drew upon them for the plots of some of their plays. While composing these dramatic pieces, Cervantes was carrying on apace a sequel to the first part of the Don Quixote. This second part, and conclusion of the story of the adventures of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, he completed hurriedly and published in 1615. Upon learning that a spurious second part had been put forth at Tarragona in Aragon in 1614 by a person who masquerades under the pseudonym of Fernandez de Avellaneda, and whose identity remains an enigma. The days of Cervantes were drawing to their close, but he continued to labor to the end, and on his dying couch he put the finishing touches to a novel of love and adventurous travel, the Persilis y Sigismunda. On April 23, 1616, Cervantes passed away at Madrid, nominally on the same day as Shakespeare, but not precisely so, on account of the difference still existing between the Spanish and the English calendar. His remains are supposed to rest in a community house of the Redemptionists in the Spanish capital. The purpose and significance of Don Quixote. For the modern world at large, the Don Quixote is that one among the works of Cervantes which exercises a paramount claim upon attention, and this it does both because it is the greatest novel as yet produced in the literatures of civilization, and because it is the sole work of cosmopolitan importance that Spain has given to the rest of humanity. But in giving it, Spain gave a noble gift, one which has brought unfeigned delight to the hearts and the minds of millions of human beings, peopling both the Eastern and the Western Hemisphere. And this delight remains ever fresh, although 3 centuries have passed since Don Quixote made his first sally forth. Cervantes began the Don Quixote with the intention of making it a satirical burlesque of the romances of chivalry, which for more than a century before had beguiled the Spanish fancy with accounts of absurdly impossible deeds of daring do. Their influence served only to entrance the Spanish mind, fascinating it with the glamour of aspects of medievalism that had long since ceased to exist, and diverting its attention from the real world with its serious daily tasks. As a matter of fact, the sway of the chivalric romances had begun to weaken even before the close of the 16th century, but it was from the Don Quixote that they received their death stroke, for no new work of their kind appeared after the Don Quixote was published. How did Cervantes achieve his purpose? Simply by adopting the methods of the romance of chivalry, and showing the falseness of their application to modern life. In a word, by demonstrating that they were out of date. But Cervantes built a structure far more grandiose than at first he had planned, for his work grew under his hand, and, transcending the author's original intent, became a great modern novel, which may be read, and is generally read with intense interest, by countless thousands who know not at all, and care not at all, that it is an attack upon a literary genre. Under Cervantes' vagabond pen, says Morel Fatio, a masterly critic of the work, governed only by the inspiration of the moment, his Don Quixote, issuing forth from a simple idea, that of ridiculing the novels of chivalry, of which no great development could have been expected, has become, little by little, the great social novel of the Spain of the beginning of the 17th century, in which all that marks this epoch, its sentiments, passions, prejudices, and institutions, has found a place. Hence the powerful interest of the book, which, independently of its value as a work of the imagination, and as an admirable treatise in practical philosophy, possesses in addition the advantage of fixing the state of civilization of a nation at a precise moment of its existence, and of showing us the depths of its conscience. End of section 29. Section 30 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. 5. Manzoni, by Professor J.D.M. Ford. At as early a date in their literary history as the 13th century, the Italians began to evince a propensity for tale-telling, and they have continued to indulge it unremittingly down to our own times. Until the 19th century, however, they favored the short story or tale rather than the longer and more ambitious form of narrative prose fiction called the novel or romance. If in the 14th century Boccaccio wrote his Fiammetta, if, about the end of that century, or at the beginning of the next, Andrea de Barberino compiled the Reali di Francia, and if the 15th and 16th centuries saw the appearance of the pastoral romance, the Arcadia, and of novels of adventure, as well as others infused with the erotic, or the sentimental, or the moralizing spirit, it must be admitted that all these works are either of poor vein, or, as in the case for the Fiammetta, the Reali di Francia, and the Arcadia of Sanazzaro, they are far more important in other connections than as examples of prose fiction. The 17th and 18th centuries present hardly anything of interest. With the early 19th century and the publication of the Letteri di Jacopo Ortiz of Foscolo, 1802, the true novel was inaugurated in Italian, and with the historical romance, I Promessi Sposi of Manzoni, first put forth in 1827, its lasting success was achieved. Life of Manzoni. Alessandro Manzoni, he never used his title of count, was born of a patrician family at Milan on March 7, 1785. His maternal grandfather was the noted publicist, the Marquis Cesare Beccaria. In his early studies, pursued mainly at Milan, he inclined naturally toward belles lettres, and reading assiduously by himself, he developed the seeds of genius within him. Toward the literary career, his steps were guided also by his relations with the kindly Italian poet Monti, whom he venerated. In 1805, his mother took him to Paris, where he frequented salons, the atmosphere of which was wholly rationalistic and Voltairian, and in which he imbibed doctrines of skepticism. These, however, were not to last with him. At this time there was formed his friendship with the French scholar and man of letters, Claude Fauriel, who now and for many years later helped to mold his mind. Back in Milan in 1808, he married there in that year the Protestant lady Enrichetta Blondel. 2 years later she became a Catholic, and Manzoni, impelled by her example and by a deep-rooted love, hitherto latent, for the ancestral religion, followed her into the church, to remain thereafter a sincere and devout communicant. Abiding in the Milanese region, he wrote there in 1821 his remarkable ode, the Cinque Maggio, commemorating the death of Napoleon, and at about this same time he commenced the composition of I Promessi Sposi. When it was fully published in 1827, he removed with his family to Florence, and for a while enjoyed the favor of the Grand Duke, who decorated the walls of his palace with scenes from I Promessi Sposi, and the society of leading statesmen and writers such as Giusti, Capponi, Niccolini, and Leopardi. Returning ere long to Milan, he had the misfortune to lose, 1833, his wife, as well as his daughter Giulia, who was married to the novelist Massimo d'Azeglio. In the sorrow of this period he derived no little comfort from his friendship with the brilliant although impetuous philosopher Rosmini and the novelist Tommaso Grossi. He remarried in 1837. During the stirring days of 1848 he showed himself a sterling Italian patriot, and urged his 3 sons to fight valiantly against the Austrian arms, then engaged in subjugating his native region of Lombardy. With the success of the Austrians, he retired voluntarily to a villa on Lake Maggiore, but the liberation of Lombardy again in 1859 brought him prominently to notice. King Vittorio Emanuele bestowed honors upon him and assigned him a pension, which to one in his straitened circumstances was very grateful. He was made a senator in 1860, and played a part in the assembly which proclaimed the Kingdom of Italy. Shortly after, in 1864, he was one of the National Assembly that voted for the transference of the capital from Turin to Rome. The Holy City he never visited, but in 1872 he was elected an honorary citizen of Rome, and in the letter in which he thanked the mayor for the courtesy shown him, he expressed his joy at the consummation of Italian unity. He died on May 22, 1873. Manzoni as a poet and critic. Among modern Italian poets, Manzoni takes high rank. Besides some minor lyrics and other poems of an occasional nature, he wrote the Inni Sacri hymns, in which he gives poetical form to the noblest and highest manifestations of the Christian religion, emphasizing especially the principles of charity, hope, and eventual comfort for all human ills. The ode Cinque Maggio, already mentioned, the ode Marzo, 1821, dealing with the aspirations and endeavors of the liberal party in Piedmont, and the 2-verse dramas, the Conte di Carmagnola and the Adelchi. These tragedies figure among the best productions of the Romantic movement in Italy, and they are the first examples of the historical play in Italian. The Conte di Carmagnola is concerned with the story of the famous captain of free lances, Francesco Busoni, called Carmagnola, who, in the 15th century, was undeservedly done to death by his employers, the Venetians. The Adelchi turns upon events in Lombardy back in the time of its king, Desiderius, and his foe and conqueror, Charlemagne. Noteworthy among the minor prose works of Manzoni are the documents in which he discusses the validity of the French system of unities as applied to dramatic composition, Lettre à Monsieur Chauvet, and the purposes of the Italian Romantic school, Lettera al Marchese Cesare d'Azeglio sul Romanticismo. In various writings he discusses the often mooted question as to what is the true form of speech for Italian literary expression, and he ranges himself on the side of sanity by advocating the use of the Florentine vocabulary on the part of Italian authors from all parts of the peninsula. I Promessi Sposi. His masterpiece is, of course, I Promessi Sposi, which, begun as we have seen in 1821, occupied Manzoni for some 6 years with its composition and its printing. Yet hardly had it appeared, when, faithful to his belief that the Florentine speech was the correct language of cultured Italians, he set to work to eliminate the dialectisms and Gallicisms in it, and the result was that in pure Tuscan the novel appeared, after 75 reprints of the first edition had been made, in the perfected form of 1842. Its main plot is simple, for the central story is that of the long-deferred marriage of 2 peasants, Lorenzo and his beloved Lucia. A tyrannical local potentate, aided by the proverbial Italian bravos, forbids their nuptials, because his own evil fancy has fallen upon the girl, and her parish priest, whose duty it is to perform the marriage ceremony, irrespective of all exterior influences, avoids doing so through terror of the tyrant Don Rodrigo and his bloodthirsty satellites. Eventually a pest carries away Don Rodrigo, and the union of the lovers is effected. They are married by their own timid parish priest, Don Abbondio, who has, in the meantime, been taught his duty by his noble superior, the saintly Cardinal Carlo Borromeo. Following Sir Walter Scott, whom he expressly acknowledges as his model for his methods, Manzoni gave to his novel an historical setting, adapting it to the romantic sentiments then dominating the literary world. He chose for the period of action the 3 years between 1628 and 1631, during the Spanish supremacy at Milan, when a terrible famine and pestilence made desolate that part of Italy, and he confined operations between Lake Como, which he knew so well, and the city of Milan. Before undertaking the writing of his great work, he made a serious study of works dealing with the pestilence and with administrative affairs of the time in which it occurred. Then, with the intuition of the true artist, having the historical and social conditions well in mind, and possessing the power to analyze the most delicate of human feelings, he assembled a number of characters of diverse sorts, through the play of which he presents us with a vivid picture of Lombardy in the early 17th century. Next to Dante and Ariosto, Manzoni is perhaps the greatest of Italian authors, the most universal in appeal. His worth was quickly acknowledged abroad, by Goethe in Germany, by Chateaubriand in France, by Scott in the British Empire, and the last named was proud to have provoked imitation on the part of a genius of so high an order. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Lectures on Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Criticism and the Essay. General Introduction by Bliss Perry. No one can turn over the pages of the Harvard Classics without realizing how much of the most delightful writing of the last 300 years has taken the form of the essay. No literary form is more flexible than this, and no form except lyric poetry has touched upon a wider variety of topics. Yet there is one subject of enduring human interest to which essayists are perpetually turning, and upon which they always find something new to say. It is the subject of books and reading. In the essays which deal with this perennially interesting topic, there is a constant expression of literary judgments that convey racial and national convictions, the ruling ideas of generation or a school, or the likes and dislikes of individuals. These judgments, properly collected and classified, become the material for a history of literary criticism. Indeed, a surprisingly large proportion of the epoch-making documents of criticism are really essays, both in form and mood. Importance of the essay in literary criticism. The significance of the essay in the formation and perpetuation of critical doctrine is also apparent if one turns to the formal histories of criticism. Systematic treatises on the theory of fine arts, including literature, have appeared at intervals since the time of Aristotle. The science of aesthetics as we know it was developed in Germany during the latter half of the 18th century, and it forms an integral portion of the philosophical system of Kant and of many philosophers. But these formal treatises upon the nature of beauty, involving as they do the analysis of the beautiful as it exists in the natural world and in the works of art, appeal primarily to a few thinkers and scholars, and not to the general public. It is true that men of genius like Goethe, Schiller, and Bach have the faculty of discussing the philosophic basis of aesthetic theories in such a way as to make them interesting and highly instructive to the general reader. But as a rule, the systematic treatises upon the nature and history of the fine arts and of literature in particular have been necessarily addressed to a limited audience. The discussions which have really caught the ear of the public have been the casual utterances of brilliant men in the act of attacking or defending a literary creed, of writing a preface to a book or a play, or of hazarding in some dialogue, pamphlet, or essay a new opinion about beauty, a new theory of poetry or of prose. What is an essay? To understand, therefore, the history of actual critical opinion, one must study the essay. It is a very variable, highly personalized literary form, resembling now a dinner table monologue or dialogue, and now a letter to a friend. Here it is a mere sparkling fragment of some solid mass of philosophical theory, and there it is a tiny jewel of paradox, interrogation, or fancy. Here an echo of some great historical debate over tragedy or comedy, and there the first faint stirring of some new living idea, which by and by will be tossed about with all the winds of doctrine. But however changeable this literary type may be, one who reads the various essays in the Harvard Classics can hardly fail to get a general notion of the nature of the essay. The type will gradually make itself clear to him as something different from the formal treatise, the dialogue, or the letter, or the magazine article. He will learn to watch the type emerge into clear outline with Montaigne and Bacon. He will see that it modifies itself under the influence of national traits or of the fashions of successive historical periods, that it differentiates itself into species and varieties precisely as other literary types undergo variation and development under specific conditions. It will flourish in one age and decline in another, as do the drama and the lyric, although, like them, the essay represents a certain permanent mode which never goes wholly out of fashion. The critical essay. The reader who is interested in literary criticism will soon find that the essay has been a particularly convenient form for conveying literary theories from one mind or age to another. The critical essay, which conforming in general to the flexible laws of the essay, is used for a specific purpose. It deals with the emergence, continuance, and disappearance of critical opinions. It records, in an informal but nonetheless effective manner, the judgment of Europe upon books. Let us take a specific example. Charles Lamb's essay on the tragedies of Shakespeare is a singularly perfect specimen of the essay type. It is personal and casual. It opens with the sentence, "Taking a nun the other day in the Abbey, I was struck with the affected attitude of a figure which I do not remember to have seen before, and which upon examination proved to be a whole length of the celebrated Mr. Garrick." And then Lamb passes, with apparent artlessness, from the affections and tricks of actors to the profound question of the possibility of an adequate representation of the personalities of Hamlet and Lear upon the stage. This personal essay, with its odd whims and fancies, deepens page by page into a masterly critical essay, which makes a distinct phase of the attitude of the English mind toward England's greatest poet. In similar fashion, Victor Hugo's preface to his drama Cromwell is a capital example of a personal essay, an essay rampant in its defense of the author's own literary creed. But that creed, as it happens, becomes also the triumphant creed of the young French Romanticists. They rallied around the preface to Cromwell as soldiers rally around the flag, and the essay became a concrete embodiment of a new reaction against classicism, a significant document in the literary history of modern Europe. The two essays which have just been mentioned, personal in their immediate character and yet even more significant as representing doctrines which came to be held by a generation or a school, may also serve to illustrate a third aspect from which essay may be regarded. One may study them in chronological order as successive indications of a national point of view. Thus, the English critical essay in the Elizabethan period, in the 17th century, or in any subsequent epoch, reveals the precise extent to which the English mind accepts, modifies, or rejects the main body of European critical doctrine. As affording material for such chronological study, it is not essential that any particular English critical essay should be marked by personal distinction of style or by special critical acumen. The undistinguished mass of book reviews, of gossip about writers, about the stage and other forms of contemporary art is often the most valuable evidence of the instinctive working of the English mind. What does an average bookish Englishman in a given decade understand by the words tragic, comic, heroic, the unities, wit, taste, humor, nature? The historian finds the answer in 1,000 casual expressions, each one of which bears the stamp of the period and the race. The Englishman interprets the general law and phrases of European criticism in terms of his own neighborhood and time, and a collection of English critical essay thus illustrates the traits of the English national character. The history of the word essay. Let us now turn from the broader relations of the essay with criticism and endeavor to ascertain precisely what the word essay means. The older English form of the word is essay, i.e. a trial or experiment. It is derived through the French from a late Latin word exegiam, which means a standard weight, or more precisely, the act of weighing. The word examine comes from the same Latin root. As defined by the Century Dictionary, essay means 1. A trial, attempt, or endeavor. 2. An experimental trial or test. 3. An essay or test of metal. 4. In literature, a discursive composition concerned with a particular subject, usually shorter and less methodical and finished than a treatise, a short disquisition. Dr. Samuel Johnson, who was himself one of the most famous essayists of his day, defines essay in his dictionary as a loose sally of the mind, an irregular indigested piece, not a regular and orderly composition. Possibly it was the doctor's happy word, sally, which suggested to a recent writer, Mr. F. N. Zabriskie, the following excellent definition. The essay is properly a collection of notes, indicating certain aspects of a subject or suggesting thoughts concerning it, not a formal siege, but a series of assaults, essays, or attempts upon it. It is for this reason that Mr. Zabriskie calls the essayist the excursionist of literature, the literary angler the meditator rather than the thinker. And he points out that the German mind is not adapted to the essay, since the Germans are not satisfied to make mere assaults upon a subject, mere excursions into it. They must go through a subject from end to end and leave it a conquered territory. The first modern essayists. Montaigne, who was the initiator of the modern essay 1580, laid stress upon its essentially autobiographic nature. He confesses that he writes not to discover things, but to lay open myself. He thinks that an essay should be spontaneous and free from every artificial trammel. It should have the characteristics of open, varied, wide-ranging talk. I speak unto paper as unto the first man I meet. Lord Bacon, whose first edition of essays appeared in 1597, is more orderly than Montaigne. He masses his material more closely, keeps to his topic, packs his sentences as full as they will hold. He is too austere for the leisurely, personal method of Montaigne. He imparts his contracted worldly wisdom coolly, almost impassively. He loves the pregnant opening and close. To write just treatises, he says, requireth time in the writer, and leisure in the reader, which is the cause that hath made me choose to write certain brief notes, set down rather significantly than curiously, which I have called essays. The word is late, but the thing is ancient. For Seneca's epistles to Lucilius, if one mark them well, are but essays, that is, dispersed meditations. And finally, Addison, whose essays sum up the early 18th century as completely as Montaigne and Bacon represent the late Renaissance, is quite as explicit as they are in emphasizing the informal character of this type of literature. When I make choice of a subject that has not been treated on by others, I throw together my reflection on it without any order or method, so that they may appear rather in the looseness and freedom of an essay than in the regularity of a set discourse. The antiquity of the essay. The thing is ancient, there is no doubt of that. Analogies to the mode of the modern essay and to its urbane, free, flexible methods of discussion may be found in the dialogues of Plato, in the lives and morals of Plutarch, and in the letters of Cicero, Horace, and the younger Pliny, in the gossipy Attic nights of Aulus Gellius, in the talks of Epictetus, and the meditations of Marcus Aurelius. There is nothing new under the sun, and there were Greek and Roman gentlemen quite as capable as Montaigne of writing with frankness, ease, quaintness, and an open-minded attitude of skeptical inquiry. But though they often revealed the spirit of the modern essayist, they were groping uncertainly after the appropriate literary form. Montaigne's great achievement was to hazard his fortunes in an unsurpassed series of sallies, assaults, essays upon 100 entrenched topics, and always to come bravely off, so that his tactics became the model for all literary skirmishes. To think and feel and write like Montaigne was to produce the modern essay. Without his example, it is doubtful if we should have had the essay of Lamb, of Emerson, and of Stevenson. Effect of the Renaissance on the essay. Supporting the whole theory and practice of Montaigne undoubtedly stood the Renaissance itself. This rebirth of the human mind, this new awakening of the vital energies and intellectual powers involved a new way of looking at the world. Nothing seemed quite the same as it had been. Church and empire and feudal system were apparently weakening. New nationalities, new languages were to be reckoned with. New continents were explored. New inventions altered the face of daily life. A new intellectual confidence, inquiry, criticism supplanted the medieval obedience to authority. There was a new weighing, essaying of all things. The actual world was changing before man's eyes, and the inner world changed no less. There was universal curiosity about individual capacities and opinions, experiences and tastes. The whole undulating and various scheme of things, to use a favorite expression of Montaigne, was a direct provocative of the essay state of mind, and the essay form, in turn, in its looseness, vagueness, and range, was singularly adapted to the intellectual spirit of the period. The bookish essay. One type of Renaissance essay, for example, concerned itself with a casual survey of the fragments of the classical and medieval world. Modern books like Taylor's Classical Heritage of the Middle Ages and The Medieval Mind, Einstein's Italian Renaissance in England, Sir Sidney Lee's French Renaissance in England, Spingarn's Literary Criticism in the Renaissance, and Saintsbury's History of Criticism set before us with abundance of detail the kind and extent of knowledge of the past which was possessed by Renaissance essayists. Caxton's naive prologues and epilogues to the popular classical and medieval books which he issued in English, Sir Philip Sidney's chivalrous defense of poesy, and Edmund Spenser's explanation to Sir Walter Raleigh of the purpose of the Fairy Queen, are good illustrations of the attitude of typical Englishmen toward the imaginative life of the past. Gregory Smith's collection of Elizabethan critical essays affords a fairly complete view which 16th century England had inherited from Europe. The evolution of English critical essay during the 300 years which have elapsed since then is mainly the story of preservation of these ideas and their modification or transformation under the successive impacts of new intellectual forces and of differing social and literary conditions. The essay as expressive of curiosity about life. Another type of essay originating in the Renaissance and a favorite with Montaigne deals not so much with books as with life itself. The new culture, the novel intellectual perceptions, altered at once the accepted theories of man's duty and destiny. Montaigne does not dogmatize about those matters. He asks questions, he suggests possible answers. The speculative essay, the philosophical and scientific essay, the social essay which draws its materials from the ever-renewed revelation of the actual life of man, all find their source in an awakened curiosity. The enthusiasm, the gusto with which 16th century men discussed every topic within their range of vision has remained an integral element of the effective essay. A man may set himself sadly and grimly to work upon his formal treatise, and write it through to the end with disillusion in his soul. But the born essayist, through knowing well enough that his raids into unconquered territory must be merely a perceptual series of sallies and retreats, nevertheless advances gaily to the assault. Like Lamb and Stevenson, he preaches without being a preacher. Like Huxley and Tyndall, he teaches when he means only to inform. So communicable and infectious is this gift of curiosity about life. The autobiographical essay. There is a third type of essay, originating in the Renaissance emphasis upon individualism, and confidently asserting itself upon the pages of Montaigne, Addison, Hazlitt, De Quincey, Emerson, Thoreau, and 100 other men. It is the autobiographic, egotistic essay in which there is rarely any insolence of egotism, but only an insatiable curiosity about oneself and an entire willingness to discuss that question in public. If you like the man who is talking, this kind of essay is the most delightful of all, but it betrays a great deal, and like lyric verse, the most intensely personalized mode of poetry sometimes betrays too much. When the right balance is struck between openness and conceit, or when, as with Emerson, the man is sweet and sound to the core, the self-revealing essay justifies itself. Indeed, it is thought by some critics that the subjective or lyrical quality of the essay is a part of its essential character. Thus, Professor S. E. Bradley has asserted brevity, simplicity, and singleness of presentation, the strong play of personality, the subjective charm, the delicate touch, the limited range of theme and of treatment, and the ordered beauty through exclusion of all disordered moods and fiercer passions. These flow directly from the presence and dominance of the lyrical element, and these are the constant features of the essay. One should add, perhaps, that all three of the essay types here touched upon, the critical, the ethical or philosophic, and the personal, were strongly colored during the Renaissance, as they have been at intervals ever since, by the spirit of nationalism. French criticism in the 16th century, as in the 19th, is very French. English criticism in Dryden and Arnold is very English. The moralizing of Milton's tractates and of Samuel Johnson's Lives of the Poets, the perpetual assertiveness of Thoreau's essay on walking, and Lowell's essay on democracy bear the unmistakable accents of English and of America, blood tales, in the essay as elsewhere. Essay as historical documents. In fact, one of the most interesting studies made available through the Harvard Classics is the survey of various national modes in successive historical periods. Take, for instance, the English essayists of the 18th century. Here are characteristic utterances of men so differently yet richly endowed as Addison and Swift, Steele and Defoe, Sidney and Samuel Johnson, Hume and Burke. Yet the student of the 18th century, whether he is reading Hume or Burke on taste, or Johnson explaining the plan of his great dictionary, Defoe's ironical scheme for ridding the world of dissenters, or Addison's delicately sentimental musings in Westminster Abbey, detects beneath all the differences in style and varieties of personal opinion the unmistakable traits of race, nation, and period. These essays are thus historical documents of high importance. One understands better for reading them. The England of Marlborough and of Walpole, the England of Pitts and the Four Georges, any one century, as Carlyle said long ago, is the lineal descendant of all the preceding centuries, and an intelligent reading of the English essays of the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries is one of the best ways of learning that significant lesson. Aristotle and the critical essay. Even if the reader of these essays has no special knowledge of English history, and has hitherto paid but little attention to the influence of one school of thought upon its successors, he cannot help discovering one difference between what we have called the essay and its more specialized form, the critical essay. The essay moves in a circle. Its orbit tends to return perpetually upon itself. One may even say that the type was already complete in Montaigne, and that since then it has made no real advance. That we have only a succession of essayists, doing, of course, with infinite personal varieties of pattern, precisely what Montaigne showed them how to do. But the critical essay advances, albeit by zigzag lines. It is obliged to tack as the winds of doctrine shift and the tides of opinion ebb and flow. Yet it is always steering and not merely drifting. Take, for example, the most famous critical essay of the Greeks, the Poetics of Aristotle. It is an attempt to establish certain fundamental principles of aesthetic criticism, such as the laws of epic poetry and the nature of tragedy. It analyzed the structure of contemporary works of literary art, tested the psychological effect of poem and play upon the mind of the reader and spectator, and laid down some shrewd rules for the guidance of poets. It is an essay rather than an exhaustive treatise, but it is by no means the sort of essay which Montaigne would have written had he been a Greek. It is impersonal, analytical, scientific, and so logical in its matter, so penetrating its insight that it became a model of sound critical procedure. The rules of Aristotle, based as they were upon the facts of human nature and the character of the literature of his day, deserved the reverence with which they were treated by the man who rediscovered them in the Renaissance. Trouble came only when the attempt was made to apply them rigidly and mechanically to poems and dramas of a type different from anything that Aristotle had known. Yet out of this very confusion and necessity for readjustment came the critical essay as we know it. Aristotle had set up truth as his beacon mark, truth to the physical and psychological facts, to the laws of beauty which are also laws of the mind. When the critics of the Renaissance and of the age of neoclassicism in France and England, confronted as they were by new facts, tried loyally to adjust the Aristotelian formulae to the writing of Tasso, Shakespeare, and Molière, they made queer work of it. They endeavored to keep in mind both the pole star of the ancients and the roles of the French stage among the moderns, to say nothing of the cross currents of actual contemporary facts. It was a difficult course to sail, and it is no wonder that the history of critical essay exhibits every variety of daring and faltering seamanship. But the beacon mark of truth was there all the while, and though no navigator has ever succeeded in beating quite up to it, it is reward enough for the critical essayist if he seems to be making headway. Critical tradition and the essay. The writer of the critical essay, in short, finds that his course has been laid out for him by the very nature of the task which he has undertaken. The mere essayist, as we have seen, can sail in a circle, starting and ending with his own fancies. But the man who uses the essay as the vehicle of criticism must use charts and compass, must proceed from a given starting point to a definite point of arrival. And he cannot do this if he is ignorant of the efforts of his predecessors, and unaware of the general aims and methods of critical procedure. If he is writing, for instance, on the theory of poetry, he does not wish to leave the matter where he found it. He desires to make, if he can, a contribution to that branch of human knowledge, but he is not likely to succeed unless he has a tolerably clear notion of just how far the world-old discussion has proceeded at the point where he himself takes up the debate. When Horace wrote that clever versified essay on the poet's art, an essay which has been irreverently termed the businessman's guide to poetry, he had no intention of slavishly imitating the rules of the Greek theorists. But after all, his father had sent him to a Greek university, and the ghosts of his old predecessors were peeping over his shoulders as he wrote. And when, long afterward, the Italian Vida and the Frenchman Boileau came to write their own verse essays on the same topic, the ghost of the clever Roman held their pens. Sidney and Shelley, in composing their eloquent defense of poetry, had probably no conscious thought of continuing the formal discussion of poetic theory which the Greeks began and the Renaissance resuscitated. Nevertheless, their confessions of faith in poetry form an essential chapter in the evolution of criticism. So with the prefaces of Wordsworth and Coleridge and Walt Whitman. These men are innovators in theory and practice of their craft, but like most of the successful innovators and modernists in art, they possessed a fairly accurate knowledge of the ancient defenses which they were trying to carry by assault. Yet these assaults, no matter how brilliant, never really end the siege. The final truth escapes complete analysis and definition. The history of the critical essay shows only a series of approximations, a record of endeavors which must be constantly renewed. Types of criticism. Out of all this variety of effort, however, three tendencies of criticism emerge. They are usually called the judicial, the interpretive, and the impressionistic. The theoretical distinction between these tendencies of criticism is clear enough. Judicial criticism passes judgment upon established facts. It deals primarily with rules, with the canons of criticism, although it may, of course, examine the principles upon which these rules are based. Its estimates are likely to be dogmatic and magisterial. It says bluntly, in the voice of Geoffrey, what Wordsworth's Excursion will never do, that his White Doe of Ralston is the very worst poem we ever saw, imprinted in a quarto volume. It declares with Professor Charlton Collins that criticism is to literature what legislation and government are to states. The aim of interpretive criticism, on the other hand, is not so much to pass judgment upon a specific work as to explain it. It seeks and establishes, if possible, correct texts. It makes clear the biographical and historical facts essential to an understanding of the work in question. It finds and reveals the meaning and beauty there contained. It points out the ethical and social significance of the literary product. To explain a book, no doubt, is often tantamount to judging it. For if the book be demonstrated to be full of corruption, that is the most effective way of declaring it a corrupt book. Nevertheless, the object of the interpretive or appreciative critic is primarily expository, and he prefers that the reader himself should pass ultimate judgment in the light of the exposition which has been made. He puts the needful facts before the jury, and then rests his case. Saint Beuve is a master of this sort of criticism, as Geoffrey is of the magisterial. The impressionistic critic finally does not concern himself overmuch with the canons. He leaves universal considerations and the common sense of most to his rivals. Textual criticism bores him. The examination of principles strikes him as too scientific. The massing of biographical and historical details seem to him the work of the historian rather than the critic. He deals frankly in his own impressions, his personal references, the adventures of his soul in the presence of masterpieces. He translates the sensations and emotions which he has experienced in his contact with books into symbols borrowed from all the other arts and from the inexhaustible stores of natural beauty. His rivals may call him a man of caprice rather than a man of taste, but they cannot really confute him, for such are the infinitely varied modes of physical and psychological reaction to the presence of the beautiful, that nobody knows exactly how the other man feels. We must take his word for it, and the words of impressionistic criticism have often been uttered with an exquisite delicacy and freshness and radiance that make all other types of literary criticism seem for the moment mere cold and formal pedantries. The union and merging of types of criticism. So much for the theoretical distinction between the three tendencies. But no one can read many pages of the masters of modern criticism without becoming aware that all three tendencies frequently reveal themselves in the same man and even in the same essay. Some of the famous Impressionists like Lamb, Stevenson, Lemaitre, and Anatole France know a great deal more about the canons than they wish at the moment to confess. They play so skillfully with the overtones of criticism because they know the fundamental tones so well. Stevenson attempts scientific criticism in his essay on style, historical criticism in his essay on Pepys. Jeffrey occasionally writes natural character criticism quite in the expository method of Saint Beuve. Coleridge and Emerson, Arnold and Ruskin are too many-sided and richly endowed men to limit their literary essays to any one type of criticism. The justification of this eclecticism of practice is found, as we have tried to show, in the nature of the essay itself. It is the most sinuous, varied, and individualized of all the forms of prose literature. The moment it begins to deal with critical theory, however, it is obliged to make its reckoning with some one or more of the processes of judgment which have been evolved in the history of the race. It tends then to become historical, scientific, expository, judicial. It sails, as we have said, by the chart instead of in the capricious circle of purely personal preferences. And it is in this relation of the essay to the critical essay that we discover something of the literary and social significance of essay writing. It meets a need of the individual and performs at the same time a function for society. The individual reader turns to the essayists for delight, for stimulus, for consolation, for a fortification of the will. Cicero and Montaigne and Thoreau will talk to him about friendship and books and behavior. What more can he ask for? He finds in the essayists, as in the lyric poets, the reflection of his own moods, his own tastes, his own varied contact with experience. In their company, as in the company of every form of art, he becomes intimately aware of the fullness and richness of life. As for society at large, the essayists, and particularly those who have occupied themselves with criticism, have added in the establishment of standards of judgment. These standards are impersonal and relatively stable. They alter somewhat, it is true, with the progress of civilization and with the temper of successive historical periods in each of the civilized races of the world. But for any one generation, the norm exists. The departures from it and the returns to it constitute the aesthetic and intellectual activity of that generation. Expansion and contraction, the study of mankind followed by the study of individual men and women. Then a new series of generalizations followed by another series of concrete applications of ideas to life. That is the history of culture. And while the essay has from time to time asserted the claims of liberty in all matters of the mind, the critical essay has with equal persistence recognized and maintained the claims of authority. One generation needs no doubt that its literary skirmishes should fight mainly on the side of freedom, and another generation will need no less that they should rally to the defense of law. There can be little doubt of the primary need of our own generation in America. We shall find most profit in reading those essayists who have a respect for literary standards, who are on the side of law. End of section 31. Read by Ehsan Ahmed Mehdi on 21st of October 2023.
Section 32 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. What the Middle Ages read by William Allan Neilson. The history of English literary criticism may be said to begin with Sir Philip Sidney's Defense of Poesy. A few treatises on rhetoric and prosody preceded it, but it was with this book that there reached England the first important influx from the main current of the Italian and French criticism of the Renaissance. In the preceding centuries, men had, of course, expressed opinions about books. But these were random and personal, backed by no theory, part of no system, the casual utterances of men who merely knew what they liked. The evidence as to medieval taste in literature. But the taste of an age can be inferred from other sources than the formal judgments of official critics. The evidence of vogue, when it can be obtained, is most significant for the obvious reasons that a man's spending tells us more than his words of what he values. For the centuries when books circulated in manuscript only, the facts as to popularity are hard to get at, since the numbers of those that have survived are the residuum of 1,000 accidents. But the introduction of printing in the latter part of the 15th century affords an opportunity of an exceptional kind to learn which of the works then in existence were judged most promising and most worthy of the wider publicity which the new process made possible. It is for this reason that William Caxton, the first of English printers, is really an important figure in the history of literary opinion. For not only did he preface the books he printed with quaint and ingenious statements of his own reasons for thinking them important, but the mere fact of his choosing them is a valuable evidence of their popularity, as estimated by a shrewd man of business. The preponderance of didactic literature. As a matter of fact, this evidence coincides remarkably with the inferences that literary historians have drawn from other data. The fables which pass under the name of Aesop, to begin with what is probably the most ancient of the works he issued, had been popular for many centuries, and the tangle of relationships of the endless medieval collections in various languages is one of the most puzzling problems left for the modern scholar to solve. The value Caxton seems to take for granted, largely we may presume, because the didactic purpose which he always looks for first lies upon the surface and did not need to be pointed out. Indeed, more than half of the publications of Caxton, the prologues and epilogues of which are printed in the Harvard Classics, are confessedly of that improving kind for which the Middle Ages had so insatiable an appetite. The dictates and saying of the philosophers, and the distichs of Cato, were collections of aphoristic wisdom, the appeal of which is apparent, not merely from the number of copies made, but also from the frequency with which we find them quoted by all kinds of medieval writers. The Golden Legend. The Golden Legend was more specifically pious. It is the best-known collection of those marvelous stories of saints which happily perform the double service of cultivating faith and of providing entertainment by their constant stimulation of the sense of wonder. It is only the former of those services, however, which is explicitly recognized by Caxton. As gold is most noble above all other metals, In likewise is this legend hold the most noble above all other works, he says, and he prays that it profit to all them that shall read or hear it read, and may increase in them virtue, and expel vice and sin, that by the example of the holy saints amend their living here in this short life. Literature of entertainment. Of Chaucer's works he prints the immortal Canterbury Tales, and in the proem to this book he expatiates in praise of Chaucer's style and substance, both because he comprehended his matters in short, quick, and high sentences, eschewing prolixity, casting away the shafts of superfluity, eschewing the picked grain of sentence uttered by crafty and sugared eloquence, a characterization of the first great master of English, which few of his later critics have bettered. The whole tone of this proem is of a singularly noble and elevated enthusiasm, and in its evident genuineness and warmth it makes us forget that we are reading one of the earliest of English publishers' advertisements. The Trojan Legend and the Aeneid. The story of Troy, as everyone is aware, was unknown to the Middle Ages in the Homeric version. Two Latin prose works purporting to be derived from Greek contemporary accounts by Darius the Phrygian and Dictys the Cretan formed the basis of the medieval tradition. These were elaborated into a French metrical romance by Bernard de Saint-Meur in the 12th century, and from him the Sicilian Guido del Colon derived the material for his Latin prose history of Troy. For the later Middle Ages, Guido was the main source. It is to this tradition that Boccaccio's romance of Philostrato belongs, with Chaucer's expansion and paraphrase of it in his Troilus. On Guido also depends that French priest Raoul Lefebvre, whom Caxton translated in Bruges and Ghent, and finished in Cologne in the time of troublous word, when England was torn by the Wars of Roses, and there was little peace for letters at home. Under these circumstances, it is perhaps little wonder that the chief justification he offers for his labor in translation is the hope that the destruction of Troy may be example to all men during the word how dreadful and jeopardous it is to begin a war, and what harms, losses, and death follows. The Troy story he continued in his translation of a French version of the Aeneid of Virgil, that noble poet and great clerk. In this work he tells us he stood in great doubt between those advisers who urged him to use language which could be understood of the common people, and those who wanted him to use the most curious terms he could find. He chose a middle path, for as much as this present book is not for a rude uplandishment to label the Rhine, nay read it, but only for a clerk and a noble gentleman that filleth and understandeth in feats of arms, in love, and in noble chivalry. Caxton on Malory. Finally, we have his prologue to the great book of King Arthur, compiled by his contemporary, Sir Thomas Malory. If the Troy story was the favorite classical tale in medieval times, the romances connected with King Arthur were the most notable and the most widely diffused of more recent imaginative literature. Founded on a minute basis of old British history, the Arthurian legends had passed from the chronicles into romance, finding their most important artistic development in France, but spreading in translation and paraphrase into every country of Western Europe. At the close of the Middle Ages, an English knight, Sir Thomas Malory, collected, chiefly from French prose versions, materials for a loosely organized compilation of all the more important adventures, and retold them in a style and spirit that makes his book one of the great monuments of English prose. For this book Caxton had the warmest admiration, and, though here, if anywhere, we have a literature of entertainment, in it also Caxton finds a possibility of moral and spiritual improvement. Few of his words are better known than his worthy praise of Malory, and I, according to my copy, have downset it in print to the intent that noble men may see and learn the noble acts of chivalry, the gentle and virtuous deeds that some knights used in those days, by which they came to honor, and how they that were vicious were punished and oft put to shame and rebuke. Humbly beseeching all noble lords and ladies, and all other estates, of what estate or degree they be of, that shall see and read in this said book and work, that they take the good and honest acts in their remembrance and to follow the same, wherein they shall find many joyous and pleasant histories, and noble and renowned acts of humanity, gentleness, and chivalry. For herein may be seen noble chivalry, courtesy, humanity, friendliness, hardihood, love, friendship, cowardice, murder, hate, virtue, and sin. Do after the good and leave the evil, and it shall bring you to good fame and renown. And for to pass the time this book shall be pleasant to read in. But for to give faith and believe that all is true that is contained herein, ye be at your liberty. But all is written for our doctrine. This last sentence sums up the chief points in the professional faith of the father of English printing. Edification was assumed by him as by his age at the prime, if not the only, justification for writing and publishing. Yet, in spite of this narrow assumption, Caxton and the authors he did so much to make accessible were clearly sensitive to the element of delight, as well as of instruction in literature. And enough has been said of the contests of these prologues to show how rich they are in indications, not only of what the Middle Ages read, but why they read it. As for Caxton's own motives, if we took him literary, we should suppose that he translated and printed mainly to save himself from the sin of idleness. Yet, a more generous impulse is easily read between the lines, and it is no mere self-regarding purpose that finds utterance in the words he penned as he closed verily his long labor on the requial of the histories of Troy. Thus end I this book, which I have translated after mine author, as nigh as God hath give me cunning, to whom be given the laud and praising. And forasmuch as in the writing of the same my pen is worn, my hand weary and not steadfast, mine eye dimmed with overmuch looking on the white paper, and my courage not so prone and ready to labor as it hath been, and that age creepeth on me daily and feebles all the body, and also, because I have promised the divers gentlemen, and to my friends to address them as hastily as I might this same book. Therefore I have practised and learned at my great charge, and dispensed to ordain this said book in print, after the manner and form as ye may here see, and is not written with pen and ink as other books be, to the end that every man may have them at once. End of section 32. Read by Wendell Farkas, Uppsala, 2023.
Section 33 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Theories of Poetry by Professor Bliss Perry. Among the various critical essays presented in the Harvard Classics, no group is more interested than that which deals with the theory of poetry. Our consideration of literary form or quality of the essay has already shown us that we should not expect from the essayist an exhaustive treatise, but rather a free and spirited and suggestive discussion of certain aspects of his subject. To write adequately upon the general theme of poetry, expounding its nature, its aesthetic and social significance, and its technique would be an enormously difficult task. But there are few poets who have not uttered at one time or another some of the secrets of this craft, or some phase of their admiration for it. Let us glance at the essays of 8 English and American poets, ranging in time from the age of Elizabeth to the Victorian epoch: Sidney, Dryden, Wordsworth, Coleridge, Shelley, Poe, Whitman, and Arnold. Four of this group, Dryden, Coleridge, Poe, and Arnold, are acknowledged adepts in general literary criticism, while Sidney and Shelley, Wordsworth, and Whitman have given expression to some of the most eloquent and revealing things that have ever been written about their own art of poetry. Sir Philip Sidney. Sidney's defense of poesy, like Shelley's, is a reply to an attack. But neither poet is very angry, nor does either believe that his opponent has done much harm. Shelley's antagonist was a humorously Philistine essay by his friend Peacock. Sidney is answering somewhat indirectly to a fellow Puritan, Gosson, whose School of Abuse, 1579, had attacked the moral shortcomings of ancient poetry and the license of the contemporary stage. Yet Sidney's pitiful defense of poor poetry, as he playfully terms his essay, is composed in no narrowly controversial spirit, but rather in a strain of noble enthusiasm. He brings to his task a sufficient learning, a knowledge of the poetics of Plato and Aristotle, and an acquaintance with the humanistic critics of Italy and France. He knows his Homer and Virgil, his Horace and Ovid, but he does not on that account despise the old song of Percy and Douglas. The nobility of Sidney's tone and his beauty of phrasing are no less notable than the clear ordering of his thought. In one closed-packed paragraph after another, he praises the poet as a teacher and creator, compares poetry with history and philosophy, and finds, as Aristotle has done before him, that it is nobler than either. He discusses that various types of poetry, testing their capacities for teaching and moving the reader. Then, after a skillful refutation of the current objection against poetry, he turns, like a true Englishman, to the poetry of his own race, which was just then beginning, though Sidney did not foresee it its most splendid epoch. He condemns, for instance, as being neither right tragedies nor right comedies, that type of tragicomedy which Shakespeare was soon to make illustrious. This opinion is now reckoned, of course, as heresy, as is Sidney's other opinion that verse is not essential to poetry. Yet no one who loves Sidney can quarrel with him over this or that opinion. His essay has proved itself, for more than 3 centuries, to be what he claimed for the beautiful art which he was celebrating, a permanent source of instruction and delight. Dryden as critic. 100 years after Sidney's untimely death, the prince of English criticism was John Dryden. He made no pretense of actual government. He follows the rules afar off. He is full of contradictions, reflecting the changing hues of contemporary taste, compromising between the classic and the romantic, changing his views as often as he likes, always readable and personal, always in the best sense impressionistic, always, as Professor Carr has said of him, skeptical, tentative, disengaged. His early essay of dramatic poesy is full of youthful jest for Shakespeare and romance. Then he turns conformist, aiming to delight the age in which I live and to justify its prevalent neoclassic taste. But presently he comes back to his incomparable Shakespeare, praises Longinus and abandons rhyme. In his next period he turns rationalist and exalts good sense and propriety. In the last dozen years of his life, his enthusiasm for highly imaginative literature returns. He translates Juvenal and Virgil and modernizes Chaucer. He is lost in admiration over Virgil, though at heart he prefers Homer. It is in this final stage of his career as a critic that he writes the charming praise of Chaucer, which is reprinted in the Harvard Classics. It is the perfection of essay writing. Here is God's plenty, as he exclaims of the elder poet, in whom he finds a soul congenial to his own. Dryden did not, it is true, quite understand Chaucer's verse, else he could never have found it, nor harmonious. Yet he makes royal amends by admitting that there is the rude sweetness of a Scotch tune in it, which is natural and pleasing, though not perfect. In his earlier Apology for Heroic Poetry, 1677, he salutes the deceased author of Paradise Lost. Then, 3 years dead, and calls Milton's masterpiece one of the greatest, most noble, and most sublime poems which either this age or nation has produced. Wordsworth and Coleridge. Dryden's best pages of criticism tempt one, in brief, to agree with him in declaring that poets themselves are the most proper, though I conclude not the only critics. The critical writings of Wordsworth and Coleridge confirms us in that opinion. Wordsworth is less facile than Dryden, and he does not range so far. Coleridge, by natural endowment one of the greatest of literary critics, is desultory and indolent. But the two men, when focusing their masterly powers upon the defense and interpretation of that mode of romantic poetry in which their own creative energies were for a time absorbed, produced criticism which has affected the whole subsequent development of English literature. Coleridge's lecture on poesy or art, for instance, is full of those flashes of penetrative insight which reveal the born critic. Art is the power of humanizing nature. Passion itself imitates order. Beauty is the union of the shapely with the vital. The subjects chosen for works of art should be such as really are capable of being expressed and conveyed within the limits of those arts. Wordsworth's preface to his epoch-making early poems should be read in connection with Coleridge's comments in the Biographia Literaria, and in the light of the well-known fact as to the proposed division of labor between the two young poets in the composition of the lyrical ballads. Coleridge intended to treat supernatural objects as if they really existed. Wordsworth wished to find in natural objects elements of novelty and surprise, that is, the romance of everyday experience. The two methods blended, of course, like the colors at the extreme edges of the spectrum. Wordsworth's successive statements of his purpose emphasize now his use of the language of conversation in the middle and lower classes, as if it were mainly a question of poetic diction. Then he stresses the necessity of truth to the primary laws of our nature, and debates the aesthetic question of the association of ideas in a state of excitement. Finally, he qualifies his first utterances by pointing out that the diction should be a selection of language really used by men, and that the incidents and situations treated by the poet should have a certain coloring of the imagination. Such criticism as this, if accompanied by close study of the verbal alterations which Wordsworth made in the text of his poems as his theories changed, is in the highest degree stimulating and profitable. Percy Bysshe Shelley. The influence of Coleridge is traceable throughout Shelley's Defense of Poetry, 1821. Shelley writes into the list with as high a heart as Sidney to repel the attack not of the moralists but of the utilitarians. He is not conscious, like Sidney, Dryden, and Arnold, of the history of criticism. He has steeped himself, it is true, in Plato, but he writes with the enthusiasm of new and personal vision. Poetry to him is primarily the expression of the imagination. It redeems from decay the visitations of the divinity in man. It is the record of the best and happiest moments of the happiest and best minds. A poem is the very image of life expressed in its eternal truth. Poetry acts in a divine but unapprehended manner, beyond and above consciousness. A poet participates in the eternal, the infinite, and the one. Though the student of poetical theory can easily claim that such sentences as these are post-Coleridgean, they are really timeless, like the glorious spirit of Shelley itself. Edgar Allan Poe. Poe's essays on the poetic principle, written to serve as a lecture during the last year, 1849, of his brief life, illustrates his conviction that the truly imaginative mind is never otherwise than analytic. As applied to Shelley, this dictum is far from true, but it expresses Poe's idealization of his own extraordinary gift for logical analysis. He was a craftsman who was never weary of explaining the trade secrets of his art, and though his criticism is uneven in quality and uninformed by deep and accurate scholarship, he expounded certain critical principles with incomparable clearness. In the Poetic Principle, together with some popularization of Coleridge and some admixture, no doubt, of that fudge which Lowell thought so inextricably compounded with Poe's genius, there will be found the famous definition of the poetry of words as the rhythmical creation of beauty. Poetry, according to Poe, excites by elevating the soul. But as all excitements, by psychological necessity, are transient, it is only short poems that are truly poems at all. Such brief and indeterminate glimpses of the supernal loveliness, the creation of supernal beauty, is the poet's struggle and despair. If Poe's formulation of the task and method of poetry lacks, as it doubtless does, universal validity, it is nevertheless a key to the understanding of his own exquisitely musical fragments of lyric verse. Whitman on America and Poetry. Walt Whitman, like Poe and Coleridge, is mystic and transcendental in his theory of poetry. Unlike them, he is an arch rebel in poetic practice. The preface to Leaves of Grass, 1855, is not so much a critical essay as a manifesto. It is vociferous, impassioned, inconsecutive. Some paragraphs of it were later turned into verse. So rich was it in emotion. The central theme is the opportunity which the immediate age in America offers to the poet. The past has had its fit poetical expression, but the new world of democracy and science now demands a different type of bard. The qualifications are obdurately clear. He must love the earth and animals and common people. He must be in his own flesh a poem, at one with the universe of things. His soul must be great and unconstrained. He must perceive that everything is miraculous and divine. The poet is to be the priest of the new age, and of all the coming ages. Whitman does not enter in the preface upon the discussion of the technique of his own unmetrical rhapsodic verse. Yet this verse, which has challenged the attention of 2 generations and which is slowly making its way toward general recognition, is scarcely to be understood without a knowledge of the theory of poetry which underlies it. The preface states that theory confusedly if one tries to parse and weigh it sentence by sentence, but adequately if one watches simply, as Whitman bids, the drift of it. Matthew Arnold. I do not contest Mr. Walt Whitman's power and originality, wrote Matthew Arnold in 1866, but he adds this warning. No one can afford in literature to trade merely on his own bottom and to take no account of what the other ages and nations have acquired. A great original literature America will never get in this way, and her intellect must inevitably consent to come in a considerable measure into the European movement. It is not the least useful service of Arnold's own essay on the study of poetry that it takes us at once into the European movement. The essay was written as a preface to collection of English verse, one great contributory stream to the world river of poetry. Arnold insists throughout in characteristic fashion upon the necessity of developing a sense for the best, for the really excellent. He points out the fallacies involved in the purely historical and the purely personal estimates. He uses lines and expressions of the great masters as touchstones for detecting the presence or absence of high poetic quality. He takes Aristotle's remark about the higher truth and higher seriousness of poetry as compared to history and tastes therewith the classic matter and manner of English poets. There are pitfalls without question lurking in the path of Arnold's apparently sure-footed and adroit method, but the temper of his performance needs no praise. He brings us steadily and serenely back to the European movement, to the laws and standards that endure. But he also teaches that life and art are inexhaustible in their resources. The future of poetry is immense. This is the first sentence of Arnold's essay, and it will be also the confirmed final truth of any reader who has taken pains to acquaint himself with the utterance of poets about poetry. Walter Baggot wrote long ago, "The bare idea that poetry is a deep thing, a teaching thing, the most surely and wisely elevating of human things, is even now, to the coarse public mind, nearly unknown. All about and around us, a faith in poetry struggles to be extricated, but it is not extricated. Some day, at the touch of the true word, the whole confusion will by magic cease. The broken and shapeless notions will cohere and crystallize into a bright and true theory. We are still waiting, no doubt, for that true and final word. But if it is ever spoken, it is likely to be uttered by one of the poets." End of section 33. Read by Ahsan Ahmed Mehdi in 21st of October 2023.
Section 34 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allen Neilson. Æsthetic Criticism in Germany, by William Guild Howard. Goethe admonishes the artist to create in forms of beauty, not to talk about beauty, and it is certain that no man ever became a poet from the study of an art of poetry. Language is abstract, and art is concrete. The understanding is slow, and emotion is swift. The reason may be convinced, but the senses cannot be persuaded. There is no disputing about tastes. Nevertheless, we know that taste can be cultivated, and that understanding not only makes the taste more discriminating, but also multiplies the sources of aesthetic pleasure. Artists, as well as amateurs and philosophers, have ever sought to further such understanding. The sculptor or the painter, whose primary means of expression are forms and colors, assumes the secondary function of teacher when he places at the disposal of his school the results of his studies in technique or theory. The philosophical lover of art delights to speculate on the constituents of beauty, and the critic boldly formulates the laws upon the basis of which he judges and classifies. Poetry, probably the earliest of the fine arts, was first subjected to this aesthetic legislation. But music, dancing, sculpture, and painting were soon brought under the same dominion, and have long been regarded as sisters of one and the same household with poetry. The rise of aesthetic criticism. Especially since the revival of learning in the 15th and 16th centuries, practice in the arts has been accomplished by a running commentary of theory. The men of the Renaissance, having before them not merely numerous examples of Greek sculpture and the epics of Homer and Virgil, but also Aristotle's Poetics and Horace's Art of Poetry, and seeing in these products of antiquity the height of human achievement, attempted in various ways to apply the canons of ancient taste to the settlement of contemporary problems. Accordingly, we find in Italy, and following the Italians, in France, England, and Germany, many writers on aesthetics only gradually emancipating themselves from the constraint of certain axioms, which, being ancient, are unhesitatingly received as authoritative. Thus all of the fine arts are, with Aristotle, regarded as arts of imitation. Imitation not of real, but of ideal nature, of beautiful nature, as the French call it. And this vague and elusive conception is usually left without any very illuminating definition. Similarly, a painting is thought of, after Simonides, as a dumb poem, and a poem as a speaking picture, and, repeating a misunderstood phrase of Horace, men confidently say, like picture, like poetry. The tendency is, then, to assimilate, or at most to compare the several arts, and few observations penetrate beneath the surface. Artists calculated proportions and devised elaborate rules of technical procedure. Writers of poetics discussed diction and rhetorical figures. But in treatises on painting and poetry alike, three parts, invention, disposition, and coloring, furnished the traditional subdivisions. Intelligence and industry seemed competent, if not to vie with the ancient genius, at least to follow the path that the ancients had trod. With all their formalism, however, the critics seldom fail to insist that the end of art is to arouse emotion, to instruct indeed, but also, as Horace had said, to please. Now pleasure is a personal reaction. We may ask what it is that pleases us in a work of art, or what there is in us that makes us sensitive to aesthetic pleasure. And the principal advance that modern theory has made beyond the point reached by the Renaissance consists in a better answer to the second question. In other words, our theory has, or seeks, a psychological foundation. Lessing. To be sure, that modern work in which the sharpest line is drawn between the fields of painting and poetry, Lessing's Laocoon, appears to treat the two arts in their most objective aspect, and is, in fact, far more concerned with the means than with the purpose or the substance of artistic expression. Lessing argues that if the means of painting be lines and colours in space, and the means of poetry articulate words in time, then evidently painting most properly addresses itself to the treatment of stationary bodies, and poetry to the treatment of successive actions, so that the attempt, carried too far, to represent actions in painting and to describe bodies in poetry is a perversion of the legitimate means of painting and poetry. We should not forget the qualifications that Lessing made to this rigid principle, nor the fact that he published only the first part of his projected treatise. He referred the effect of painting as well as of poetry to the imagination, but his purpose was to establish boundaries determinable by the difference in artistic means, and his Laocoon is a rationalistic document based upon knowledge and observation of external facts, not upon a study of internal reactions. Burke. Among the many predecessors of Lessing in the realm of aesthetic speculation, two men, not philosophers by profession, are conspicuous for attention to the personal phenomena which he did not much consult: the Abbé Dubois in France, and Edmund Burke in England. Dubois recognizes differences in the arts conditioned by their symbols of expression, but he compares and rates the arts according to their effect upon the senses, and so prepares the way for a purely impressionistic criticism. Burke did not agree with the Frenchman's ratings, nor did he in any manner imitate his book, however much he respected it, but he was in substantial agreement with Dubois as to the operation of aesthetic causes. And just as Dubois saw in the desire of the mind to be stimulated by something the prime motive for interest in the arts, Burke found in two of our strongest passions, love and terror, a definition of the chief ends of artistic endeavour, the beautiful and the sublime. Burke was not much affected by painting. This art, the aim of which is to represent the beautiful, has, he says, little effect on our passions. But poetry, to which he was sensitive, and which, he holds, does not depend for its effect upon the power of raising sensible images, is capable of stirring the passions with a vague sense of the sublime, and is, strictly speaking, not an art of imitation. Baumgarten. Though reached by a different process, Burke's conclusion as to the province of poetry is, in its negative aspect, identical with Lessing's. Words are ill adapted to the vivid presentation of objects by means of detailed description. And though crude and materialistic, his inquiry is an excellent introduction to the study of aesthetics as a branch of psychology. The real founder of this science, however, and the philosopher from whom it derives its name, was a contemporary of Burke's in Germany, Alexander Gottlieb Baumgarten. Adopting the monistic system of Leibniz and Wolff, Baumgarten, a clear thinker and a lover of poetry, but no connoisseur of the formative arts, undertook to fill the gap left by his forerunners in the logic of the lower powers of the soul, that is, the senses. His theory of the beautiful is general. He defines beauty as the perfection of sensuous perception. But clinging to the maxim, like picture, like poetry, he does not, in his application of the theory, progress far beyond the treatment of poetry as the typical art, rating it, like Burke, higher than painting. Poetry he defines as perfect, sensuous speech. So Milton says that poetry is more simple, sensuous, and passionate than prose, and that perfection, which is the definition of beauty and of poetry, is a set of harmonious relationships in the object and between the object and the sensitive soul, of which the intellect may take cognizance, but of which, above all, the senses make us conscious, being impressed with an extensive clearness separable from intensive distinctness, so that a poem is a poem not for the accuracy of any imitation, nor for the loftiness of its idea, nor for the elegance of its forms, but for the fullness of its appeal to those functions which most immediately respond to man's contact with his material environment, that is to say, for intuitively perceptible reality. Schiller. Baumgarten's doctrine was taken up by Lessing's friend, Mendelssohn. It furnished fundamental presuppositions for Laocoon, and it persisted to the time of Kant and Schiller. Kant, the analyst and rationalist, tended to separate the spheres of reason, sense, and morals, and to refer all three to subjective judgment. But Schiller, his disciple, fired as he was by moral enthusiasm, wished to find an objective foundation for a theory of the beautiful that should make aesthetics a mediator between science and ethics, and should give to the beautiful the sanction of a perfecter of the mind, the heart, and the will. Not unlike Lessing, whose education of the human race meant a gradual liberation from leading strings and final reliance upon trained natural faculties, Schiller conceived aesthetic education as a process of freeing man from bondage to the senses, and leading him, through culture, to a state of more perfect nature, in which, as of old among the Greeks, truth and goodness shall be garbed in beauty. Civilization has been won through specialization, division of labor. It is a gain for the community, but at the loss of harmonious development of powers in the individual life. The beautiful soul longs to restore the balance. If this be impossible in the world of actuality, it is attainable in the world of appearance. There the mind is free to follow the image of beauty, and to endow this image with the wealth of all its knowledge and all its goodness, not for any ulterior purpose, but in obedience to a native impulse. And so the poet is the sole modern representative of perfect humanity, with all his powers, intellectual, sensuous, and moral, co-operating toward the realization of an ideal. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. The Composition of a Criticism by Dr. Ernest Bernbaum. Of the critical essays not discussed in the previous lectures, the most important are those by Hugo, Sainte-Beuve, Renan, Taine, and Manzoni. As their doctrines are quite obviously related to those expounded in the foregoing pages, it seems desirable to consider here the manner in which their opinions are expressed. The critical essays published in this series are classics. not merely because they contain significant doctrines about literature, but also because they are in themselves literary works. They confer pleasure as well as profit. What distinguishes them from the journalistic book review on the one hand and the pedantic study on the other is their artistic composition. By what methods are their artistic effects produced? A dominant idea. The title of a work cited by Sainte-Beuve suggests what a literary criticism should not be. It runs as follows. Michel de Montaigne, a collection of unedited or little-known facts about the author of the essays, his book and other writings about his family, his friends, his admirers, his detractors. Sainte-Beuve, Taine, and other masters never present us with a collection. They marshal their numerous facts into a system and dominate them with a thought which, however complex, is coherent. Most of us arise from the perusal of an author with a chaotic throng of impressions, but in the mind of a true literary critic, the chaos becomes order. Renan, in his poetry of the Celtic races, giving a voice to races that are no more, lets us hear not a confusion of tongues, but an intelligible unity of national utterance, sad, gentle, and imaginative. Hugo, surveying in his preface to Cromwell the highly intricate romantic movement, sees therein the harmonious union of the grotesque and the sublime. Sainte-Beuve answers his sweeping question, "What is a classic?" with a succinct definition. A work that reveals in a beautiful and individual manner an eternal truth or emotion. Manzoni characterizes Byron as a subjective individualist and Goethe as an objective one. Taine, prefacing his History of English Literature, unlocks the riddle of literary growth with the keys race, environment, and epoch. The truth of these doctrines does not for the moment concern us. What is important for us is that each of these long essays may be summed up in a single sentence, for in each a powerful mind grasps and expresses a single idea. When a critic has conceived the leading idea of his essay, he is still in danger of obscuring its presentation. The more richly informed he is, the more he is tempted to introduce facts not strictly related to his dominant thought. But the great critical essayists, resisting that temptation, subordinate all details to the general design. Hugo, in sketching the development of the world's literature, selects only those phases which forecast the timeliness of Romanticism. Sainte-Beuve and Manzoni, in dealing with the lives of Montaigne and Byron, which offer many opportunities for recounting interesting but irrelevant incidents, mention only those which illustrate their conception of the authors. Methodical arrangement. In the arrangement of the materials, the same conscious art is observable. Each of the sections of the essays of Taine and Renan is a firm and necessary foundation for those that succeed it. Not until Renan has described the secluded national existence of the Celts does he draw the resultant national traits of character, which thereupon we are ready to trace intelligently in the various branches of Celtic literature. The method of Taine's essays is even more admirably logical. To understand the growth of literature, he tells us we must know first the visible man, next the invisible man, then the race, environment, and epoch which determined his character, and finally the way in which those causes distribute their effects. Thus is our progress through unknown fields made easy. We are not asked to leap from point to point or to retrace our way. Our guide takes us step by step along the path of his discovery. Illustrations. The sustained and methodically expounded idea which is the basis of every great critical essay would, however, like all abstractions, seem dull or unintelligible if it were not constantly and vividly illustrated. The logical must flower in the picturesque. This even the great critics occasionally forget. One or two passages in Manzoni's essay would be more convincing if more fully illustrated by references to Goethe's works, and the only pages of Hugo where our interest flags a little are those in which he describes, without examples, the character of romantic verse. But such lapses are highly exceptional. Taine, the most intellectual and least emotional of these men, makes it a rule to clothe the skeleton of his theory in flesh and blood. To show what he means by the visible man, he clearly portrays a modern poet, a 17th century dramatist, a Greek citizen, and an Indian Purana. Renan, to exhibit the Celtic love of animals and nature, tells the story of Kilhawk and Olwen, and to explain Celtic Christianity recounts the legend of Saint Brandon. Saint Beuve states his definition of classicism in a few lines, and devotes the rest of his essay to applying it to particular authors. All these masters have the gift of happy quotation. Montaigne's I commend a gliding, solitary, and silent life, quoted by Saint Beuve, and Gatti's I allow objects to act tranquilly upon me, quoted by Mazzini, clarify and confirm out of the author's own mouths those impressions which the critics wish to impart. The astonishing effectiveness of the close of Hugo's essay is due to his apt quotations from Aristotle and Boileau, which seem to bring over those great classicists to Hugo's romantic party. The illustrations are not derived only from literary works. Taine, insisting upon the delicacy with which a literature records changes in national character, likens it to the sensitive instrument of a physicist. The similes of Hugo are exceptionally frequent and elaborate. To make clear by a metaphor the ideas that we have ventured to put forth, he writes, we will compare early lyric poetry to a placid lake which reflects the clouds and stars. The epic is the stream which flows from the lake and rushes on, reflecting its banks, forests, fields, and cities, until it throws itself into the ocean of the drama. Like the lake, the drama reflects the sky. Like the stream, it reflects its banks. But it alone has tempests and measureless depths. His poet is a tree that may be blown about by all winds and watered by every fall of dew, and bears his works as his fruits, as the fablier of old bore his fables. Why attach one's self to a master, or graft one's self upon a model? It were better to be a bramble or a thistle, fed by the same earth as the cedar and the palm, than the fungus or the lichen of those noble trees. Mazzini begins his comparison of Byron and Goethe by contrasting an alpine falcon bravely floating in the midst of a storm with a tranquil stork impassive amid the warring elements, and Renan prepares us for his conception of Celtic literature by giving us, at the outset, the characteristic tone of the Breton landscape. What the intellect has firmly outlined, fancy and imagination paint in lively colors. Comparison and conflict of opinion. An essay which has by these means achieved clearness may be pleasant to read but still lacking in power. To give force to his ideas about an author or a literature, the masterful critic exhibits the peculiarity of his subject by the use of contrast. The brilliancy of Mazzini's essay proceeds largely from its striking antithesis between Byron and Goethe. Renan enforces his doctrine of the individuality of Celtic literature by emphasizing the differences between the French Roland and the Celtic Peredur, between the gentle Isolde and the Scandinavian Furies Gudrun and Kriemhild. Hugo intensifies our conviction of the complex character of modern life by describing the simplicity of the ancients. If a critic does not observe this principle, we may say of his essay, these ideas are, to be sure, clear, and enjoyable. But what do they matter? The great critics do not leave us calmly indifferent. They are, on occasion, critics militant. Even the gentle Saint Beuve admonishes the Montaignologues, who, he feels, do not understand the spirit of Montaigne. Taine manifests the novelty and importance of his method of criticism by mentioning the imperfections of the 18th century method. Manzoni reproves the enemies and misinterpreters of Byron. Hugo, above all, shows the stimulating value of pitting one's ideas against those of others. He calls his essay his sling and stone against the classical Goliaths. And by making his opponents utter their arguments against him, gives to his work the force of dramatic combat. Critical essays that thus add vigor to lucidity arouse and delight our minds. When we recognize how skillfully they fuse logic, imagination, and emotion, we perceive the superficiality of the distinction between so-called criticism and so-called creative literature. Good criticism is indeed creative, and its composition is a high art. End of section 35. Read by Ahsan Ahmed Mehdi in 8th of November 2023.
Section 36 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lectures on the Harvard Classics. Edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Education. General Introduction by Professor H. W. Holmes. In all profitable thinking about modern education, one central fact is stated or assumed: the fact that education has become a public enterprise. To think of it as a matter mainly of private interest, to discuss it chiefly in terms of personal development, is to ignore the achieved conditions of civilized life and the clear trend of progress. The spread of public schools is but the obvious outward sign of a growing conviction concerning all educational endeavor. That conviction was long ago proclaimed and has now become a guide to action. The conviction that the community has a vital stake in the education of every child. Education is a common concern, not merely because there are many children to be educated, but because there can be no significant outcome in the education of any child which is not of importance, not to him only, but also to others, immediately to many, more remotely to all. The social nature of the modern ideal. This has always been true. Modern life, with cities and the inventions which belittle time and space, has only made it more apparent and action upon it more pressing. No one can think with penetration upon the results of education who does not come at last to a fuller vision of the interdependence of men. That man shall live less and less each for himself, more and more each for the common good, is not merely a consequence of increasing numbers on the earth, but an essential condition of human progress, in the individual as well as in society. It is a poor and meager culture which does not end in greater power to serve. To become a man is to become capable of living effectively with others and for all, in the normal relationships of life, not in subservience to custom, but in devotion to a welfare larger than one's own, a welfare at least not incompatible in the end with the welfare of the world. It is not enough to say that the common interest is at stake in the education of every child. The very process of education is properly a training for effective membership in the common life. Such is the reasoning behind the great outlay of public money on schools, libraries, museums, and other educational agencies. Civilized communities undertake education as a part of their proper business, not as a charity, but as a necessary public function. Schools are tax-supported, and education is compulsory. The state claims final authority to prescribe standards and to supervise even private educational ventures. It calls on all citizens for their full support in this task of conserving and developing human resources. It considers every taxpayer as much in duty bound to support ultimate social improvement through education as to direct social improvement through public enterprises of any other sort. Personal return cannot be taken into the account. The good to be achieved is primarily a public good, in which the childless also share. And the problems of education are problems of public policy, involving the whole theory of the state, of government, of the social order, and of civic progress. All educational questions have thus become increasingly complex. The character of modern life makes even well-rounded personal development a matter of much difficulty, for the life of the individual child is in some ways narrower today than it was in simpler times. To secure for modern children the full exercise of body, intellect, imagination, sympathy, and will is in itself a task which calls for insight, energy, and cooperation, to say nothing of money. Yet, to provide for the formal cultivation of personal capacities, faculties, and powers is by no means to solve the problem of education, even for a given child. The results may happen to be good, but the problem has not been solved, for it has not been adequately stated. The educational problem concrete, not abstract. It happens, in the first place, that body, intellect, imagination, sympathy, and will are poor terms to use in the actual direction of teaching. They name abstractions, which have induced more futile educational discussion and more useless educational effort than can ever be reckoned. No child is a collection of general faculties, which can be trained for universal use. But even when we have discovered the special capacities with which the individual is actually endowed, and with which we may therefore profitably work, the problem is only in part before us. It is quite as important to consider what our child is to do with his capacities, what stuff he is to exercise them on. It is the content of education that gives it social direction and social importance. From the public standpoint, it is the school, the course, the subject that mean most, for this determine the concrete character of the individual's later activities and interest. That ancient educational saw, "I care not what you study, if you study it well," is profoundly misleading, a mischievous piece of common sense which hides the truth in order to emphasize a part of it. No matter what faculty a subject trains, it is the information, the ideas, the ideals, principles, points of view, methods, interest, enthusiasms, purposes, and sympathies it imparts that chiefly determine its educational value. It is the content of a man's education which helps most to fix his place in the community, his vocation, his avocations, and his availability for special service. Relative nature of the fundamentals. Education presents not one problem, therefore, but many. In the earlier years, to be sure, all children need much the same intellectual experience, at least in school. The fundamentals are the subjects everybody ought to master. Thus, at first, there is only the complexity of meeting individual differences among children, the brilliant, the backward, the well-nurtured, the neglected, complexity enough, and even so, each subject presents besides its own problems of social interpretation. What everybody ought to master in arithmetic or in geography is by no means clear, and new definitions of the aim and scope of each subject are continually needed. Such definitions must be made from the standpoint of public service and the real demands of life, not from the standpoint of complete mastery of the subject. A social view of education demands selection and reorganization of the elements of knowledge. But beyond this is the fact that children cannot long be kept in the same educational highway. The need to separate arises at least as early as adolescence, the end of childhood and the gate of youth. Here, differences of native endowment, economic condition, and conscious purpose force the first fundamental differentiation of schools, courses, and classes. Even if, in some millennium of social justice, the stern necessity of earning a living in the teens were to be done away, the social necessity for variety of schooling would remain. Society needs many kinds of thinkers and workers, just as there are many kinds of aptitude to be trained. There is no general course which can provide an all-rounded education, in the sense of providing all that is really needful for anybody who knows what is good for him. To discover the best in education for one child or class of children, though with the public interest well in mind, is to answer but one of the questions the educator must hereafter always ask. For the public interest goes far beyond the need of supplying to all a uniform minimum of schooling. Democracy means far more in education than the warding off of danger from illiteracy. It is a crude and at bottom a wholly mistaken view of public education which confines it to the 3 R's, or to those admitted necessities and such other subjects as the common good may dictate for the common school. The public interest is not met by merely elementary education. It is met only when every prospective citizen may secure, without undue sacrifice, that extent and kind of education which will make him most efficient in his fundamental social relationships, including his vocation. The state needs knowledge, efficiency, insight, and idealism in industry, commerce, the arts, science, philosophy, religion, and family life as much as in citizenship more narrowly defined. The only logical result of the thoroughly social character of education is public support of every socially profitable kind of schooling, with commensurate public authority. Democracy in education invites, to be sure, the evils of political control. Yet, education is one of the few permanent means of counteracting political evil. No one need fear to trust educational authority to a public aroused to the meaning and value of education. And this essential condition of public support depends on the slow growth of public conscience and public intelligence. In any case, private initiative will long have an honorable part to play in education, and the very policy of the state may often best be served by leaving the special and the higher schools in private hands. But there are a few communities in which the extension of public provision and public authority in education is not imperative. Of that extension, what must be the guiding conceptions? Before all else must come the honesty of an attitude at once scientific and ethical. Educators must face the facts without abatement of their enthusiasm for ideals. The aim of education socially considered. Teachers and school officers find before them not mere types of humanity, with abstract virtues and vices, general habits, faculties, and powers waiting to be cultivated for life, as it may be philosophically defined. They have to deal with real and ever-varying human beings, whose impulses, emotions, and purposes reach forward to actual challenge of the specific duties, interests, and rewards of the real world. To provide for every normal individual, whatever his endowment, nurture, or experience, an opportunity to prepare himself for a part in the legitimate work of the world, a share in its proper pleasures, and an understanding of the meaning and value of the life he leads. This is the problem to be solved. What are the things men do in which the public interest calls for intelligence and efficiency, such as may be got in schools? For the getting of such intelligence and efficiency in the doing of such things, what schools are needed? In these schools, what subjects shall be taught and how? These questions present the problem of education as it must be viewed from the standpoint of the common good, and the questions presented by education viewed from any other standpoint are far less important. No doubt we need, in the crash and strain of modern life, remembrance of the old ideal of personal distinction. Grace is worth too much to lose it beyond retrieving, even for efficiency. But how impoverished now appears that aristocratic ideal which made much of personal charm and little of social worth, for which the education of women could consist chiefly of dancing, French, and hand embroidery. Whatever its faults and dangers, it is a stronger age which approves for women schools of household economy, of nursing, or philanthropy, so say nothing of clerical training, medicine, or law. But he interprets the modern ideal too narrowly, who would have it take no account of beauty, leisure, or reflection. The work of the world is fundamental, and in itself neither selfish nor undignified. But the world's play, its generous sport, its curious science, its philosophic speculation, its art, and its worship is a region of enduring values. It is only the separation of work and play that belittles either. A social conception of the ends of education finds reason for folk dancing and pageants in the public schools, but none for the exploitation of children through premature industrial training. The common good demands education for play no less than education for work, education for the larger efficiency of insights, breadth of view, and reflective intelligence no less than education for the narrower efficiency of habit. Democracy cannot perpetuate slavery through schools, education, and freedom. But the essential conditions of freedom cannot be established through education. Only the love of it, the understanding of it, and the power and will to use it for service can be gained from the most liberalizing of curricula. The possibility and the extension of freedom are the work of direct social and political reform. It is futile, meanwhile, to insist that liberal studies shall be all that schools shall offer. It is simple error to insist that the traditional range of studies, the classics, science, mathematics, even history, or English, provide the only possible culture for freedom. Schools must meet the need of the world as frankly and directly as they can, without squeamish prejudice against practical or vocational studies. Shop work may afford more liberal culture to a given boy than Greek, and the problem of educational values is always thus specific. The only profitable distinction between liberal studies and vocational studies is one which looks out and forward to the life the individual is to lead. A man's calling, if it be of much difficulty, demands vocational training. His life in the family, the community, the state, and the church demands an education which may justly be called liberal. The worthy use of his leisure demands an education which may properly be called cultural. But what is vocational for the artist will be cultural for others, and a given subject may serve many uses in every normal life. A complete education will prepare for life in all its relationships, either by direct study of the problems they present, or by the study of subjects valuable in one of them or in all. This conception of the ends to be attained is clear enough. It is the means that fail, and the failure of means is due less to public apathy than to inherent difficulty in finding them. New schools, new courses, new subjects must be created. A new interpretation of old subjects and a new method of teaching them must be worked out. Much of our traditional teaching, especially in high schools, academies, and colleges, goes quite astray. It is fruitless because its uses are not clear or because they are not made clear, and the intellectual discipline which is supposed to result from it either does not occur or is not carried over into the conduct of mature life. Mental and moral habits and ideals, such attitudes, tendencies, and principles of conduct as thoroughness, order, concentration, self-reliance may be taught by precept and example in the work of any subject. In every case, they must be generalized and held consciously in mind, practiced and renewed in vision, if they are ever to permeate life. In this general training of the mind and will, the unconscious effect of one subject is little better than that of another of similar complexity and scope. Science is as good as Latin, and mechanical drawing may be better than either. Much depends on the ethical enthusiasm, the insight, the sympathy, and the leadership of the teacher. Much on the methods of teaching and class management he employs. More depends on the traditions and the administrative, disciplinary, and social policies of the school. This is to say that these precious moral results of education are chiefly matters of personal contagion, direct inspiration, and experience in the common effort of work and play. They are achieved as much in the home or on the playground as in the school. It is the specific habits of attention, the special methods of observing, comparing, classifying, and reacting on facts, the particular forms of skill, the definite information, the peculiar outlook, the actual incentives which a given subject may possess that make it serviceable in education. In these things, subjects differ and lend themselves to different uses. In these things, history differs from dressmaking, science from agriculture, and in these things, the same subject will differ as it is taught for different purposes to pupils of different ages and different capacities and motives. Literature cannot yield the same fruit in a night school that it yield in a college. Under a conception of education which demands preparation for all the essential activities of life, in schools designed to meet the needs of every age and class, subjects must be evaluated and organized anew. Vocational education. The schools and courses now most needed are partly known, partly to be conceived. Vocational education has come to stay, but its various forms and alliances have yet to be completely determined. The fear that vocational training will materialize and lower education is groundless, even in theory. To train carpenters and printers in schools instead of by apprenticeship is not a threatening educational revolution. Doctors, lawyers, and engineers were once trained by personal tuition under practitioners. Vocational training has long existed in the higher professions. Its establishment for industry and business is the result of social changes which have undermined apprenticeship. And the fact that this training is now given at public expense shows a new sense of the social importance of labor. In the life of the modern world, artisans are no more to be neglected than artists, farmers than philosophers. Vocational education is a mighty step in advance, which offers inspiring opportunities for the extension of general education as an accompaniment of technical training to those who might otherwise have secured neither. Ought we not to rejoice at the retention of boys and girls in schools, where they can be under the disinterested influence of teachers, whereas they might have drifted from one shabby and depressing experience to another until they had been able, perhaps, to pick up a trade, acquiring their views of life and their ethical principles and habits, who knows how. The pressing problems of vocational training is not the problem of justification and defense, but of organization and extension. The kind and number of vocational schools to be established must be settled partly by the economic return for special forms of vocational efficiency. In the long run, the social need for efficiency in a trade or profession determines the legitimate rewards of success in that calling. The fact that people will pay well for medical skill is an indication of social need for it. It cannot be said, of course, that schools should be established to train men for every calling in which they may earn a good living. A school may be established as much to teach men the value of training for knowledge and power in a special form of service as to prepare individuals to profit by rendering that service. For it is only in the end that economic demand justly reflects true social need. Accordingly, the public interest calls upon the educator to define social need and correct social demand, no less than to meet it. To plan a system of schools requires vision of a new and better order, in which the wants of men and their consequent willingness to pay for the satisfaction of them are more reasonably founded in the general welfare. Yet, in discussing the advisability of training for any occupation, the possibility of earning a living in it cannot be ignored. If agriculture could not be made to pay, we should not have agricultural high schools or agricultural colleges. Even a school of philanthropy finds added sanction in the fact that trained social workers are paid for their services. In vocational education, then, there is at least an obvious basis for discussion concerning schools, courses, and curricula. The state must train its workers, and work for which there is fundamental need is work which pays. Vocational education presents problems of the most vexing sort, but its rationale is clear. The need for general education. It is the persistent need for general education that complicates the issue. Economic demand may justify child labor, but educational theory does not. A theory of education which finds no place for vocational education is antiquated and meager, but a theory which considers only the requirements of work is meager and inhuman. No training for special skill in a trade is conceivable in the elementary school. Manual training, gardening, sewing, cooking, and agriculture have a place in childhood because children cannot learn by books alone, but need a training of body, hand, and eye, of purpose, loyalty, and leadership which these subjects can provide. This need does not disappear with adolescence, but generalized manual training, constructive work on objects without economic value, the making of childish gimcracks, of joints which join nothing, or of seams which sew no garment, ceases early to have even an educational value. The purely educational worth of any form of manual training comes gradually to depend on the economic value of the ends for which the pupil works. Manual training as a part of the general curriculum of a high school pupil must be practical training in some form of manual skill of actual value in the working world. Even a pupil who intends to go to college may well take 1 or 2 courses of handwork in the secondary school, for the broadening of his experience and outlook and the specific training he may thus secure. A course in the elements of many occupations would be better still. But this is not vocational education. True vocational education aims at efficiency in a special field of work. It trains printers, stenographers, dressmakers, carpenters, mechanicians, doctors, lawyers, clergymen, journalists, engineers. It brings into play the purpose to earn a living by what one learns, which President Eliot has called the life-career motive. It narrows, not unjustifiably, but inevitably. The difficulty is to educate for citizenship, for the duties of parenthood and social living, for leisure, and for the interpretation of life, in spite of the need for early specialization when that need is present. That need does not arise altogether from differences in wealth. After adolescence, many pupils lack incentive for an education that has no direct reference to a career. But the demand for vocational training is so overlaid and entangled with economic pressure that selection of candidates for vocational schooling on the ground of individual aptitude and free choice is visionary. While our social system permits comparative poverty to constrain the vast majority of young men and women to go to work at the earliest possible age, we must face the necessity of early specialization in training, whatever their capacity or need for further general culture. Education can only emphasize the value of liberal studies and strive to include in every curriculum as many as possible and in profitable form. It can also resist the tendency to specialize too soon. Economic pressure and education. Education is thus to struggle, like government or philanthropy, beneath the burdens imposed by the injustice of our economic order. We must make educational provision for social conditions which ought not to exist. Night schools for illiterate foreigners, specialized vocational training for factory workers, and shop girls who ought to have at least the time for a much extended general education, in addition to their preparation for work. We must also be content to see the high privilege of general education seized by boys and girls whose easy lives make them careless of its value and inconstant in its pursuit. These conditions schools themselves cannot change, but by public provision and by scholarships the opportunity for prolonged education may be kept open to the able and ambitious. The spirit of teaching and school administration may help to prevent the formation of social caste. By precept and example, democratic ideals and the will to serve may be encouraged in those who are in danger of losing them. And no academic bars need be hastily and blindly set up, as in the narrow interpretation of college entrance requirements, or in failure to provide a reasonable opportunity for higher education of some desirable sort, against those who seek further training after mistaken choice of a high school course or the early disadvantages of having to earn a living. In a democracy, the educational system must at least guard jealousy against the perpetuation of special privilege. Schools must discourage the advance of the unfit, not of the unfortunate. Obviously, there is need for wise guidance of individuals into the kind of schooling which will best fit them for the life they can best lead. Vocational guidance is but part of the larger problem of the redistribution of human talent, a phrase recently and aptly coined by Professor Carver. And it is often best to be accomplished as a part of an educational guidance which takes account of the need for liberal culture as well as for vocational training. Transcendent ability is doubtless seldom obscured through lack of counsel or of privilege. Educational guidance will not discover many a mute, inglorious Milton, nor send to schools of pharmacy many a discouraged Keats. It may prevent, however, less disastrous misfeatings in 1,000 cases, and therein in its sufficient sanction. But guidance will be futile if there are no proper paths to tread. The money now provided for schools must be increased manyfold, if schools are to become for all men the gates of opportunity and the highways to service. We must remember, to be sure, that there are many educational agencies besides schools. Libraries often do far more toward education. But any systematic education is schooling, and if the interests of society are to be adequately met, all valuable forms of educational activity must be organized, supported, and made available to the individuals who seek to use them. The line of advance in education. To increase the size of schools is not enough. Schools and classes are already far too large. System is not enough. More schools and courses of greater variety, smaller schools and smaller classes, with greater opportunity for personal contact between teachers and taught. More teachers of higher native capacity and better training, all these are needed. But these things we shall not have until the common conception of schools and teachers has suffered change. We still think of teaching too narrowly or too vaguely. Too narrowly if we look upon teachers as purveyors of learning for its own sake. Too vaguely if we think of them as taskmasters in a dubious abstract discipline of mind. The task of the teacher must be reconceived. We must think of him, and he must become a guide to worthy living, teaching not only his subject, but how to use it and what it is for, making clear its incentives and ideals, its methods and its values, and helping his pupils to interpret life more justly because they have seen it in a new light. This is the larger opportunity of every teacher, but especially of the teacher of a traditional subject in a traditional course. The teacher of stenography may more safely confine himself to skill and speed with dots and dashes than the teacher of Latin to exactness in the use of tenses. The first task of any teacher is to teach his subject well, but he cannot leave the social interpretation and application of education wholly to principals, parents, school pamphlets, and chance. If the public is to value the teacher's work more highly, he must make it more valuable. To become more valuable, teaching must develop both a science and a philosophy of its own. Teachers must study their problems as physicians study theirs, and as statesmen theirs. For the problems of teaching are at once problems of efficiency and problems of destiny. The teaching of any subject calls for scientific study of methods and ethical study of ends. How shall we teach it well? Depends for its answer in part on the answer to what shall we teach it for. These questions have not yet been answered with finality for any subject. With due change of wording, they may be asked of any school or course. How shall we manage it well? And what shall we manage it for? All questions of educational practice are thus both scientific and philosophical. In the elementary school. In the elementary school, we need better methods of drill, greater efficiency in the formation of habits, as for instance in arithmetic. To gain it, we must turn to experiments in the psychological laboratory and to exact measurement of arithmetical progress in the school. It is only in the last few years that we have had an adequate knowledge of what arithmetical ability is. We do not yet know with much precision how it develops under different methods of instruction. The teaching of every subject suffers for want of accurate records of results. We lack standards, fundamental tests, and a sufficiently detailed knowledge of the psychology of the subjects we teach. But measurement and experiment apply in the main to memory work and the formation of habits. They will not quickly show us how to relate one subject to another or to the life outside school walls. They cannot yet help us to vitalize our subjects and make them yield opportunity for independence and cooperation on the part of our pupils. They will not soon teach us how to make learning allied to life. In the arithmetic of the elementary school, we need a social philosophy to govern our selection of topics to be taught or omitted, to justify varying emphasis on logical conceptions, drill in calculation, or exercise with real problems. So, in the teaching of every subject, we need new study, both exact and broad. In the secondary school. In the work of the high school, this double duty is even more apparent. We face the immediate necessity of extending the period of compulsory school attendance far into the period of secondary education. But we cannot lightly set aside both the need to earn and the impulse to work, and the demand for workers will not readily yield to the idealism of the educator, who would ignore it in favor of general culture. Compromise must be the outcome, but also cooperation. We must have many forms of vocational training, and the employers of young workers must aid the state to educate them through schemes of part-time schooling. Such schemes are already in operation and commend themselves as both efficient and humane. In this increased provision for schooling, the purely technical subjects lend themselves readily to measurement of results and standardization of method. It is the subjects of larger social value, such as civics or English, that must be studied anew in the light of clearer conceptions of their aims and closer observation of their effects. We have to learn how to use these traditional means of education, and such newer ones are the study of household sanitation or personal hygiene, under new and trying conditions and with new purposes as the liberal adjuncts of many forms of vocational training. Yet, in the secondary school, which aims wholly at general culture or at preparation for college, which is not supposed to be an obstacle to general culture, the problems of aim and method in the teaching of traditional subjects are more pressing still. How shall a modern language be taught to some real purpose? For what purpose shall it be taught? The actual mastery of the tongue can be achieved very much more effectively than it is now achieved if methods of teaching can be based on fuller knowledge of the psychology of learning and completer tests of classroom work and home study. The fundamental values of the subject can be more clearly conceived and more directly pursued if we can shake ourselves free from the befogging belief in general discipline as the goal of teaching in this or any given subject. Ability to handle the language as an instrument of thought and expression. For the achievement of this aim, we need a new analysis of the fundamentals and more accurate standards of progress, appreciation of the foreign civilization represented in its literature. For the achievement of this aim, we need new selection of material and more vital reference to life. In this and in many traditional subjects, teachers are constantly at work at this double adjustment, and from them, as well as from psychologists and students of education, we may look for progress and reform. For scientific study of method, whether by experiment in the psychological laboratory, by classroom test, or by exact statistical record, can but provide the basis for constructive reorganization of teaching in any subject. Discussion of aims by educational leaders can but define, in general terms, a new interpretation of material. The teachers in the schools must make effective or prove visionary the ideals thus achieved. If they cling to traditional conceptions and tried methods, as many do, especially in private schools, they block progress. And if by personal worth and the power of leadership they win respect and affect deeply the lives of their pupils, the weight of their conservatism is the harder to bear. But the hasty and ill-considered application of scientific generalization or social conception is an equal, if a rarer fault. The teacher must master for himself the science and the philosophy of his subject and be critical practitioner as well. He must be open-minded, critical, constructive. In the college, this attitude is more general among teachers and principals of elementary schools and among school superintendents than among teachers and masters of secondary schools, among public secondary school teachers than among private secondary school teachers, and least general among college teachers. Yet, to these latter, the call to professional study of the problems of their own work is loudest. They have greatest need to test their results and possibly revise their methods, to reconceive their aims and discover new ways to achieve them. In America, the college stands perforce for culture, yet it clears itself with difficulty from the snares of technical specialization in chosen fields of knowledge, a specialization essentially vocational. College professors must be specialists, scholars in the full sense of the term, but college students do not for their part commonly intend or care to specialize in the same sense, to study one field with greater thoroughness than others, to gain from it a disinterested enthusiasm for learning, to approach in one direction the limits of achieved knowledge, to taste the joy of constructive intellectual effort. These are essential elements in a college student's curriculum. But this does not call for the methods or ideals of graduate specialization, even in the student's chosen field. The privilege of college study is the opportunity to reach safe ground in all the more important fields of scholarship for the exercise of reflective intelligence. With a view to providing this opportunity, college teachers may well spare time from research for that close observation of methods and results and that unprejudiced discussion of aims which are needed in the teaching of all subjects everywhere. End of section 36, read by Chris D.
Section 37 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Francis Bacon, by Dr. Ernest Bernbaum. We honor Francis Bacon as the prophetic inspirer of modern science. In perusing the long list of the activities of that scientific establishment which is described in the closing pages of The New Atlantis, we are astonished by again and again recognizing in its imaginary methods and achievements precise anticipations of what is actually being done in modern medicine, meteorology, engineering, aeronautics, etc. Bacon himself, to be sure, modestly protested that he was but stirring the earth a little about the roots of science. He was indeed no great discoverer of data, and from Harvey to Huxley, the scientific specialists have sneered at his rather futile experiments. Even his method, which he sincerely believed a new and rapid way to complete mastery of our environment, is now considered somewhat impractical. Yet the prefaces to his Instauratio Magna, though no longer accurate guideposts, are revered as monuments in the history of scientific progress. They served an even nobler purpose than to show the scientist just where to go. They sent him forth to seek his way with a new and conquering spirit, the spirit of confidence and of cooperation. The works of Bacon instilled in his successors the faith that by united effort they would presently understand, and thus control, those physical forces which in the past had toyed with the life of man, and exposed him to poverty, disease, and all the accidents of circumstance. In this hope were undertaken the Royal Society and the French Encyclopédie, leading enterprises in advancing respectively the discovery and the dissemination of rational knowledge. We shall owe most, says Diderot, in his prospectus to the Encyclopédie, to the Chancellor Bacon, who threw out the plan of a universal dictionary of sciences and arts at a time when, so to speak, neither sciences nor arts existed. That extraordinary genius, at a time when it was not possible to write a history of what was known, wrote one of what it was necessary to learn. Wherever experimental investigators are today discovering new laws of nature, and thus more and more subjecting the physical world to the welfare of man, the spirit of Bacon is fruitfully at work. Bacon not preoccupied with science. Among writers on education, the very magnitude of Bacon's position in the history of science has tended to overshadow his influence in other respects. Yet he urged the development of science because, in his day, it was relatively the most neglected and chaotic department of human endeavor, and not because he thought it absolutely and forever the most important. Newman himself does not insist more strongly than Bacon on the truth that science, though great, is not the complete satisfier of human needs. In the advancement of learning, the first part of the Instauratio Magna, Bacon pleads for the discovery and application to life not merely of pure scientific truth, but also of clear ideals of mental, moral, and spiritual well-being. Religion and the so-called liberal studies had his eloquent and loyal support. The New Atlantis presents us not only with the model of a public institution of scientific research, but also with ideals of social and personal character. His utopia was not, as some mistakenly declare, a merely industrial civilization, but a Christian commonwealth which exalted the humane feelings, family life, and artistic beauty. Distinction between his essays and his other works. Both in the prefaces to the Instauratio Magna and in the New Atlantis, Bacon is thinking of the world as he believed it should and would become. The assumption that he had a similar purpose in his famous essays unfortunately misleads many modern critics and tends to obscure the peculiar merits of his most popular work. Yet Bacon himself tells us that, in his opinion, we already had enough books which enthusiastically described moral ideals, and that what we really needed were accurate observations on the extent to which those ideals were attainable, and on the methods by which, under the actual conditions of everyday life, they might be put into practice. What he wished to present in the essays was human life, not as it ought to be, but as it is. Let us know ourselves, he said, and how it standeth with us. Bacon not a cynic. The result is a portrait of mankind beneath which may be inscribed his characteristic sentence, "It is good to retain sincerity." So accurate and candid an observer of human life is instinctively disliked by persons of sentimental temperament, and they call Bacon cynical and heartless. Ignoring his realistic intention, they turn, for instance, to the essays on love and on marriage, expecting eloquent praise of what love and marriage may be at the very best, and they are disappointed, perplexed, and sometimes disgusted with what they find. In their haste they exclaim, "What a cold and calculating creature! All he says of the love between husband and wife is, 'Nuptial love maketh mankind.'" These accusations, which may substantially be found in one of the best-known editions of the essays, are as inaccurate as they are typical. Any careful reader, not led astray by the usual misconception of Bacon's purpose, will observe that the kind of love which he discusses in his essay on that subject is, quote, "the wanton love which corrupteth and embaseth," end quote, the condemnation of which should hardly be considered objectionable. As for family life, which, as I have mentioned, he idealizes in The New Atlantis, it is true that he dispatches it briefly in the essay on love, but in the essay on marriage, he does not estimate it as cynically as we are led to suppose. He points out, to be sure, that, as a matter of sober fact, marriage may interfere with extraordinary public ambition, but he gives it preference over a selfish, single life. He scorns those who consider children mere bills of charges instead of dearest pledges, and he calls matrimony a discipline of humanity, that is, a school of kindness or a humane education. To study the comparative merits and defects of many conditions of human life, to mark the extent and the limitations of human faculties, and to do so with even-handed justice, is his ruling purpose. Bacon as a practical advisor. To create an ideal of life is a noble task, but to penetrate some of the perplexing realities of existence is as difficult and at least as serviceable. This Bacon does with supreme success. A lawyer, judge, and statesman, he knew the vicissitudes of life and the varieties of human character. He observed his fellow men with the eye of a genius, pondered their motives with the thoughtfulness of a student, and recorded his observations with the precision of a scientist. Time has wrought superficial changes in some of the social and political conditions he examined, but human nature and human intercourse are essentially immutable, and the impressive truth of his judgments is enduring. To this day he guides his readers in the conduct of life, and if it be too much to say that those who heed his advice will make no mistakes, it is certain that they will blunder less frequently than does the average man who knows him not. How Bacon trains the mind. Bacon does more than enrich us with practical maxims applicable to particular situations. He trains us to think more wisely in the face of any and all occasions. He begins by informing, he ends by educating. His essays, valuable as discussions of special topics, are precious as exercises in a peculiar way of approaching all aspects of life. This way is one unusual and not inborn. It runs counter to the ways of the untrained mind. Just as children are apt to regard a person as either nice or horrid, many of larger growth tend to look on anything as wholly good or wholly bad. Bacon methodically weighs advantages and disadvantages and seeks to discover which predominate. In many of his essays, he reasons somewhat after this manner. This thing is good in this respect, but bad in that. It is useful to this extent, but harmful beyond. It will aid this kind of person, but will hinder that sort. For example, in describing youth and age, he assigns distinct superiority to neither, but points out the special strength and the special weakness of each. Innovation, to the radical pure delight, To the conservative, mere destructiveness is to him neither the one nor the other. Discriminate is his motto. Things that men call by the same name are really of different values. Some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. What he says about any given subject we may forget, but by frequent recourse to him we shall form the judicious habit of mind. His especial service today. Most of us can be judicious on a few occasions, especially on occasions in which we are not deeply interested, but to be so habitually has always been among the rarest of virtues. It probably never was more rare than in this country at this time. In approaching the intricate problems that confront us, we display boundless enthusiasm, aspiration, and self-confidence. The defects in human character, the fast-rooted evils in society that have baffled the efforts of saints and sages from the beginning of history, we hope to dispel by the sheer energy of emotional fervor. We are too impatient to ascertain the exact facts that are to be dealt with. We heartily dislike those facts which disturb our preconceived notions. In plain words, we do not love truth, and we distrust the intellect. To Bacon, the intellect was the indispensable aid to moral progress, whether of the individual or of society. He does not dry up enthusiasm, but he teaches us to make it effective by directing it into rational channels. In his day, he helped to rescue science from superstition, and in our own, he may save morality from sentimentalism. End of section 37, read by Laura Gibbs.
Section 38 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Locke and Milton, by Professor H. W. Holmes. In the history of education, the 17th century is a period of much interest and importance. It is a time of earnest thought, of noble expression, and of zealous and faithful effort. Yet, throughout the century, educational progress is at best sporadic. For education, it is a century of preparation. That the reformers of the period were thus pioneers whose endeavor bore, for the most part, little immediate fruit, was an almost inevitable consequence of the circumstances of their day. Theirs was an age of reorganization, in religion, in political life, and in philosophy and science. The 30 Years' War and the Civil War in England were conflicts in which the basis of modern religious toleration was laid in suffering and desolation. In America, the colonies were begun. In England, the continued struggle with the House of Stuart resulted in the assurance of political liberty, to be secured at length by an evolution without the price of blood, which the continent, and especially France, had later on to pay. On the continent itself, despotisms, big and little, were strengthened often to the direct detriment of education. Meanwhile, modern science had its birth in the work of many a courageous intellectual adventurer, from Kepler and Galileo, astronomers, to Harvey, physiologist. Francis Bacon was herald and journalist of that revolt against scholasticism, which attacked medieval error and superstition by the new method of observation, experiment, and inductive reasoning. With the writings of Descartes and his contemporaries began modern philosophy. In a century of such spiritual and material disturbance, what wonder that there should have been much inspiration to educational effort with but little fixed accomplishment. A new world of knowledge had already been partly explored, but the schoolmasters had not entered it, and it was only years afterward that science became even meagerly available for school purposes. A new method had also been discovered, a method not more important in the search for truth than in the attainment of intellectual freedom. But the schoolmasters did not know it, or thought less of intellectual freedom than of more obvious results in linguistic proficiency. A new need for universal education had begun to be foreseen, but to the schoolmasters of the 17th century, democracy was not even a utopian promise. Schools remained, therefore, narrow in curriculum and authoritative in method, and education the opportunity of the privileged. Writers on practical schoolkeeping, such as John Brimsley and Charles Hoole, were more concerned over improvements in the teaching of the classics than over fundamental changes in programs of study, in the spirit of instruction and discipline, or in the extension of educational opportunity. Comenius and the Great Didactic. To dream, therefore, in that time of an educational system state-administered, state-supported, compulsory, and hence democratic, a system serving the varying needs of all individuals, yet aiming, in the education of each, at a socially valuable result, a system culminating in great academies of research and experiment, with parallel graduate schools for professional training, including the training of teachers, a system finally in which all subjects were to be taught and learned by the mind-freeing method of science, and all schools, classes, and subjects to be ordered and managed in natural yet effective ways. This was an achievement even among reformers. This dream, and a life of effort to realize it, must be credited to the greatest educator of the century, who was neither John Locke nor John Milton, but the Moravian bishop John Amos Comenius. Scope of the treatises of Locke and Milton. It cannot be denied that neither Locke's Thoughts on Education nor Milton's Tractate on Education is a document of such historical importance as the chief work of Comenius, the Great Didactic. Indeed, we might well wish that both Locke and Milton had studied this treatise and had written in the light of it. Their minds, better trained both of them than that of the Moravian, and more highly endowed by nature, might have given more permanently profitable form to his far-reaching projects. As it is, Locke does not refer to Comenius's work at all, and Milton refers to it only slightingly, as by hearsay. Accordingly, although we have in the Thoughts an essay on the education of a gentleman's son at home, with the improvements on current practice suggested by the sound sense of one of the first modern psychologists and one of the most clear-headed of moral philosophers, and in the Tractate a scheme for the education of the better classes under requirements suggested by the vigorous mentality of a great poet and an ardent patriot, we can find in neither much sympathy with the new movement for science, nor any forecast of democracy in and through education. Yet these works of Locke and Milton are still readable and profitable English essays, whereas the Didactica Magna, which was first written in Czech and later translated by its author into Latin, is now to be remembered chiefly as an important document in the history of education. The power of Milton's prose, his generous vision, and his place in English literature and English history lend an interest to the tractate aside from any present pertinence in Milton's practical suggestions. Locke's place in English philosophy, and the insight and consistency of his views, especially as to the government of children in the home, give to the Thoughts a permanent value. If we read Milton's essay for the vigor and dignity of its style and for its general inspiration, admitting the present inapplicability of most of its detailed proposals, it will well repay us. If we take into account the avowed limitation of scope in Locke's treatise, and make due allowance for the conditions of life and schooling in his day, we may still find his advice worthy of careful study. Milton on Aim and Method in Education. The aim of education set forth in the tractate is majestic. I call, therefore, complete and generous education that which fits a man to perform justly, skillfully, and magnanimously all the offices, both private and public, of peace and war. It is plain that the complexity of modern life makes it hopeless for any individual now to realize this ideal. But it may be noted that Milton's conception of education agrees with the modern conception in that it is social. The individual is to be prepared for the duties of life, not cultivated merely for the possession of accomplishments or learning. Indeed, the burden of the tractate is that learning is to be put to use. Milton insists, therefore, that the first principle of that better education in extent and comprehension far more large, for which he pleads, shall be emphasis on matter rather than on form. Education is to be primarily through literature and is to begin with Latin grammar. To this extent is Milton conventional, but it is to come rapidly to the place where the content and meaning of the books to be studied, the substance of the good things, shall be chiefly the aim in view. This advice is as sound today as it ever was, and if it is less needed, it is still not without application. Abstractions and technicalities of form so easily encumber teaching that we may hardly expect ever to outgrow the warning not to give our pupils ragged notions and babblements while they expected worthy and delightful knowledge. If, then, Milton's scheme of national academies wherein picked youths are to be brought to a mastery of every art, science, and profession be impracticable, we need not therefore fail to find, in this brief but pithy essay, an ideal to be cherished. It is a plea for sound learning. Learning today may be had from sources unknown to Milton, and many sources he esteemed highly are today quite unimportant. But sound learning, now as then, is learning which comes at the realities of life. The author of Lycidas and Comus can never be accused of forgetting the requirements of form. We may heed him the more, therefore, when he warns us against intellective abstractions for young unmatriculated novices, and the learning of mere words or such things chiefly as were better unlearnt. Happily, it is one effort of modern education, from the first teaching of reading and arithmetic to the highest studies of the university, to make learning serve life and to make life illuminate learning. Locke on the education of a gentleman. In Locke's thoughts, we have no such comprehensive schemes as is presented in the tractate. At another time, Locke sketched in outline a national system of education. Here he only deals with the home training of a gentleman's son. He scorns the schools of the day and urges great care in the selection of a tutor. Since Locke's time, schools have so improved that he might now revise his opinion on this point, as he might on others. For it must be confessed that Locke was not in the modern sense a student of child psychology, nor of mental and physical development in general. Thus, his advice on the feeding of children, the general tenor of which is good, could hardly be followed with safety and detail. But for us, the chief interest of Locke's essay is in his conception of the moral discipline of children by their parents and teachers. And since he was a man of keen observation, wide experience, clear principles, and much human sympathy, his remarks on this subject are worth careful study. The gist of his counsel may be put thus: abandon the rod except as a last resort. Abandon scolding, threats, rules, rewards, arguments, and persuasion. Train to right thinking and right action through the use of approval and affection, with all their normal accompaniment of benefits when children behave properly, and of disapproval and coldness, with their usual consequences in the withdrawal of pleasures and companionship when children misbehave. But above all, use this moral discipline morally, that is, with direct reference to your child's motives, to his will in the matter, not with reference merely to the outward effect of his actions. Locke urges in reality a steady, consistent, sympathetic yet dispassionate moral pressure as the surest means of bringing children to good conduct. He would have them learn to love what they ought to love and hate what they ought to hate, as a matter first of habit, to be approved by reason only as they mature. But from the beginning he would have children act not in mere conformity to external requirements, but with a willing adoption of standards always clearly revealed and, as time goes on, properly explained. He would use authority as a moral agent to induce purpose. There is wisdom in Locke's words. Even under more modern conceptions of child nature, parents can hardly find general principles better than those he gives for guidance in the concrete exigencies of moral training in the home. All moral training is difficult, because it demands character and judgment. It is truly as much a training of the parents as of children. But although there is much to be learned from modern writing on many an aspect of child life of which John Locke was wholly ignorant, he put in his way certain essential truths which have often been put since in different terms, but to the same effect. As to learning, Locke agrees with the fundamental point in Milton's tractate. In Latin, he decries overemphasis on grammar and would substitute for it extended reading. He would also combine with literary study a training in handicraft, which parallels Milton's scheme of learning from workers in the various fields of practical activity. But the contrast between Locke's point of view, which is individualistic, and Milton's, which is national, is brought out by the fact that Milton would have practical men teach his young academicians with a view to the serious use of their knowledge and skill in public affairs, whereas Locke looks upon a handicraft chiefly as a good gentlemanly avocation. On one point, Locke has been generally misinterpreted. He has been held to be a typical advocate of the doctrine of formal discipline, the doctrine which asserts that studies are to be chosen not because of their objective usefulness, but because of their supposed efficacy in the training of some intellectual faculty, or in the production of an obscurely defined, and in reality wholly mythical, general power. The passage on the training of memory is clear proof that Locke held no such views as have been imputed to him. He did insist, to be sure, on the necessity of intellectual and moral discipline, but only on such discipline of specific habits of mind and will as is generally admitted to be possible and desirable. These two essays were written some 300 years ago. They reflect many customs, standards, and traditions foreign to modern thought. They name men and books most modern readers never heard of. Their authors were not even imbued with some of the most forward-looking conceptions and ideals of their own day. But these things admitted, we must also admit that the essays are essentially fresh and valuable still, and profit by their wisdom if we can. End of section 38, read by Victoria Scrimmer, Washington, D.C., October 3rd, 2023.
Section 39 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Du Bois, Orlando, 2023. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Carlyle and Newman by Frank Wilson Cheney Hersey, A.M. Among the great voices that stirred England in the early years of the Victorian era, none were more eloquent than those of Newman and Carlyle, the one a suave ecclesiastic who lighted again the candles of the medieval church, the other a volcanic Scots peasant who set the Thames on fire. We may still hear the sound of their voices and note the vast difference in their appearance, their manner, their tone and method, their appeal to their generation. Matthew Arnold's description of Newman at Oxford remains forever in the memory. Who could resist the charm of that spiritual apparition gliding in the dim afternoon light through the aisles of St. Mary's, rising into the pulpit, and then in the most entrancing of voices, breaking the silence with words and thoughts which were religious music, subtle, sweet, mournful. I seemed to hear him still, saying, after the fever of life, after weariness and sickness, fightings and despondings, languor and fretfulness, struggling and seceding, after all the changes and chances of this troubled, unhealthy state, at length comes death. At length the white throne of God. At length the beatific vision. Now the other man comes before us, noted by Caroline Fox in her journals. Carlyle soon appeared and looked as if he felt a well-dressed London audience, scarcely the arena for him to figure in as a popular lecturer. He is a tall, robust-looking man. Rugged simplicity and indomitable strength are in his face, and such a glow of genius in it, not always smoldering there, but flashing from his beautiful gray eyes from the remoteness of their deep setting under that massive brow. His manner is very quiet, but he speaks like one tremendously convinced of what he utters, and who had very much in him that was quite unutterable, quite unfit to be uttered to the uninitiated ear. And when the Englishman's sense of beauty or truth exhibited itself in vociferous cheers, he would impatiently, almost contemptuously wave his hand as if that were not the kind of homage which truth demanded. And this man flung forth such ringing words as, "Be no longer a chaos, but a world," or even "Worldkin, produce, produce," were it but the pitifullest infinitesimal fraction of a product, produce it. In God's name, 'tis the utmost thou hast in thee. Out with it, then, up, up. Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy whole might. Work while it is called today, for the night cometh wherein no man can work. Newman and the Oxford Movement. The careers of Newman and Carlyle were no more similar than their personalities. Newman spent his life in the heat of theological controversy. He was the leader and kindling spiritual force of the Oxford movement, 1833 to 1845, often called the Tractarian movement, from Tracts for the Times. This was a movement within the Church of England to revive the Catholic doctrines which had always been retained in the prayer book. These doctrines were the apostolic succession, the priesthood, the sacramental system, and the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist. The Anglican Church was sadly in need of zeal. Instead of heroic martyr conduct, said Carlyle in 1831, and inspired and soul-inspiring eloquence, whereby religion itself were brought home to our living bosoms to live and reign there, we have discourses on the evidences, endeavoring with smallest result to make it probable that such a thing as religion exists. Soul-inspiring eloquence was just what Newman brought to the movement. Sunday after Sunday, year after year, his sermons and tracts quickened the spirit of men. A mysterious veneration gathered around him. In Oriel Lane, light-hearted undergraduates would drop their voices and whisper, "There's Newman." In his eyes, the Christian church was the concrete representative of things invisible. The pageant of ritual was necessary to bring home the symbolism of the church to the imagination. Dogmas, far from being barnacles on scriptural tradition, were defenses erected by authority to preserve the spirit of primitive Christianity against barnacles. Newman had defended the Church of England as the via media, the middle road between the theology of the Church of Rome and the theology of Calvinism. But he and his younger followers gradually came to believe that the weight of authority and permanence was on the side of Rome. Tract 90 on the Catholic doctrines and the 39 Articles, the bulwarks of the Protestant Church, raised a storm of opposition in that church. And finally, in a dramatic scene at the convocation of February 13th, 1845, the Oxford movement was snuffed out. Newman at once left the Via Media for the Via Appia and entered the Roman Catholic Church. Several years later, in 1864, he became involved in a controversy with Charles Kingsley, during which he wrote his religious autobiography, the Apologia Pro Vita Sua. This famous book, though it cannot be considered a convincing refutation of the charges which Kingsley brought against Rome, was a triumphant vindication of Newman's integrity and nobility of spirit. Carlyle and his teaching. With Newman, Carlyle had little sympathy. John Henry Newman, he said, has not the intellect of an average-sized rabbit. Carlyle's own life was spent in writing the histories of great movements such as the French Revolution and of great men such as Cromwell and Frederick the Great. He thundered forth denunciations of the evils of society. The gospel he preached was of books, silence, work, and heroes. In books lie the soul of the whole past time. Silence is the eternal duty of a man. Work while it is called today. Universal history is at bottom the history of the great men who have worked here. These doctrines you will find summed up in the inaugural address at Edinburgh. Carlyle wrote George Meredith in one of the most luminous estimates of the Sage of Chelsea. Carlyle was one who stood constantly in the presence of those eternal verities of which he speaks. The spirit of the prophet was in him. He was the greatest of the Britons of his time, and after the British fashion of not coming near perfection, Titanic, not Olympian, a heaver of rocks, not a shaper, but if he did no perfect work, he had lightning's power to strike out marvelous pictures and reach to the inmost of men with a phrase. The doctrine of the unconscious. Could men so apparently antipodal as these in temperament, utterance, and life have a thought or doctrine in common? Yet it was the great paradox of the Victorian era that the heart of their mystery, the source and pivot of their teaching, was the same dominating idea. The same idea led one man to insist on the value of the oldest clothes and led the other to insist on getting rid of them. This dominating principle was the doctrine of the unconscious. Carlyle first expounded this doctrine in his essay, Characteristics. Truly strong mind, he says, view it as intellect, as morality, or under what any other aspect, is no wise the mind acquainted with its strength. Here as before, the sign of health is unconsciousness. In our inward as in our outward world, what is mechanical lies open to us, not what is dynamical and has vitality. Of our thinking, we might say it is but the mere upper surface that we shape into articulate thoughts. Underneath the region of argument and conscious discourse lies the region of meditation. Here, in its quiet, mysterious depths, dwells what vital force is in us. Here, if aught is to be created, and not merely manufactured and communicated, must the work go on. Manufacture is intelligible, but trivial. Creation is great and cannot be understood. What is intuitive and spontaneous should be our guide. The healthy understanding is not the logical, argumentative, but the intuitive. The characteristic of right performance is a certain spontaneity, an unconsciousness. The healthy know not of their health, but only the sick. On this idea, Carlyle bases his doctrines of work and heroes. By work, the spontaneous self has a chance to reveal itself. Heroes are those great men who are spontaneous and sincere, those masters of their time who draw up into themselves the thoughts of masses of men. Newman's belief in the power of the unconscious was equally firm and thoroughgoing. In his sermon on explicit and implicit reason, he means by implicit reason unconscious meditation. Reasoning is a living, spontaneous energy within us, not an art. Progress, he said later, is a living growth, not a mechanism, and its instruments are mental acts, not the formulas and contrivances of language. As each individual has certain instincts of right and wrong antecedently to reasoning, and on which he acts, and rightly so has the world of men collectively. God gave them truths in his miraculous revelations. These are transmitted as the wisdom of our ancestors. It was Newman's staunch belief in what is intuitive and instinctive that made him accept the wisdom of the race as more trustworthy than the reason of the individual. Consequently, he believed that Christian truth is preserved not by the reasoning of the individual, but by the diversified powers, insight, and feeling which are found in the long continuing society. For Newman, therefore, the Catholic Church was the articulate voice of the body of Christian believers in the past, the concrete representative of things invisible. These two great men who did not understand each other based their teachings on the same initial principle, the doctrine of the unconscious. However far apart they were at the end, they insisted with graceful pleading or with tumultuous eloquence on these high moral truths. Faith in what is spontaneous and sincere in one's own nature, and spontaneous and instinctive submission to those highly endowed men whose innate sincerity will redeem the world. End of section 39.
Section 40 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Huxley on Science and Culture by A. O. Norton. Huxley's address on science and culture was delivered in 1880 at the opening of Mason Science College in Birmingham, England. Like many academic addresses, it not only celebrates a local event, but also deals with questions of the day chosen to suit the occasion. Unlike most such addresses, however, it is of permanent value as a document in the history of a great epoch in English educational progress. The event which it celebrates marks a crisis in the long battle, or rather of the long series of battles, which were fought over education during the 19th century. The discussion concerns two of the most significant educational reforms of that century. The speaker was a great leader in the struggle which brought those reforms to pass. The style of the address illustrates the strenuous and attractive method of exposition which characterizes all of Huxley's writings, and which was a powerful means of winning public support for his views. Huxley's opponents, the businessmen. The full significance of science and culture appears only when it is placed in its historical setting. Today, Huxley's views seem commonplace, because today everyone accepts them. Who nowadays disputes his proposition that the sciences are an essential element of modern culture? And who denies that the diffusion of a thorough scientific education is an absolutely essential condition of industrial progress? In England in 1880, however, these ideas seemed shockingly radical to a very large majority of the people who were doing the thinking of the country and managing its affairs. And the advocates of scientific studies faced a powerful opposing party composed of two groups, the practical men of business and the men of liberal education. Scientific education was despised by practical businessmen because it seemed not only unnecessary, but actually harmful as a preparation for business. English industries had flourished amazingly without the aid of the sciences, and the captains of industry saw no reason to believe that the rule of thumb by which they had succeeded would not continue to suffice for their needs. They failed to see the importance of the connection between scientific education and the industries, but it was even then perceived in Germany, that land of done professors, with the result that Germany rose in the next 25 years from industrial insignificance to the position of England's leading industrial competitor. A further result was a general outcry in England for the kind of training which Huxley advocated. The classical tradition. The entrance of the sciences into the circle of liberal studies also met powerful opposition. School and university men in general doubted, and most of them denied, that the sciences, physics, chemistry, biology, geology, and the like, were at all essential to culture, and Huxley's conviction that, for the purpose of attaining real culture, an exclusively scientific education is at least as effective as an exclusively literary education, was as shocking to the academic world of that day as the advent of a band of shooting cowboys would have been to an English garden party. Huxley states very fairly that the working ideal of culture, which was held by the great majority of educated Englishmen of 1880, and which had shaped the whole course of liberal education during the 3 centuries preceding, in their belief, he says, culture is obtainable only by a liberal education, and that liberal education is synonymous not merely with education and instruction in literature, but in one particular form of literature, namely that of Greek and Roman antiquity. They hold that the man who has learned Latin and Greek, however little, is educated, while he who is versed in other branches of knowledge, however deeply, is a more or less respectable specialist not admissible into the cultured caste. The stamp of the educated man, the university degree, is not for him. The best-trained university men undoubtedly took a more liberal attitude than this, but schoolmasters in general and university men of mediocre quality often maintained this position with patronizing, not to say insolent, superiority. The theologians. Another group of educated men also opposed scientific studies, especially biology, on religious grounds. Since the appearance of Darwin's Origin of Species in 1859, there had been endless battles and skirmishes between scientists and theologians over the doctrine of evolution. It is almost impossible for readers of this generation to realize the bitterness of the feelings aroused over this doctrine, or the violence with which, during the 60s and early 70s, evolution and its champions were attacked. To clergy and the devout laity alike, it seemed to undermine theology and to sap the very foundations of Christian belief. Scientists who defended it, Huxley chief among them, were regarded as the deadly enemies of religion, as rationalists, materialists, atheists beyond redemption. Naturally, scientific studies were opposed on the ground that they were anti-religious in their effect, the breeders of atheism, and the destroyers of faith. The stormiest period of the debate had passed by 1880, but the feelings which it aroused were still strong, and although Huxley does not directly address these opponents in Science and Culture, some reminiscences of the conflict may be traced in its pages. Under these circumstances, the address was hardly the tame affair which it seems to readers of the younger generation. On the contrary, it was the challenging utterance of a champion in the warfare of science at the crisis of the battle. As above suggested, the two great reforms for which Huxley contended in this address and elsewhere were first the diffusion of scientific education as a benefit to industrial workers and an aid to the industries themselves, second, the revision of the program of liberal studies to include modern studies, especially the natural sciences, as well as the traditional Latin and Greek. Thus, he confronted two of the three groups of opponents of scientific studies, the practical men of business and the men of liberal culture. Huxley's appeal to the business world. The first thing to note in reading the address is the skill with which Huxley meets each of these antagonists. To the practical man he appeals in a practical way. His appeal summarizes this: I want to try to reason you out of your opposition to scientific education. But consider what Sir Josiah Mason, the founder of this college, has done. He's a practical man like yourselves, and yet he believes in scientific education enough to spend a great part of his fortune in providing it for young men and women who are to enter the industries of Birmingham. No one is better qualified to judge than he. This college is his practical answer to your practical objections. I can say nothing which will add to its force. Towards the close of the address, Huxley returns to the charge with evidence that the general sciences are of practical value to the industries, and with the further remark that, considered as culture alone, they are of practical value, for they both ennoble character and increase and improve in quality the variety of desires which are satisfied by the products of industry. His appeal to the university man. Huxley's method of dealing with the second group of antagonists is very different from this. Here, his appeal is to reason. He begins with a definition of culture which hardly anyone could refuse to accept. Next, he points out that the real matter on which they disagreed is the answer to the question, how is culture to be obtained? Why do we differ so sharply on this matter? He asks. History tells us why. The studies which have been supposed to give culture have changed from age to age. In the Middle Ages, theology was the sole basis of culture because it furnished the best ideals and standards then available for the criticism of life. In the 15th century, the great body of classical literature was revealed to Western Europe. This in turn became the basis of culture, displacing theology, because in many ways it furnished better ideas and standards, especially in literature, sculpture, and above all in the use of reason. But since the 15th century, vast new sources of culture have developed: the modern literatures, modern music, modern painting, and above all, the great structure of modern science, which gives us ideals and standards of judgment drawn from a new field, the book of nature herself. The reason why we differ is clear. You still live in the views of the 15th century, and you take no account of the vast changes in our knowledge since that time. But if culture is to be an effective criticism of modern life, as we agree, is it not clear that the ideals and standards given by these new fields of learning must form a part of any scheme of complete culture? Thus, by clear definition and by reasoning based on the historic facts, Huxley drives home his conclusion with telling power. His style and personality. The style of the address deserves notice. It is characteristic of all Huxley's writings. Perfect clearness and simplicity are its most obvious qualities. So clear and simple is it, indeed, that one constantly forgets that the printed page is before one. One seems to be looking directly at the thought expressed, rather than at the words themselves, just as one looks through a clear window at a landscape. At the same time, the style is never dry. The bottled life, which, according to a reviewer, Huxley always infused into the driest topic on which human beings ever contrived to prose, is evident here as in all his writings. Forcible and interesting as he always is, Huxley also makes this address pungent by picturesque phrases and keen thrusts at his antagonists. A last word must be given to Huxley as a man. He was one of the most distinguished and striking personalities of his day in England. Hardly any character will better repay study. Let the reader turn to his collected essays, and especially to the 2 volumes of his Life and Letters edited by his son. There he will find a portrait sharply drawn. It is the portrait of a passionate seeker of truth, fearless in its defense against all odds, and at any cost to himself. A man ruggedly honest and straightforward, big of mind, broad of vision, the soul of simplicity, sincerity, and honor. End of section 40, read by Claudia Caldi.
Section 41 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Political Science, General Introduction by Thomas Nixon Carver. A branched table. On the left, Economics, or the Art of Household Management, broken into 2 topics, private and public political economy. Private branches into 2 additional topics, getting an income, business economics, and utilizing an income, home economics. Public political economy branches into 2 additional topics, finance, how the state can manage its own affairs, and social economy, how the general welfare may be promoted. Finance, how the state can manage its own affairs, branches out into 2 additional topics, public revenue and public expenditure. Public revenue branches out into 4 additional topics, taxation, royalties, public domain, and public trading. Taxation branches out into 2 additional topics, direct and indirect. Social economy, how the general welfare may be promoted, branches out into 4 topics. By encouraging the production of wealth, by facilitating the exchange of commodities, by securing an advantageous distribution of wealth, by directing the wise consumption of wealth. End of table. The term economics, as originally used by the Greeks, meant the art of household management, or the principles which govern the wise management of the household. Xenophon's treatise on this subject is a description of the management of a simple agricultural household where problems of revenue and expenditure, of business and home life are not very sharply separated. In modern times, particularly in urban life, the business or the source of income is so sharply separated from the home, where the income is utilized, that we now have two distinct branches of the subject instead of one. To one branch, we now give the name of business economics, business management, or business administration. The other is known by such names as home economics, household management, domestic science, etc. That these two branches are now so sharply separated as to seem unrelated is a commentary on how far we have departed from the simple conditions of the self-sufficing rural household, and how thoroughly we have divorced business from life. Xenophon also wrote a treatise on the revenues of Athens. While this cannot be regarded as a general treatise on public finance, it serves at least to show that he had some interest in that field, which may not inaptly be called public housekeeping. Every government, considered as a corporate body, has needs of its own apart from those of the people whom it governs. Whether it be a city, state, or a smaller governing unit, it must solve the problems of revenue and expenditure just as a private household. Later writers applied the term economics mainly to this group of problems to which we now apply the name public finance, rather than to that group which the diagram above are included under private economics. In a monarchy, the providing of revenues for the king's household and the expenditure of those revenues in the support of the household may approximately very closely to the character of private economics, as when the chief source of revenue is the royal demands, or to public economics, when the chief source of revenue is taxation, and the king is regarded merely as a public official to be supported as other public officials are. Early conceptions of public economics. In the medieval and early modern period, the chief interest in economics had shifted from the private to the public aspects of the science, but was still centered mainly in problems of public revenue and expenditure, or as we should now say, public finance. The chief students in this field were the finance ministers, who were charged with the office of raising revenue for the royal household and the enterprises, both constructive and military, of the king. It was soon apparent that the amount of royal revenue was strictly limited by the wealth of the people. If larger revenues were needed, the people must be made more prosperous in order that they might pay heavier taxes. From that time forward, students gave increasing attention to the problems of national prosperity, until at the present time, that is the primary object of interest, problems of public revenue and expenditure being strictly subordinated. That is to say, instead of trying to promote national prosperity in order that there may be more taxes and other forms of public revenue, the modern policy is to promote general prosperity for its own sake, and to raise revenue for the government only when, and to the extent that, it is necessary to do so in order to promote the general welfare. Mercantilists and physiocrats. Even when students began to focus their attention upon general economic prosperity, it took them some time to develop a really broad view of that problem. One school, known as the mercantilists, emphasized commerce, particularly foreign commerce, to such an extent as to make it seem that they identified prosperity with foreign trade. Writers of this school, for example, were accustomed to point out that an abundant supply of cheap labor was one factor in the development of foreign trade, because with cheap labor, the country could compete with rival nations in international trade. This was obviously not intended to promote the prosperity of the laborers who were to supply the cheap labor. Another school, the physiocrats, emphasized the importance of agriculture as the industry which really produced a surplus over and above the cost of production. Both these schools made the mistake of assuming an analogy between public prosperity and private prosperity. A private business which sells more than it buys or takes in more money than it pays out is said to be prosperous. The mercantile school assumed the same to be true of the nation at large, overlooking the fact that in the nation at large what is profit to one man may be cost to someone else, as in the case of the merchants who exported goods at a profit because they paid the laborers so little for their work. Again, a private business may be said to be prosperous when its products are greater than its costs. In agriculture, there is the rent of land, which is not, strictly speaking, a cost, but a surplus income to the owner. This surplus income is the surplus value of the produce over and above the cost of producing it. Since very little rent was produced by the handicraft manufacturers of the day, the physiocrats assumed that these were not very profitable industries for the country at large, but that its main prosperity came from agriculture, where the main surplus, namely rent, accrued. Like the mercantilists, they overlooked the fact that this surplus might be the result, in part at least, of the poverty of the farm laborers. With a given efficiency, the cheaper they would work, the lower the cost of growing crops, and the higher the rent of the land. It was not until Adam Smith's epoch-making work, The Wealth of Nations, was given to the world that students began to take a really broad and comprehensive view of the problems of national welfare. Different students naturally have different special interests, but they generally realize the bearing of their specialties upon the larger problem. It has seemed at times that too many were focusing their attention upon production or exchange, and too few upon problems of distribution. For the last 25 years, the problem of distribution has attracted more attention than all the others, but now the idea is beginning to dawn that consumption is the most important field of all, though it has been receiving the least attention of any. The meaning of wealth. Now that economics is definitely focusing attention upon problems of national prosperity, it is important that the student should understand clearly the leading concepts of the science before proceeding to study its literature. The leading concept is that of wealth, but this is a term with two distinct but closely related meanings. In the first place, it is the name of a condition of well-being, in which sense is not very different from the Saxon term weal, from which it is descended. In the second and more usual sense, wealth is the collective name for a category of goods. Goods are the means of satisfying desires, but not all goods are wealth. Only those goods are wealth upon which the satisfaction of desires depends in a very special and practical sense. People desire air, sunlight, and a number of other things which do not constitute wealth, but if they not only desire a thing, but desire more than they have, or more than there is to be had at once, then that thing is wealth. Their state of satisfaction is definitely affected by the question of more or less of this thing. More of it, more satisfaction; less of it, less satisfaction. Though we cannot live at all without air, yet we do not ordinarily desire more than we have. There is enough to go around and satisfy everybody. We should not notice the difference if there were a little less. If special conditions should arise in any time and place where there was not enough air for everybody, so that people should desire more than they had, air would then and there be wealth. Wealth may also be defined tentatively as the name of those goods upon which weal or well-being depends in this immediate and practical sense. If our weal is increased by having more of a certain class of things and decreased by having less of them, those things therefore constitute wealth. They become the objects of conscious and active human desire, and therefore of conscious and active human endeavor. More bread, more weal; less bread, less weal. Because we can say that, bread is wealth. Broadly speaking, everything to which we can apply that formula in any time and place is then and there wealth. Nothing is wealth which cannot be brought under that formula. This statement calls for one qualification, namely, that men may not know upon what their weal or well-being depends. That upon which they think that their well-being depends they will regard as wealth. In other words, if they desire a thing and desire more of it than they have, that indicates that they think their weal or state of satisfaction would be increased by having more of it. The fact that they want more and try to get it either by producing or purchasing it indicates that they regard it as wealth or as the means to well-being. Therefore, it sometimes happens that the student is compelled to include some things under wealth which he regards as not only useless, but deleterious and immoral, the means of satisfying vicious appetites such as opium, tobacco, and alcohol. If one were to make much of this qualification, he would probably choose to divorce the word wealth from well-being and define it as scarce means of satisfying desires. Any of these definitions will be found to harmonize perfectly with another that has had some currency, namely that wealth is the collective name for all goods which have value or power in exchange. For only those things which are desirable and scarce will have power in exchange or value. In fact, they are evaluated, bought and sold, solely because they are scarce and someone wants more than he has. The meaning of economy. The idea of scarcity as an essential to the concept of wealth suggests next the meaning of economy, which is another fundamental concept of the science of economics. Economy suggests the adjusting of means to ends, making a little go a long way, or, in the last analysis, choosing among one's desires and sacrificing the less important in order that the more important may be satisfied. This choice is forced upon us by the fact of scarcity, without which such choosing would be unnecessary, since we could, if everything were sufficiently abundant, satisfy all our desires without sacrificing any. It is in the utilization of those things which are scarce that economy is called for. These things which, being scarce, need to be economized in the interest of the largest satisfaction or well-being constitute economic goods, for which wealth is only another name. These are the things which have to be appraised, evaluated, and compared with one another with respect to their utility, in order that the limited supplies may be meted out and made to go as far as possible in the satisfaction of human desires, and in order that they may satisfy the greater rather than the lesser desires. The economizing of scarce goods cannot be disassociated from such outstanding facts as production and exchange. The things towards which we much practice economy come to be esteemed or evaluated in a very direct and practical sense, which is not true of anything else. When we desire a thing and desire more than we have, we not only try to get more, either by purchase or by production, but the more intensely we desire more of it, the more we will give in exchange for a given unit of it, or the harder we will try to produce more of it. This process of evaluation gives such a thing power in exchange in proportion to its scarcity, or rather in proportion to the intensity of our desire for more. It also determines the direction in which the productive energies of society will be turned, whether a given individual himself desires more of a thing or not. If there is somewhere in the community such a desire for more as will give the thing a high power in exchange, or a high value, that value will serve as effectively to induce the individual to produce it as though he desired the thing itself. The law of variable proportions. The process of production, in turn, calls for a new exercise of economy, because the means of production are scarce in some cases and abundant in others. In the last analysis, all industry consists in moving materials from one place to another. That is all that the moving picture machine or the human eye as a mechanical device would reveal. But the mind sees plans, purposes, and laws back up this process with moving materials. One of the great generalizations of the scientific observer is that all this moving of materials is for the purpose of getting things together in the right proportions. Of course, there are purposes back of all of this, but the observed fact is that every industrial purpose is carried out by getting materials together in the right proportion. All this moving of materials which the eye sees is dominated by the law of proportionality, and the skill of the producer consists first in knowing the right proportions in which to combine materials, and second in his ability to bring them together. This applies everywhere from a chemical experiment to the irrigation of a desert, from the work of the artist in his studio to that of the farmer in his fields. The chemist, however, works under a law of definite proportions under which chemical elements have to be combined in exact mathematical ratios, whereas the greater part of the work of production is under the law of variable proportions. In the irrigation of a piece of land, for example, there are variable quantities of water which may be used in the growing of a crop. One cannot say that an exact quantity of water must be applied, otherwise there will be no crop at all, or that the slightest variation either way would utterly ruin the crop. Within fairly wide limits of moisture, a crop can be grown, though within these limits the crop will vary somewhat, but not exactly, according to the quantity of moisture provided. Wherever the law of variable proportions holds, that is, wherever the law of definite proportions does not hold, the product may vary whenever any of the factors which are necessary to its production varies, but the product will seldom vary in exact proportion as any single factor is varied. Adding 1/10 to the quantity of moisture in the soil will seldom, and only accidentally, result in the increase of exactly 1/10 to the crop. The same may be said with respect to fertilizer, or to any single element of fertility, with respect to the labor of cultivation, or with respect to any other single factor which enters into the determination of the size of a crop. Moreover, all this can be repeated with respect to any productive plant, say a factory, and of the factors of production which have to be combined in it. The work of assembling the factors of production in any productive establishment, whether it be a shop, farm, factory, or transportation system, calls for a degree of knowledge and care comparable with that of the chemist in the assembling of chemical elements, though, as stated before, the chemist must follow definite formula with mathematical precision, because of the law of definite proportions. This law of variable proportions is difficult to state concisely, but the following formula may serve to give a fairly accurate notion as to its meaning and import. Let us assume that three factors, x, y, and z, are necessary to get a certain desirable product, which we will call P. If 10x with 20y with 30z will produce 100p, then 11x with 20y with 30z will produce one of five things. 1. More than 110p. 2. 110p. 3. Less than 110 but more than 100p. 4. 100p. 5. Less than 100p. End of formula. If it should be found by experiment that the addition of 1 unit of x resulted in 1 more than 110p or 2 110p, that would indicate that the proportion of x to the other factors y and z was too low. Since an additional unit of x will result in such a large increase in the product, it is evident that more of x will be strongly desired as compared with more of y and z, for if there is too little of x in the combination, there must be too much of y and z. If, however, it were found that the addition of 1 unit of x resulted in 4 100p, that is, no increase at all, or 5 in less than 100p, that is, less than was produced before, it is obvious that the proportion of x to the other factors is too high. Consequently, more of x will be little desired as compared with y and z, because if there is too much of x in the combination, there must be too little of y and z. But if the increase in x results in an increase of 5 units of product proportional increase in the product, then the factors are nearing the right proportions. Whether it is better to increase x by 1 unit will then depend upon the cost of x and the value of the increased product. Let us suppose that the increase in x results in an increase of 5 units of product, 105p. If 1 unit of x costs less than 5 units of p, it will be profitable to increase the factor x from 10 to 11. Otherwise, it will not. Of course, the formula and all that comes after it could be repeated with respect to y or z, as well as of x, if either were regarded as the variable factor. X, y, and z may represent labor, land, and capital in industry in general. They may represent different grades of labor in any industry. They may represent nitrogen, potash, and phosphorus in the soil. Or they may represent any group of factors anywhere combined to get any product. The essential thing to remember is that in any combination, the scarcest factor is the limiting factor, and the product will vary more directly with that than with any other. Since the variation in the product follows more sharply the variation in this scarce factor than that of any of the more abundant factors in the combination, it is not uncommon to speak of the scarcest factor as having the highest productivity. Whether that be an accurate use of terms or not, there is not the slightest doubt that it will be most highly prized, will command the highest price, and will need to be economized most carefully. This formula and the remarks under it will serve to bring out the underlying physical fact of productivity upon which the law of supply and demand is based. The conflict of interest between man and man. That utility and scarcity and these alone are the factors which give value to a thing, whether its utility consists in its power to satisfy wants directly or indirectly, that is, whether it be an article of consumption or a factor of production, is now perhaps sufficiently clear. That the factor of scarcity creates the necessity for economy is also fairly obvious. That it is the source also of the conflict of human interests out of which most of our moral and social problems grow may not be quite so obvious, but the following considerations will show it to be true. The fact of scarcity means that man has wants for which nature does not spontaneously provide. This in turn implies a lack of harmony between man and nature, which it is the purpose of productive industry to restore. That phase of the disharmony between man and nature which takes the form of scarcity gives rise also to a disharmony between man and man. Where there is scarcity, there will be two men wanting the same thing, and where two men want the same thing, there is an antagonism of interests. Where there is an antagonism of interests between man and man, there will be questions to be settled, questions of right and wrong, of justice and injustice, and these questions could not arise under any other condition. The antagonism of interest is, in other words, what gives rise to a moral problem, and it is therefore about the most fundamental fact in sociology and moral philosophy. This does not overlook the fact that there are many harmonies between man and man, as there are between man and nature. There may be innumerable cases where all human interests harmonize, but these give rise to no problem, and therefore we do not need to concern ourselves with them. As already pointed out, there are many cases where man and nature are in complete harmony. There are things, for example, which nature furnishes in sufficient abundance to satisfy all our wants, but these also give rise to no problem. Toward these non-economic goods, our habitual attitude is one of indifference or unconcern. Where the relations between man and nature are perfect, why should we concern ourselves about them? But the whole industrial world is bent on improving those relations where they are imperfect. Similarly, with the relations between man and man, where they are perfect, that is, where interests are all harmonious, why should we concern ourselves about them? As a matter of fact, we do not. But where they are imperfect, where interests are antagonistic and trouble is constantly arising, we are compelled to concern ourselves whether we want to or not. As a matter of fact, we do concern ourselves in various ways. We work out systems of moral philosophy and theories of justice. After much disputation, we establish tribunals where, in the midst of much wrangling, some of these theories are applied to the settlement of actual conflicts. We talk and argue interminably about the proper adjustment of antagonistic interests of various kinds, all of which, it must be remembered, grow out of the initial fact of scarcity, that there are not as many things as people want. That underneath all these disharmonies there is a deep underlying harmony of human interest is the profound belief of some, but this belief, like that in a harmony between man and nature, is not susceptible of a positive proof. It rests upon philosophical conjecture and faith. To be sure, it is undoubtedly true that most men, even the strongest, are better off in the long run under a just government, where all their conflicts are accurately and wisely adjudicated, than they would be in a state of anarchy, where everyone who was able did what they pleased, or what he could if he was not able to do what he pleased. This might possibly be construed to imply a harmony of interest, in that all alike, the strong as well as the weak, are interested in maintaining a just government. But the argument is violently paradoxical, because it literally means that interests are so very antagonistic that in the absence of a government to hold them in check, there would be such a multiplicity of conflicts, wasting the energies of society, that in the end everybody would suffer, even the strongest. This is an excellent argument in favor of the necessity of government, but it is the poorest kind of argument in favor of the universal harmony of human interests. Fundamentally, therefore, there are only two practical problems imposed upon us. The one is industrial and the other moral. The one has to do with the improvement of the relations between man and nature, and the other with the improvement of the relations between man and man. But these two primary problems are so inextricably intermingled, and they deal with such infinitely varying factors, that the secondary and tertiary problems are more than we can count. The conflict of man with nature. But whence arises that phase of the conflict with nature out of which grows the conflict between man and man? Is man in any way responsible for it, or is it due wholly to the harshness or the niggardliness of nature? The fruitfulness of nature varies, of course, in different environments, but in any environment there are two conditions for both of which man is in a measure responsible, and either of which will result in economic scarcity. One is the indefinite expansion of human wants, and the other is the multiplication of numbers. The well-known expansive power of human wants, continually running beyond the power of nature to satisfy, has attracted the attention of moralists in all times and places. When goods increase, they are increased that eat them, and what good is there to the owners thereof, saving the beholding of them with their eyes, is the point of view of the preacher. It was the same aspect of life, obviously throwing man out of harmony with nature, which gave point to the Stoics' principle of living according to nature. To live according to nature would necessarily mean, among other things, to keep desires within such limits as nature could supply without too much coercion. Seeing that the best things in life cost nothing, and that the most ephemeral pleasures are the most expensive, there would appear to be much economic wisdom in the Stoic philosophy. But the pious Buddhist in his quest of nirvana, overlooking the real point, that the expansion of wants beyond nature's power to satisfy is what throws man inevitably out of harmony with nature, and produces soul-killing conflicts, sees in desire itself the source of evil, and seeks release in the eradication of all desire. Out of the view that the conflict of man with nature is a source of evil grow two widely different practical conclusions as to social conduct. If we assume that nature is beneficent and man at fault, the conclusion follows as a matter of course that desires must be curbed and brought into harmony with nature, which is closely akin to Stoicism, if it not be its very essence. But if, on the contrary, we assume that human nature is sound, then the only practical conclusion is that external nature must be coerced into harmony with man's desires and made to yield more and more for their satisfaction. This is a theory of the modern industrial spirit in its wild pursuit of wealth and luxury. Even if the wants of the individual never expanded at all, it is quite obvious that an indefinite increase in the number of individuals in any locality would, sooner or later, result in scarcity and bring them into conflict with nature, and therefore into conflict with one another. That human populations are physiologically capable of indefinite increase, if time be allowed, is admitted and must be admitted by anyone who has given the slightest attention to the subject. Among the non-economizing animals and plants, it is not the limits of their procreative power, but the limits of subsistence which determine their numbers. Neither is it lack of procreative power which limits numbers in the case of man, the economic animal. With him also it is a question of subsistence, but of subsistence according to some standard. Being gifted with economic foresight, he will not multiply beyond the point where he can maintain that standard of life which he considers decent. But, and this is to be especially noted, so powerful are his procreative and domestic instincts that he will multiply up to the point where it is difficult to maintain whatever standard he has. Whether his standard of living be high or low to begin with, the multiplication of numbers will be carried to the point where he is in danger of being forced down to a lower standard. In other words, it will always be hard for us to make as good a living as we think we ought to have. Unsatisfied desires or economic scarcity, which means the same thing, are therefore inevitable. It is a condition from which there is no possible escape. The cause lies deeper than forms of social organization. It grows out of the relation of man and nature. The internal conflict of interests. These considerations reveal a third form of conflict. Perhaps it ought to be called the second, a conflict of interests within the individual himself. If the procreative and domestic instincts are freely gratified, then there will inevitably result a scarcity of means of satisfying other desires, however modest those desires may be, through the multiplication of numbers. If an abundance of these things is to be assured, those instincts must be only partially satisfied. Either horn of the dilemma leaves us with unsatisfied desires of one kind or another. We are therefore pulled in two directions, and this also is a condition from which there is no possible escape. But this is only one illustration of the internal strife which tears the individual. The very fact of scarcity means necessarily that if one desire is satisfied, it is at the expense of some other. What I spend for luxuries, I cannot spend for necessaries. What I spend for clothing, I cannot spend for food. And what I spend for one kind of food, I cannot spend for some other kind. This is a situation which calls for economy, since to economize is merely to choose what desires shall be gratified, knowing that certain others must, on that account, remain ungratified. Economy also and everywhere means a threefold conflict. A conflict between man and nature, between man, and between the different interests of the same man. The problem of evil. This suggests the twofold nature of the problem of evil. Evil in the broadest sense merely means disharmony, since any kind of disharmony is a source of pain to somebody. But that form of disharmony which arises between man and nature has, in itself, no moral qualities. It is an evil to be cold or hungry, to have a tree fall upon one, to be devoured by a wild beast, or wasted by microbes. But to evils of this kind, unless they are in some way the fault of other men, we never ascribe any moral significance whatever. It is also an evil for one man to rob another, or to cheat him, or in any way to injure him through carelessness or malice. And we do ascribe a moral significance to evils of this kind, to any evil, in fact, which grows out of the relations of man with man. But, as already pointed out, this latter form of evil, moral evil, grows out of our results from the former, which may be called non-moral evil. Any true account of the origin of moral evil must therefore begin with the disharmony between man and nature. Let us imagine a limited number of individuals living in a very favorable environment, where all their wants could be freely and fully gratified, where there was no scarcity nor any need for economy. Under a harmony with nature so nearly perfect as this, there could arise none of those conflicts of interests within the individual, since the gratification of one desire would never be at the expense of some other. Nor could there arise any conflict of interests among individuals, since the gratification of one's individual's desire would never prevent the gratification of another's. There being no conflict of interests either within the individual or among different individuals, there could never arise a moral problem. That would be paradise. But suppose the wants should expand, or new wants develop, or suppose that, through the gratification of an elemental impulse, numbers should increase beyond any provision which nature had made. Paradise would be lost. Not only would labor and fatigue be necessary, but an antagonism of interests and a moral problem would arise. Human ingenuity would have to be directed not only toward the problem of increasing the productivity of the earth, but toward the problem of adjusting conflicting interests. Questions of justice and equity would begin to puzzle men's brains. It would be difficult to find in this illustration any suggestion of original sin or hereditary taint of any kind. The act which made for increase of numbers, instead of being a sinful one, for which punishment was meted out as a matter of justice, would be, on the contrary, be as innocent of moral guilt as any other. But the inevitable consequence of it would be the destruction of the pre-existing harmony, giving rise in turn to a conflict of human interests. Nor does the illustration suggest or imply any fall or change in human nature, but rather a change of conditions under which the same human qualities would produce different social results. Moreover, the illustration does not depend for its validity upon its historical character. That is to say, it is not necessary to show that there ever was a harmony between man and nature so nearly complete as the illustration assumes to begin with. The fundamental basis of conflict is clearly enough revealed by the illustration when it is shown to be inherent in the nature of man and of the material world about him. This theory of the origin of evil is already embodied in a well-known story which need not be interpreted as having a historical basis in order to have a profound meaning, more profound, probably, than its most reverent students have seen in it. Once upon a time there was a garden in which lived a man and woman, all of whose wants were supplied by the spontaneous fruits of the earth. There was no struggle for existence, no antagonism of interests. In short, that was paradise. But the gratification of a certain desire brought increase of numbers, and increase of numbers brought scarcity, and paradise was lost. Thenceforward man was to eat his bread in the sweat of his brow. The struggle for existence had set in. Man had to contend against either natural or human rivals for the means of satisfying his wants, and every form of greed and rapacity had a potential existence. When his eyes were opened to these inherent antagonisms, that is, when he became a discerner of good and evil, of advantages and disadvantages, both near and remote, he became an economic being, an adapter of means to ends, a chooser between pleasures and pains. In short, the process of industrial civilization, of social evolution, had made its first faint beginning. The human race was caught in a network of forces from which it was never to extricate itself. It was adrift upon a current which set irresistibly outward, no man knew whither. The origin of institutions. In this antagonism of interest, growing out of scarcity, the institutions of property, of the family, and of the state all have their common origin. No one, for example, thinks of claiming property in anything which exists in sufficient abundance for all. But when there is not enough to go around, each unit of the supply becomes a prize for somebody, and there would be a general scramble, did not society itself undertake to determine to whom each unit should belong. Possession, of course, is not property, but when society recognizes one's right to a thing and undertakes to protect him in that right, that is property. Wherever society is sufficiently organized to recognize these rights and to afford them some measure of protection, there is a state and there is a family wherever there is a small group within which the ties of blood and kinship are strong enough to overcome any natural rivalry and to create a unity of interest. This unity of economic interests within the group is sufficient to separate it from the rest of the world or from other similar groups among which the natural rivalry of interests persists. Saying nothing of the barbaric notion that wives and children are themselves property, even in the higher types of society, it is the desire to safeguard those to whom one is bound by ties of natural affection, by sharing the advantages of property with them, which furnishes the basis for the legal definition of the family group. The fundamental position of economics. Closely associated with the right of property, as parts of it, in fact, is a group of rights such as that of contract, of transfer, of bequest, and a number of other things with which lawyers occupy themselves. It would be difficult to find any question in the whole science of jurisprudence, or of ethics, or politics, or any of the social sciences for that matter, which does not grow out of initial facts of economic scarcity and the consequent antagonism of interests among men. This reveals, as nothing else can, the underlying unity of all the social sciences, that is, of all the sciences which have to do with the relations between man and man, and it shows very clearly that the unifying principle is an economic one. Even the so-called gregarious instinct may very well probably be the product of the struggle for existence, which in turn is the product of scarcity, the advantage of acting in groups being the selective agency in the development of this instinct. But that question, like a great many others, lies beyond the field of positive knowledge. This does not necessarily constitute economics as the master science, with the other social sciences subordinate to it, but it does signify that if there is such a thing as a master science, economics has the first claim to that position among the social sciences. The economic problem is the fundamental one out of which all other social and moral problems have grown. Economic competition. This conflict of man with man, when uncontrolled by society, either through moral codes or legal procedure, does not differ materially from the struggle for existence among brutes. But there is no human society which does not control the struggle in some way. In fact, the one purpose for which organized society exists is that of controlling the struggle and directing it into productive channels. The self-interested individual cares nothing for production as such. What he is interested in is the acquisition of things which are scarce. If the easiest method of acquisition is that of production, then he will produce. If there is some easier way, he will pursue that way. The purpose of the law and government is to make it difficult and dangerous to acquire by any other method than that of production, or free and voluntary exchange of products, which means the same thing. Insofar as the state succeeds in this attempt and thus forces all individuals to acquire by methods of production, it is justifying its existence. When the struggle for existence is thus turned into productive channels, when every individual finds that he can acquire desirable things only by producing them, or by offering the producer something of equal value in exchange for them, then the brutal struggle for existence is transformed into economic competition. Perfect economic competition is merely a system under which each individual finds it most advantageous to acquire by productive or serviceable effort of some kind, and so, in Adam Smith's words, to promote the public good while trying to promote his own. When we consider that the individual's value to the rest of society is measured by the excess of his production over consumption, while his position in industry is determined by his rate of accumulation, which is merely his acquisition minus his consumption, we shall see how important it is that acquisition and production should be identified. This may be expressed by means of the following formula. The value of a man equals his production minus his consumption. His competing power equals his acquisition minus his consumption. When acquisition equals production, then his value equals his competing power. The purpose of the state is to make acquisition equal production. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Section 42, Theories of Government in the Renaissance, by Professor O.M.W. Sprague. A very small number of books on political and social subjects have exerted a profound and continuous influence both upon the development of thought and upon the determination of the policies adopted regarding public questions. Aristotle's Politics and Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations are notable works belonging to this exceptionally distinguished group. A much greater number of political writings had a potent influence at the time of their composition, but now possess little other than historical significance. Among such works may be mentioned Luther's Address to the German Nobility and Concerning Christian Liberty, and Rousseau's Social Contract. Machiavelli's Prince and More's Utopia do not fall exactly within either of these categories. They were not the starting points from which great and fruitful advance in knowledge has been made, and at no time have they been powerful factors in determining the legislation or policy of any nation. Both are indeed highly significant and characteristic products of the age in which they were written. Compared with the writings of Luther, they were immensely less influential in shaping contemporary opinion, but they are quite as representative of the thought of the time, and so possess great historic interest. Moreover, although the specific conclusions of Machiavelli and of More have never been followed closely in practice, they do exemplify in their work the two strikingly different attitudes, one or the other of which invariably appears in the methods and conclusions of writers upon political and social problems. The Renaissance spirit in Machiavelli and More. The Prince and the Utopia were both written in the second decade of the 16th century, at the time when those various influences which made the Renaissance period in history were being most completely exemplified in education, art, morals, and indeed virtually every field of human activity and aspiration. In almost every direction, the human spirit had freed itself from medieval traditional limitations. Political and social arrangements, among others, were subjected to philosophic analysis and investigation unrestrained by ancient concepts and regardless of the revolutionary conclusions that might be the outcome. Among the political writers of the period, Machiavelli and More exhibited in preeminent measure the working of the Renaissance spirit. Machiavelli subjected governmental machinery and policy to the test of facts. More subjected not only political but also social arrangements to the test of what he deemed ideally desirable. Both are in agreement that nothing in the social order is necessarily perfect even at the moment, and certainly not for all time. Institutions and customs are to be judged by results, and all may be changed if something better can be devised. This is distinctly the modern point of view. It is quite as essentially the Renaissance point of view. Modern history begins with the Renaissance. Contrast in method. In an age like the present, marked by swift advance in the exact sciences, the test of fact is apt to seem the one promising method of approach to the investigation of political and social problems. The test of the ideal exemplified in the Utopia has given the language an adjective, utopian, which connotes the impractical, the visionary, and even the fanciful. The test of fact, exemplified in Machiavelli, has also, however, yielded an adjective, Machiavellian, of even more damning connotation. If the test of fact is to be a true test, all significant facts must be considered, and ideals are facts of vast importance in the development and maintenance of social arrangements. Machiavelli's method was scientific in his general character, but his low estimate of human nature, founded as it was upon an assumption contrary to fact, rendered much of his analysis fundamentally inexact and unscientific. Machiavelli's limitations. Even within the field of the kind of facts to which he attaches significance, Machiavelli's analysis was far from being comprehensive. At the time he wrote, and indeed for a century and more before, Italy had been split up into a large number of political entities, most of which were in a chronic state of political instability, not unlike that of many Central American countries today. Few Italian rulers were secure from either domestic or foreign foes. Machiavelli made much use of the comparative method in his analysis, and properly, but as he was mainly concerned with the means of securing and maintaining personal rule under conditions which at best could not provide a solid basis for governmental authority, his conclusions seldom possessed general validity. They were not applicable to the centralized governments of large territorial areas then in process of development north of the Alps, where the ruling dynasties were already strongly entrenched in power. It is even more evident that his analysis affords little of practical value in the solution of modern problems of government. Possibly there is some analogy between the conditions described by Machiavelli and the struggle for political power carried on upon a low plane between rival bosses in misgoverned municipalities. One would, however, search the pages of the Prince in vain for a remedy for such ills of democratic government. In the field of international politics, Machiavelli's analysis has undoubtedly been measurably in accord with practice in his own time and since. Ethical restraints have been relatively weak in the dealings of the nations one with another, and it is a significant fact that nowhere has Machiavelli found so many close readers as among those statesmen who have been mainly concerned with foreign affairs. After making every qualification, it must still be recognized that in The Prince, Machiavelli took a long step in advance toward the development of a sound method of analyzing political problems. His example was, however, not followed very generally by writers on government in his own and the two succeeding centuries. Questions of divine right and theories of natural rights and natural law rather than the facts of government absorbed the attention of most publicists. In the 19th century, more exact methods have been adopted in this as in other fields of knowledge. But in bringing about this desirable change, little or no direct influence can be attributed to the work of Machiavelli. The imaginary commonwealth is a form of political criticism. With the exception of Plato's Republic, the Utopia is the best instance of the use of the device of an imaginary society as a vehicle for analysis, and indeed arraignment, of social and political conditions. During the medieval period, uniformity of ideals and conditions throughout Europe was too great to suggest writings of this character. But the discoveries in the New World disclosed the existence of societies which had never been in touch with the European world. The assumption of the finality of European arrangements was consequently somewhat weakened, at least for men of a reflective cast of mind. In placing his Utopia somewhere in the New World, More must have greatly heightened the imaginative effect of the work to readers of his own time. The sense of illusion thus given at the outset is remarkably well maintained throughout. No other creator of imaginary societies has been so successful in directly impressing the reader with the feasibility of his scheme of social betterment. Later writers of utopias have been commonly too anxiously concerned to put together a society which should meet the criticisms of experts in economics, sociology, and government. To attempt this is to miss the true aim and lose much of effectiveness in this style of composition. It is certain that society will never be suddenly transformed into something quite different which may be worked out in advance by thoughtful investigators. Quite evidently, also the exact course of social evolution in the distant future cannot be foreseen. Books like Utopia are effective means of weakening the feeling of complete satisfaction with the existing social order, a state of mind which is neither helpful nor conducive to human betterment. Effectiveness is far from being in direct ratio to the scientific possibilities of the imaginary society described. The imaginary society is simply the vehicle for satire and criticism of things as they are. In other words, it is as literature, and not as a scientific treatise, that ideal commonwealths should be considered. The possession of literary qualities has made a few of them effective. More's Utopia meets this test admirably, and is therefore properly included among the 5-foot shelf of books. The Utopia and Modern Conditions. Some acquaintance with social conditions and politics in the time of More adds much to the significance and interest in the book. But society, and even more human nature, changes so slowly from age to age that much of it can hardly fail to prove full of stimulating suggestion even to readers familiar only with present conditions. Speaking generally, our own society is no nearer that depicted in the Utopia than was that of More's own period. In some respects, it is further removed from utopian conditions, notably in the greater relative importance of manufacturing and commercial as contrasted with agricultural activities. In some directions, changes have taken place which all would agree are for the better, though they are contrary to the utopian ideal. The government of Utopia was distinctly aristocratic. To a modern idealist, the best of all conceivable societies would certainly be democratic in form and in practice. Slavery, though of an ameliorated sort, was an essential foundation of the utopian polity. No better illustration may possibly be found of the difficulty experienced in getting away from the blinding influence of one's own environment, even when gifted with an exceptionally humane spirit and a powerful imagination. One may hazard the hope in this connection that in the distant evolution of society a higher level of improvement may be reached than can now be foreseen. End of section 42. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada, October 7th, 2023.
Section 43 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Adam Smith and the Wealth of Nations by Professor Charles J. Bullock. From 1752 to 1764, the author of The Wealth of Nations occupied the chair of moral philosophy at Glasgow College, and his writings were the natural outgrowth of the lectures delivered to his college classes. Following an unbroken tradition received from Greek philosophy, Smith conceived the province of moral philosophy to be as broad as the entire range of human conduct, both individual and social. Wherein, says Smith, consisted the happiness and perfection of a man, considered not only as an individual, but as a member of a family, of a state, and of the great society of mankind, was the object which the ancient moral philosophy proposed to investigate. Smith's own lectures followed substantially this plan of treatment. The underlying theory of Smith's philosophy. At Smith's hands, however, many of the traditional subjects received new treatment and development. In 1759, Smith published his Theory of Moral Sentiments, a treatise on ethics which immediately won for him international fame as a philosopher. This work presented the doctrine that the moral judgment is, in the last analysis, an expression of impartial sympathy with the motives and result of human action. From sympathy, Smith derives the sense of justice, which is the main pillar of the social structure. Underlying the book is the common 18th century theory of a beneficent natural order, by which it was held that a benevolent creator had so ordered the universe as to produce the greatest possible human happiness. In this view of the matter, the problem of philosophy, including politics and economics, is to discover the natural laws which make for the happiness of God's creatures. Of these laws, the chief seems to be that Providence has commended the welfare of every man chiefly to his own keeping, not to that of others, and has so ordered things that men, in pursuing their own welfare within the limits set by justice, are ordinarily contributing to the general welfare. Upon this doctrine of a natural harmony of interests, Smith based his theory of natural liberty, according to which every man, as long as he does not violate the laws of justice, is naturally free to pursue his own welfare in his own way. Smith projected, but never published, a treatise on jurisprudence and government, subjects which in his lectures had naturally followed ethics. His Wealth of Nations, which was published in 1776, treated of political economy, which in his lectures had followed the subject of government. His conception of wealth and of political economy. The Wealth of Nations combines a firm grasp of principles with a remarkable knowledge of the facts of economic life, derived from reading and personal observation. Smith's generalizations are usually supported by an appeal to the facts of economic life, and in this manner he gives the work an air of reality that is lacking in many economic treatises. He does not deal extensively with definitions. Without defining wealth, he plunges directly into the causes of national opulence, but in the last sentence of his introduction states, parenthetically, that real wealth is the annual produce of the land and labor of the society. Even here, he merely indicates that he considers the annual income of a society as its real wealth, whereas most economists prior to his time had conceived wealth as the accumulated stock of durable goods which a society possesses. Again, Smith commences the treatise without offering a definition of political economy, and the nearest approach to such a definition is found in the first sentence of the fourth book, Political Economy, considered as a branch of the science of a statesman or legislator, proposes two distinct objects. First, to supply a plentiful revenue or subsistence for the people, or more properly, to enable them to provide such a revenue or subsistence for themselves, and secondly, to supply the state or commonwealth with a revenue sufficient for the public services. It proposes to enrich both the people and the sovereign. Production and distribution. Captious critics have pronounced the arrangement of the wealth of nations unsystematic, but it is in fact well suited to Smith's purpose. The first book studies the process by which wealth is produced and then distributed among laborers, entrepreneurs, and landlords. It lays down the doctrine that the increased productivity of the industry of modern societies is due to division of labor. The discussion of this subject is an economic classic, and the reader should observe that Smith finds here an illustration of his cardinal doctrine that it is self-interest, not the action of government, that has brought about the improvement of economic conditions. Division of labor presupposes exchange, and so Smith naturally proceeds to consider money and price. His study of price leads to an investigation of its component parts, wages, profits, and rent, and thus Smith is led to consider fully the subject of the distribution of wealth. His theory of value at the hands of certain later writers becomes the classical cost of production theory. While given another slant, it becomes the labor theory of Marx and the socialists. His theory of wages becomes, at the hands of later writers, the wage fund theory of the classical English school. His theory of profits supplied much material for his followers, particularly concerning the difference of profits in the various employments of capital. His theory of rent, or rather his three different theories, needed to be reconstructed by Ricardo before it could be added to our stock of economic principles. The nature and use of capital. The second book investigates the nature and employment of capital stock, which is the force that sets laborers at work and puts industry in motion. Smith holds that capital originates in saving, and that its function is to maintain productive labor, and that it may be either fixed or circulating. Unproductive labor, the reader should observe, is not useless labor. It may indeed be very useful, but it does not produce any durable material product, and for that reason, Smith does not consider it productive. Parsimony or saving leads to an increase of capital available for the employment of productive labor, while spending consumes funds which otherwise might have been given such employment. Private frugality, due to the desire to better one's condition, is the cause of the growth of capital and the increase of national opulence, while government can do nothing more than protect the individual and allow him liberty to act in the manner he finds most advantageous. Finally, Smith considers the different employments of capital. Agriculture gives more employment to productive labor than manufacturers, and both are superior in this regard to transportation and trade. Domestic trade gives more employment than foreign, and foreign trade gives more than the carrying trade. All these employments are useful, but a country with insufficient capital to engage in all of them will increase in opulence most rapidly if it employs its capital in agriculture first of all, then engages in manufactures and the home trade, and refrains from entering upon foreign commerce and the carrying trade until the natural increase of capital makes such a course advantageous. If governments merely withhold their hands, this is the course that industrial development will actually follow under the free play of individual self-interest. Smith's argument at this point is exceedingly important, for it lays the foundation for his doctrine of freedom of trade. His theory of trade. After examining in the third book the various policies of restriction and preference adopted by the countries of Europe, Smith, in the fourth book, launches into the famous polemic against the so-called mercantile system of political economy. Smith shows that the restrictive measures of the mercantilists tended rather to prevent men serving each other than to promote public opulence. He assailed the theory of the balance of trade, much as David Hume had done. Everywhere he vindicated the system of natural history and maintains that prosperity is not manufactured by governments, but comes from the natural effort of every individual to better his own condition. After disposing of the mercantilists, Smith treats of the agricultural system of political economy, which held that the net produce of the land is the sole source of national opulence. Since economists of this school had maintained that perfect liberty is the only policy that can raise this annual produce to a maximum, Smith considered their doctrines the nearest approximation to the truth that has yet been published upon the subject of political economy. Public finance. The fifth book treats of public finance. His chapter upon the expenses of the sovereign is the first philosophical investigation of this important subject. The second chapter presents a noteworthy treatment of the subject of taxation and lays down the celebrated maxims which perhaps have been quoted oftener than any other paragraphs in economic literature. Smith was especially successful in correlating his theory of taxation with his theory of the production and distribution of wealth, while on the practical side he proposed reforms, many of which were later adopted. The chapter on public debts, while unduly pessimistic, criticizes forcibly the unwise financial policies pursued by Great Britain and other countries during the 18th century. In his theory of the essential nature of a public debt, Smith was undoubtedly correct. The Wealth of Nations achieved instant success, went through 5 editions in the author's lifetime, and was soon translated into French, German, Italian, Spanish, and Danish. In the United States, it began to be quoted by statesmen before the end of the Revolution, and an American edition was published in Philadelphia in 1789. Alexander Hamilton's state papers show the clearest evidence of his indebtedness to Smith's masterpiece. In time, the book began to influence legislation and to contribute powerfully to the removal of obsolete restrictions on industry and commerce. Its place as an economic classic is secure, and the lapse of time seems to detract nothing from its eminence. End of section 43.
Section 44 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. The Growth of the American Constitution by Professor W. B. Monroe. If history is to perform properly its function as an agency of instruction, it must be careful to record human events fairly and with accuracy. Otherwise, the lessons which it asks posterity to draw from the past are sure to be misleading. Now, the most reliable sources of information concerning all that has happened in the public life of past generations are, of course, the contemporary records the writings of those who had a hand in the events themselves and the public documents which set new historical landmarks. The makers of history are the men most competent to write about it. They are the ones best qualified to interpret their own experience. These writings are the piers upon which the historian builds his long bridge of narrative, and the historical structure can be no stronger than its foundations. American history is well supplied with them, for it spans a period of only 3 centuries, 3 modern centuries in which men have written much concerning the outstanding events of their own day. Due allowance must of course be made for human shortcomings, even in the records left to us by the wisest and most open-minded of writers. But the fact remains that contemporary materials afford the only sure basis on which to build our knowledge of what has gone before. The history of America, accordingly, may be best studied in the chronicles of early explorers, in the narratives of those who first made their homes on this side of the Atlantic, in the colonial charters and later state laws, in the messages and decrees of presidents, the treaties with foreign nations, the decisions of courts, the correspondence of public men, or, to put it broadly, in the great mass of official and unofficial writings which constitute the public literature of the New World. The beginnings of American government. The English settlements in America during the century and a half of their existence as colonies encountered many difficult problems. In the earlier years of this period there were troubles with the Indians. In the later years there were almost incessant bickerings with the French colonists to the north. But in due time the Redskins were humbled and France was expelled from her American territory. Then there were religious troubles which at times rent the English colonies in twain. Some of these settlements, it is true, had been founded as a protest against ecclesiastical bigotry at home, but that did not make them tolerant of heresy within their own borders. Those who failed to make outward compliance with the established religious practices were in some cases harried out of the land, and a rigid enforcement of this policy in Massachusetts led to the founding of Rhode Island and Connecticut as separate colonies. Another difficult problem was that of providing a satisfactory frame of civil government. Every colony had its own series of experiments embodied in charters, fundamental laws, and bodies of liberties. At this historical distance, these quaint documents make instructive reading, for they portray with great fidelity the earliest political ideals of the American people. Despite the rigor with which these codes attempted to regulate the daily walk and conversation of citizens, one can nevertheless trace in every line a firm loyalty to the principle that governments should be of laws and not of men. The faith in constitutional guarantees of civil liberty goes back to the very origins of American government. The breach with England. But the most difficult of all colonial problems was that of determining proper political relations with the motherland. While the colonies were weak and exposed to external dangers, these relations gave rise to no acute controversies. But after 1760, when America's economic interests had grown greatly in importance, and when the treacherous arm of France had been removed from the northern frontiers, then it was that serious estrangements began. Matters which might have been easily adjusted under earlier conditions became sources of open friction and ill feeling. The breach widened, and active resistance to the authority of the home government ensued. It is to be borne in mind, however, that the causes of the American Revolution were neither superficial nor few. The Declaration of Independence catalogues the colonial grievances as the colonists saw them, and their name is Legion. The 13 revolted colonies could not very well manage their struggle for independence as a joint enterprise without some form of central government, and a Congress of Delegates sitting at Philadelphia was established to meet this necessity. With no legal basis during the early years of its existence, this Congress eventually framed and secured the adoption of the Articles of Confederation, which served as a working constitution for the body of states during the next decade. These articles gave very little power to the central government, and while they served a useful purpose in their time, facilitating the settlements of matters at the close of the war, it was realized everywhere that they could not afford a permanently satisfactory basis of union. The Federal Constitution. 2 outstanding defects in the Articles of Confederation were the failure to give the central government an assured annual revenue and the lack of any provision for securing uniformity in the regulation of commerce. The urgent necessity of strengthening the Articles on these points inspired the calling of a constitutional convention at Philadelphia in the spring of 1787. Most of the leaders of public opinion were members of this convention, among them Washington, Madison, Hamilton, and Benjamin Franklin. It was deemed impracticable to secure the desired ends by merely amending the Articles of Confederation, so an entirely new constitution was prepared. The task occupied the entire summer of 1787, and when the document was finished, it went to the 13 states for their approval. In some of them, the issue of adoption was doubtful, for many provisions in the new Constitution were bitterly attacked, but its friends were as active in its defense. Hamilton and Madison wielded their pens to good purpose in a publicity campaign, and in the course of time all 13 states gave the document their endorsement. These letters of Hamilton and Madison in advocacy of the new Constitution, subsequently published as the Federalist, form a notable treatise on the principles of federal government. The new central government began its career forthwith, and in his first inaugural, Washington called upon the representatives of the people to lay the foundations of national policy in a way that would command the respect of the world. Strengthening the Union, territorial expansion, and foreign policy. 3 outstanding features marked the trend of American political history during the first 30 years after the nation became welded into a federal unit. The first of these was the steady extension of those powers which the Constitution had entrusted to the new central government. A dozen years after the establishment of the United States Supreme Court, the post of Chief Justice was given to John Marshall and was occupied by him with firmness and dignity until 1835. Marshall was a believer in an efficient central government. He was sure that this was what the framers of the Constitution had meant to establish, and for 34 years he devoted his great powers to the work of assaying from the nation's organic law all the jurisdiction it could yield to the authorities of the Union. It was under his leadership that the court took the epoch-making step of declaring that the Constitution gave to the federal government not only express but implied powers, and that where the Constitution gave a power to Congress, it entrusted to that body a choice of the means to be used in carrying its authority into practical operation. Let the end be legitimate. Let it be within the scope of the Constitution, and all means which are appropriate, which are plainly adapted to that end, which are not prohibited, but consist with the letter and spirit of the Constitution, are constitutional. When Marshall put aside his robes of office in 1835, the Constitution had been securely anchored in its station as the supreme law of the land, and the Washington government, chiefly through his masterly legal skill, had been brought to a dominating place in the national life. These 3 decades covered, in the second place, an era of territorial expansion, the successive steps of which have been traced in another lecture. In the third place, the relations between the United States and European powers were placed on a better footing during the first quarter of the 19th century. The withdrawal of France and Spain from contiguous territory removed a source of possible danger. The war with England, 1812 to 1815, cleared the international atmosphere of some noxious features, and in the era of better feeling which followed its conclusion came the virtual neutralization of the Great Lakes, a stroke of great and statesmanlike prudence. Within a few years came the promulgation of the Monroe Doctrine, with its unfaltering enunciation of American diplomatic policy in relation to the lands of the New Hemisphere. In the 20 years intervening between 1803 and 1823, the Republic has cleared her boundaries to the south, removed a possible menace from her boundaries to the north, and frankly made known the fundamentals of her future policy as respects all surrounding lands. End of section 44.
Section 45 of Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Lectures on the Harvard Classics, edited by Charles William Eliot and William Allan Neilson. Law and Liberty by Roscoe Pound. For what end does the legal order exist? What do we seek to achieve through the political organization? What is the ultimate purpose in lawmaking, that is, in the selection and formulation of the standards for the public administration of justice which organized society establishes or recognizes? These are the first questions in legal and in political philosophy. The history of juristic thought and of political thought is chiefly a history of the way in which men have answered them. The aim of law, 1. In primitive societies. In primitive societies, the answers are that the legal order exists simply to keep the peace, that men seek through the legal order to avert individual self-redress and prevent private war, and that the purpose of lawmaking is to establish rules by which controversies may be adjusted peaceably. Accordingly, whereas today we seek, as we say, to do justice, seeking to preserve the peace and to adjust controversies peaceably, simply as means thereto and incidents thereof, primitive legal systems make peace the end. Where today we think of compensation for an injury, primitive law thinks only of composition for the desire to be avenged. Where today we seek to give to each what he ought to have or the nearest possible equivalent, primitive law seeks only to give him a substitute for vengeance in case he is wronged. 2. In Greece and Rome. Greek philosophy and Roman law soon passed beyond the crude conception of the end of the legal order in primitive society. Instead, they gave these answers. The legal order exists to preserve the social status quo. Men seek, through the legal order, to keep each individual in his appointed groove, and thus to prevent the friction with his fellowmen which primitive law sought only to mitigate. This is brought out very clearly in Greek political philosophy. Thus, in Plato's ideal state, the state is to assign everyone to the class for which he is best fitted, and the law is to keep him there, in order that a perfect harmony and unity may prevail. St. Paul's well-known exhortation, Ephesians 5, verse 22, and 6, verses 1 through 5, in which he calls on all the faithful to exert themselves to do their duty in the class in which they find themselves, proceeds upon the same conception. The Roman lawyers turned this idea of political philosophy into law. In the great institutional book of Roman law, the Institutes of Justinian, we are told that the precepts of law come to 3: to live honorably, not to injure another, and to give to everyone his due. The idea here is that the state and the law exist to maintain harmoniously the existing social order. What the interests of another are, which one is not to injure, what makes anything another's due, so that it is to be given him, are matters which are left wholly to the traditional social organization. 3. Before and after the Reformation. On the downfall of the Roman Empire, the Germanic invaders brought back for a season the primitive ideas of buying off vengeance and keeping the peace through arbitrary peaceful solution of disputes by mechanical modes of trial and hard and fast rules. But during the Middle Ages, these conceptions gradually yielded to the classical idea of the legal order as a means of preserving the social status quo, the more since the latter was fortified by the unassailable authority of texts of Scripture and of the Roman law. Moreover, from the 13th century on, philosophers more and more sought to sustain authority by reason, and in this way they prepared the way for a new conception which developed in the 17th century. For by that time 2 events of capital importance had compelled a complete revolution in legal and political philosophy. In the first place, the Reformation had divorced the philosophy of law and of politics from theology, and had set them free from the authority of the Church. This was the work of the Protestant jurist theologians of the 16th century. Secondly, following the national movement which resulted from the breakdown of the unifying and universal authorities of the Middle Ages, the Church and the Empire, the Germanists overthrew the idea of the binding authority of the Roman law in modern Europe. Accordingly, it became necessary to find new bases for legal and political authority, and those bases were found in reason and in contract, or the consent and agreement of the individual. Reason and natural rights. In the 17th and 18th centuries, reason was made the measure of all obligation. 17th century legal and political philosophers considered that law existed in order to produce conformity to the nature of rational creatures. In practice, however, though they had broken with authority as such, they accepted the Roman law as embodied reason and essayed very little that did not have authority behind it. In consequence, the Roman maxim, not to injure another and to give to everyone his own, was taken to express the nature of rational creatures, and respect for personality and respect for acquired rights remained the 2 cardinal principles of justice. But these principles raised 2 obvious questions. 1. What is there in personality that makes aggression an injury? And 2. What is it that makes anything one's own? The answer was sought in a theory of natural rights, or of certain qualities inherent in individual human beings and demonstrated by reason, to which society, state, and law were bound to give effect. According to this theory, justice is the maximum of individual self-assertion. It is the function of the state and of the law to make it possible for the individual to act freely. Hence, the sphere of law is limited to the minimum of restraint and coercion necessary to allow the maximum of self-assertion by each, limited by the like self-assertion by all. This purely individualist theory of justice culminated in the 18th century in the declarations of the rights of man and bills of rights which are so characteristic of that time. At the close of the 18th century, the foundations of the 17th and 18th century theory were shattered by Immanuel Kant, but he furnished a new metaphysical foundation for the conception of justice as the maximum of individual self-assertion, and in consequence it survived for about 100 years and was given complete logical development in the political, economic, and juristic writing of the 19th century. Along the actual law began to break away from this idea in Europe by the middle of the century, and was definitely breaking away in America in the last decade thereof. In the 19th century, then, legal and political philosophers were agreed that the end of the legal order, the purpose of political organization, and purpose of lawmaking were to secure and maintain individual liberty. The historian found in history the unfolding of this idea in human experience. The philosophical jurist postulated free will as the fundamental principle and deduced therefrom an ideal system of principles of liberty to which law ought to conform. The utilitarian legislator took individual liberty for the one sure mean of producing human happiness, and so made it the goal of all lawmaking. Mill's treatise on liberty is the best example of a thoroughgoing exposition of this 19th century idea of abstract liberty. Moreover, it is much more tempered and reasonable in its attitude toward what we now call social legislation, so far as it restrains an abstract liberty of action, whereby under pressure the weak barter away their actual liberty, than most contemporary or even subsequent writing from the same standpoint. The modern social point of view. Today, the social philosophical school has given us a new conception of the end of the legal order. Instead of the maximum of individual self-assertion consistent with a like self-assertion by all others, we are now putting as the end of the maximum satisfaction of human wants, of which self-assertion is only one, even if a very important one. Hence, juristic and political theory today thinks of interests, that is, of claims which a human being may make, and of securing or protecting the greatest number of these interests possible with the least sacrifice of other interests. Moreover, there are public interest or claims which the organized political society may make, and social interests or claims of society at large. Ultimately, all interest, individual and public, are secured and maintained because of a social interest in so doing. But this does not mean that individual interests, the details of which the 19th century worked out so well, are to be ignored. On the contrary, the chiefest of social interests is the moral and social life of the individual, and thus individual interests become largely identical with a social interest. In securing them because of the social interest in the moral and social life of the individual, however, and in recognizing that individual self-assertion is only one human want, which must be weighed with others in a finite world where all wants cannot be satisfied, a governmental paternalism or even maternalism may become proper, which would have seemed intolerable to thinkers in the last century. In this connection, Mill on Liberty has a permanent value, despite the entire change in our views as to the end of the law and of the state. Just as in the 17th century an undue insistence upon public interest, thought of as interests of the sovereign, defeated the moral and social life of the individual and required the assertion of individual interest in bills of rights and declarations of rights, there is a like danger that certain social interests will be unduly emphasized and that governmental maternalism will become an end rather than a means and will defeat the real purposes of the legal order. Hence, although we think socially, we must still think of individual interest and of that greatest of all claims which a human being may make, the claim to assert his individuality, to exercise freely the will and the reason which God has given him. We must emphasize the social interest in the moral and social life of the individual, but we must remember that it is the life of a free-willing being. End of section 45.